Day 8, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the first story. Gulfardo borrows moneys of Guasparuolo, which he has agreed to give Guasparuolo's wife, that he may lie with her. He gives them to her, and in her presence tells Guasparuolo that he has done so, and she acknowledges that 'tis true. Sith God has ordained that 'tis for me to take the lead to-day with my story, well pleased am I. And for that, loving ladies, much has been said touching the tricks that women play men, I am minded to tell you of one that a man played a woman, not because I would censure what the man did, or say that 'twas not merited by the woman, but rather to commend the man and censure the woman, and to show that men may beguile those that think to beguile them, as well as be beguiled by those they think to beguile. For peradventure what I am about to relate should, in strictness of speech, not be termed beguilement, but rather retaliation. For as it behoves woman to be most strictly virtuous, and to guard her chastity as her very life, nor on any account to allow herself to sully it, which notwithstanding 'tis not possible by reason of our frailty that there should be as perfect an observance of this law as were meet, I affirm that she that allows herself to infringe it for money merits the fire, whereas she that so offends under the prepotent stress of love will receive pardon from any judge that knows how to temper justice with mercy. Witness what but the other day we heard from Philostrato touching Madonna Filippa at Prato. Know then that there was once at Milan a German mercenary, Gulfardo by name, a doughty man, and very loyal to those with whom he took service, a quality most uncommon in Germans. And as he was wont to be most faithful in repaying whatever moneys he borrowed, he would have no difficulty in finding a merchant to advance him any amount of money at a low rate of interest. Now, tarrying thus at Milan, Gulfardo fixed his affection on a very fine woman, named Madonna Ambrosia, the wife of a wealthy merchant, one Guasparuolo Cagastraccio, with whom he was well acquainted and on friendly terms; which amour he managed with such discretion that neither the husband nor any one else wist aught of it. So one day he sent her a message, beseeching her of her courtesy to gratify his passion, and assuring her that he on his part was ready to obey her every behest. The lady made a great many words about the affair, the upshot of which was that she would do as Gulfardo desired upon the following terms, to wit, that in the first place he should never discover the matter to a soul, and secondly, that as for some purpose or another she required 200 florins of gold, he, out of his abundance, should supply her necessity. These conditions being satisfied, she would be ever at his service. Offended by such base sordidness in one whom he had supposed to be an honourable woman, Gulfardo passed from ardent love to something very like hatred, and cast about how he might flout her. So he sent her word that he would right gladly pleasure her in this and in any other matter that might be in his power. Let her but say when he was come to see her, and he would bring the moneys with him, and none should know of the matter except a comrade of his, in whom he placed much trust, and who was privy to all that he did. The lady, if she should not rather be called the punk, gleefully made answer that in the course of a few days her husband, Guasparuolo, was to go to Genoa on business, and that when he was gone she would let Gulfardo know, and appoint a time for him to visit her. Gulfardo thereupon chose a convenient time, and hied him to Guasparuolo, to whom, "I am come," quoth he, "about a little matter of business which I have on hand, for which I require 200 florins of gold, and I should be glad if thou wouldst lend them me at the rate of interest which thou art wont to charge me." "That gladly will I," replied Guasparuolo, and told out the money at once. A few days later, Guasparuolo being gone to Genoa, as the lady had said, she sent word to Gulfardo that he should bring her the 200 florins of gold. So Gulfardo hied him with his comrade to the lady's house, where he found her expecting him, and lost no time in handing her the 200 florins of gold in his comrade's presence, saying, "You will keep the money, madam, and give it to your husband when he returns." Witting not why Gulfardo so said, but thinking that 'twas but to conceal from his comrade that it was given by way of price, the lady made answer, "That will I gladly, but I must first see that the amount is right." Whereupon she told the florins out upon a table, and when she found that the 200 were there, she put them away in high glee, and turning to Gulfardo, took him into her chamber, where, not on that night only, but on many another night, while her husband was away, he had of her all that he craved. On Guasparuolo's return, Gulfardo presently paid him a visit, having first made sure that the lady would be with him, and so in her presence, "Guasparuolo," quoth he, "I had after all no occasion for the money, to wit the 200 florins of gold that thou didst lend me the other day, being unable to carry through the transaction for which I borrowed them, and so I took an early opportunity of bringing them to thy wife, and gave them to her. Thou wilt therefore cancel the account." Whereupon Guasparuolo turned to the lady and asked her if she had them. She, not daring to deny the fact in presence of the witness, answered, "Why, yes, I had them, and quite forgot to tell thee." "Good," quoth then Guasparuolo, "we are quits, Gulfardo. Make thy mind easy, I will see that thy account is set right." Gulfardo then withdrew, leaving the flouted lady to hand over her ill-gotten gains to her husband, and so the astute lover had his pleasure of his greedy mistress for nothing. End of Day 8, the first story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 8, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the second story. The priest of Varlungo lies with Monna Belcolore. He leaves with her his cloak by way of pledge, and receives from her a mortar. He returns the mortar, and demands of her the cloak that he had left in pledge, which the good lady returns him with a gibe.
Ladies and men alike commended Gualfardo for the check that he gave to the greed of the Milanese lady, but before they had done, the queen turned to Pamphilo, and with a smile bade him follow suit, wherefore thus Pamphilo began.
Fair my ladies, it occurs to me to tell you a short story, which reflects no credit on those by whom we are continually wronged without being able to retaliate, to wit, the priests, who have instituted a crusade against our wives, and deem that, when they have made conquest of one of them, they have done a work every whit as worthy of recompense by remission of sin and punishment, as if they had brought the Soldan in chains to Avignon. In which respect 'tis not possible for the hapless laity to be even with them. Howbeit, they are as hot to make reprisals on the priests' mothers, sisters, mistresses, and daughters, as the priests to attack their wives. Wherefore I am minded to give you, as I may do in few words, the history of a rustic amour, the conclusion whereof was not a little laughable, nor barren of moral, for you may also gather therefrom that 'tis not always well to believe everything that a priest says. I say then that at Varlungo, a village hard by here, as all of you, my ladies, should wot either of your own knowledge or by report, there dwelt a worthy priest, and doughty of body in the service of the ladies, who, albeit he was none too quick at his book, had no lack of precious and blessed solecisms to edify his flock withal of a Sunday under the elm. And when the men were out of doors, he would visit their wives as never a priest had done before him, bringing them feast-day gowns and holy water, and now again a bit of candle, and giving them his blessing. Now it so befell that among those of his fair parishioners whom he most affected, the first place was at length taken by one Monna Belcolore, the wife of a husbandman that called himself Bentivegna del Mazzo. And in good sooth she was a winsome and lusty country lass, brown as a berry and buxom enough, and fitter than e'er another for his mill. Moreover, she had not her match in playing the tabret and singing. The borage is full sappy, and in leading a brawl or a breakdown, no matter whom might be next her, with a fair and dainty kerchief in her hand. Which spells so wrought upon Master Priest, that for love of her he grew distracted, and did not all day long but loiter about the village on the chance of catching sight of her. And if of a Sunday morning he espied her in church, he strove might and main to acquit himself of his Kyrie and Sanctus in the style of a great singer, albeit his performance was liker to the braying of an ass. Whereas, if he saw her not, he scarce exerted himself at all. However, he managed with such discretion that neither Bentivegna del Mazzo nor any of the neighbours wist aught of his love. And hoping thereby to ingratiate himself with Monna Belcolore, he from time to time would send her presents, now a clove of fresh garlic, the best in all the countryside, from his own garden, which he tilled with his own hands, and anon a basket of beans or a bunch of chives or shallots. And when he thought it might serve his turn, he would give her a sly glance, and follow it up with a little amorous mocking and mowing, which she, with rustic awkwardness, feigned not to understand, and ever maintained her reserve, so that Master Priest made no headway. Now it so befell that one day, when the priest at high noon was aimlessly gadding about the village, he encountered Bentivegna del Mazzo at the tail of a well-laden ass, and greeted him, asking him whither he was going. "I' faith, sir," quoth Bentivegna, "for sure 'tis to town I go, having an affair or two to attend to there, and I'm taking these things to Ser Buonacuore de Ginestretto, to get him to stand by me in I wot not what matter, whereof the justice of the quorum has by his provoker served me with a pertrumpery summons to appear before him." Whereupon, "'Tis well, my son," quoth the priest, overjoyed, "my blessing go with thee. Good luck to thee, and a speedy return. And hark ye, shouldst thou see Lapuccio or Naldino, do not forget to tell them to send me those thongs for my flails." "It shall be done," quoth Bentivegna, and jogged on towards Florence, while the priest, thinking that now was his time to hie him to Belcolore and try his fortune, put his best leg forward, and stayed not till he was at the house, which entering, he said, "God be gracious to us! Who is within?" Belcolore, who was up in the loft, made answer, "Welcome, sir, but what dost thou, gadding about in the heat?" "Why, as I hope for God's blessing," quoth he, "I am just come to stay with thee for a while, having met thy husband on his way to town." Whereupon down came Belcolore, took a seat, and began sifting cabbage seed that her husband had lately threshed. By and by the priest began, "So, Belcolore, wilt thou keep me ever a dying thus?" Whereat Belcolore tittered, and said, "Why, what did I do to you?" "Truly, nothing at all," replied the priest, "but thou sufferest me not to do to thee that which I had lief, and which God commands." "Now away with you," returned Belcolore. "Do priests do that sort of thing?" "Indeed we do," quoth the priest, "and to better purpose than others. Why not? I tell you our grinding is far better. And wouldst thou know why? 'Tis because 'tis intermittent. And in truth 'twill be well worth thy while to keep thine own counsel, and let me do it." "Worth my while!" ejaculated Belcolore. "How may that be? There is never a one of you but would overreach the very devil." "'Tis not for me to say," returned the priest. "Say but what thou wouldst have. Shall it be a pair of dainty shoes, or wouldst thou prefer a fillet, or perchance a gay riband? What's thy will?" "Marry, no lack have I," quoth Belcolore, "of such things as these. But if you wish me so well, why do me not a service, and I would then be at your command." "Name but the service," returned the priest, "and gladly will I do it." Quoth then Belcolore, "On Saturday I have to go to Florence to deliver some wool that I have spun, and to get my spinning wheel put in order. Lend me but £5, I know you have them, and I will redeem my purse petticoat from the pawnshop, and also the girdle that I wear on saints' days, and that I had when I was married. You see that without them I cannot go to church or anywhere else, and then I will do just as you wish thenceforth and forever." Whereupon, "So God give me a good year," quoth he, "as I have not the money with me, but never fear that I will see that thou hast it before Saturday with all the pleasure in life." "Ay, ay," rejoined Belcolore, "you all make great promises, but then you never keep them. Think you to serve me as you served Biliuzza, whom you left in the lurch at last? God's faith, you do not so. To think that she turned woman of the world just for that! If you have not the money with you, why, go and get it." "Prithee," returned the priest, "send me not home just now, for seest thou 'tis the very nick of time with me, and the coast is clear, and perchance it might not be so on my return, and in short I know not when it would be likely to go so well as now." Whereto she did but rejoin, "Good, if you are minded to go, get you gone. If not, stay where you are." The priest, therefore, seeing that she was not disposed to give him what he wanted, as he was fain, to wit, on his own terms, but was bent on having a quid pro quo, changed his tone, and, "Lo now," quoth he, "thou doubtest I will not bring thee the money, so, to set thy mind at rest, I will leave thee this cloak, thou seest 'tis good sky blue silk, in pledge." So, raising her head and glancing at the cloak, "And what may the cloak be worth?" quoth Belcolore. "Worth!" ejaculated the priest. "I would have thee know that 'tis all do I, not to say true I, make. Nay, there are some of our folk here that say 'tis quadru I, and 'tis not a fortnight since I bought it of Lotto, the second-hand dealer, for 7 good pounds, and then had it 5 good sold I under value, by what I hear from Buglietto, who, thou knowest, is an excellent judge of these articles." "Oh, say you so?" exclaimed Belcolore. "So help me God, I should not have thought it. However, let me look at it." So Master Priest, being ready for action, doffed the cloak and handed it to her, and she, having put it in a safe place, said to him, "Now, sir, we will away to the hut. There is never a soul goes there." And so they did. And there Master Priest, giving her many a mighty buss, and straining her to his sacred person, solaced himself with her no little while. Which done, he hied him away in his cassock, as if he were come from officiating at a wedding. But when he was back in his holy quarters, he bethought him that not all the candles that he received by way of offering in the course of an entire year would amount to half of £5, and saw that he had made a bad bargain, and repented him that he had left the cloak in pledge, and cast about how he might recover it without paying anything. And as he did not lack cunning, he hit upon an excellent expedient, by which he compassed his end. So, on the morrow, being a saint's day, he sent a neighbour's lad to Monna Belcolore with a request that she would be so good as to lend him her stone mortar, for that Binguccio del Poggio and Nuto Buglietti were to breakfast with him that morning, and he therefore wished to make a sauce. Belcolore having sent the mortar, the priest, about breakfast time, reckoning that Bentivegna del Mazzo and Belcolore would be at their meal, called his clerk and said to him, "Take the mortar back to Belcolore, and say, 'My master thanks you very kindly, and bids you return the cloak that the lad left with you in pledge.'" The clerk took the mortar to Belcolore's house, where, finding her at table with Bentivegna, he set the mortar down and delivered the priest's message. Whereto Belcolore would fain have demurred, but Bentivegna gave her a threatening glance, saying, "So then, thou takest a pledge from master priest? By Christ, I vow, I have half a mind to give thee a great clout of the chin. Go, give it back at once, or murrain on thee. And look to it that whatever he may have a mind to, were it our very ass, he be never denied." So, with a very bad grace, Belcolore got up, and went to the wardrobe, and took out the cloak, and gave it to the clerk, saying, "Tell thy master from me, would to God he may never ply pestle in my mortar again, such honour has he done me for this turn." So the clerk returned with the cloak, and delivered the message to master priest, who, laughing, made answer, "Tell her, when thou next seest her, that, so she lend us not the mortar, I will not lend her the pestle. Be it tit for tat." Bentivegna made no account of his wife's words, deeming that 'twas but his chiding that had provoked them. But Belcolore was not a little displeased with master priest, and had never a word to say to him till the vintage. After which, what with the salutary fear in which she stood of the mouth of Lucifer the Great, to which he threatened to consign her, and the must and roast chestnuts that he sent her, she made it up with him, and many a jolly time they had together. And though she got not the £5 from him, he put a new skin on her tabret, and fitted it with a little bell, wherewith she was satisfied. End of Day 8, the second story.
Day 8, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 8, the third story. Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco go in quest of the heliotrope beside the Mugnone. Thinking to have found it, Calandrino gets him home laden with stones. His wife chides him, whereat he waxes wroth, beats her, and tells his comrades what they know better than he.
Ended Pamphilos's story, which moved the ladies to inextinguishable laughter. The queen bade Elisa follow suit, whereupon, laughing, she thus began.
I know not, debonair my ladies, whether with my little story, which is no less true than entertaining, I shall give you occasion to laugh as much as Pamphilo has done with his, but I will do my best. In our city, where there has never been lack of odd humours and queer folk, there dwelt, not long time ago, a painter named Calandrino, a simple soul of uncouth manners, that spent most of his time with two other painters, the one Bruno, the other Buffalmacco by name, pleasant fellows enough, but not without their full share of sound and shrewd sense, and who kept with Calandrino for that they not seldom found his singular ways and his simplicity very diverting. There was also at the same time at Florence one Maso del Saggio, a fellow marvellously entertaining by his cleverness, dexterity, and unfailing resource, who, having heard somewhat touching Calandrino's simplicity, resolved to make fun of him by playing him a trick, and inducing him to believe some prodigy. and happening one day to come upon Calandrino in the church of San Giovanni, where he sat intently regarding the paintings and intaglios of the tabernacle above the altar, which had then but lately been set there, he deemed time and place convenient for the execution of his design, which he accordingly imparted to one of his comrades, whereupon the two men drew nigh the place where Calandrino sat alone, and feigning not to see him fell a talking of the virtues of divers stones, of which Maso spoke as aptly and pertinently as if he had been a great and learned lapidary. Calandrino heard what passed between them, and witting that 'twas no secret, after a while got up and joined them, to Maso's no small delight. He therefore continued his discourse, and being asked by Calandrino where these stones of such rare virtues were to be found, made answer: "Chiefly in Berlinzone, in the land of the Basques. The district is called Bengodi, and there they bind the vines with sausages, and a denier will buy a goose and a gosling into the bargain. And on a mountain, all of grated Parmesan cheese, dwell folk that do naught else but make macaroni and ravioli, and boil them in capons broth, and then throw them down to be scrambled for. And hard by flows a rivulet of vernaccia, the best that ever was drunk, and never a drop of water therein." "Ah, 'tis a sweet country," quoth Calandrino. "But tell me, what becomes of the capons that they boil?" "They are all eaten by the Basques," replied Maso. "Then wast thou ever there?" quoth Calandrino. Whereupon, "Was I ever there, sayest thou?" replied Maso. "Why, if I have been there once, I have been there 1,000 times." "And how many miles is it from here?" quoth Calandrino. "Oh," returned Maso, "more than thou couldst number in a night without slumber." "Farther off than the Abruzzi?" said Calandrino. "Why, yes, 'tis a bit farther," replied Maso. Now Calandrino, like the simple soul that he was, marking the composed and grave countenance with which Maso spoke, could not have believed him more thoroughly if he had uttered the most patent truth, and thus taking his words for gospel. "'Tis a trifle too far for my purse," quoth he. "Were it nigher, I warrant thee I would go with thee thither one while, just to see the macaroni come tumbling down, and take my fill thereof. But tell me, so good luck befall thee, are none of these stones that have these rare virtues to be found in these regions?" "Ay," replied Maso, "two sorts of stone are found there, both of virtues extraordinary. The one sort are the sandstones of Settignano and Montisci, which being made into millstones, by virtue thereof flour is made. Wherefore 'tis a common saying in those countries that blessings come from God and millstones from Montisci. But for that these sandstones are in great plenty, they are held cheap by us, just as by them are emeralds, whereof they have mountains bigger than Monte Morello, that shine at midnight, a God's name. And know this, that whoso should make a goodly pair of millstones, and connect them with a ring before ever a hole was drilled in them, then take them to the Soldan, should get all he would have thereby. The other sort of stone is the heliotrope, as we lapidaries call it, a stone of very great virtue, inasmuch as whoso carries it on his person is seen, so long as he keep it, by never another soul where he is not. "These be virtues great indeed," quoth Calandrino, "but where is the second stone to be found?" Whereto Maso made answer that there were usually some to be found in Mugnone. "And what are its size and color?" quoth Calandrino. "The size varies," replied Maso, "for some are bigger and some smaller than others, but all are of the same color, being nearly black." All these matters duly marked and fixed in his memory, Calandrino made as if he had other things to attend to, and took his leave of Maso with the intention of going in quest of the stone, but not until he had let his especial friends Bruno and Buffalmacco know of his project. So that no time might be lost, but, postponing everything else, they might begin the quest at once, he set about looking for them, and spent the whole morning in the search. At length, when 'twas already past none, he called to mind that they would be at work in the Fantine women's convent, and though 'twas excessively hot, he let nothing stand in his way, but at a pace that was more like a run than a walk, hied him thither, and so soon as he had made them ware of his presence, thus he spoke: "Comrades, so you are but minded to hearken to me, 'tis in our power to become the richest men in Florence, for I am informed by one that may be trusted, that there is a kind of stone in the Mugnone which renders whoso carries it invisible to every other soul in the world. Wherefore, methinks we were wise to let none have the start of us, but go search for the stone without any delay. We shall find it without a doubt, for I know what 'tis like, and when we have found it we have but to put it in the purse and get us to the money changers, whose counters, as you know, are always laden with groats and florins, and help ourselves to as many as we have a mind to. No one will see us, and so, hey presto, we shall be rich folk in the twinkling of an eye, and have no more need to go besmearing the walls all day long like so many snails." Whereat Bruno and Buffalmacco began only to laugh, and exchanging glances, made as if they marvelled exceedingly, and expressed approval of Calandrino's project. Then Buffalmacco asked what might be the name of the stone. Calandrino, like the numbskull that he was, had already forgotten the name, so he made answer: "Why need we concern ourselves with the name, since we know the stone's virtue? Methinks we were best to go look for it, and waste no more time." "Well, well," said Bruno, "but what are the size and shape of the stone?" "They are of all sizes and shapes," said Calandrino, "but they are all pretty nearly black, wherefore methinks we were best to collect all the black stones that we see until we hit upon it, and so let us be off, and lose no more time." "Nay, but," said Bruno, "wait a bit." And turning to Buffalmacco: "Methinks," quoth he, "that Calandrino says well, but I doubt this is not the time for such work, seeing that the sun is high, and his rays so flood the Mugnone as to dry all the stones, insomuch that stones will now show as white that in the morning, before the sun had dried them, would show as black. Besides which, today being a working day, there will be for one cause or another folk not a few about the Mugnone, who, seeing us, might guess what we were come for, and peradventure do the like themselves, whereby it might well be that they found the stone, and we might miss the trot by trying after the amble. Wherefore, so you agree, methinks we were best to go about it in the morning, when we shall be better able to distinguish the black stones from the white, and on a holiday, when there will be none to see us." Buffalmacco's advice being approved by Bruno, Calandrino chimed in, and so 'twas arranged that they should all three go in quest of the stone on the following Sunday. So Calandrino, having besought his companions above all things to let never a soul in the world hear aught of the matter, for that it had been imparted to him in strict confidence, and having told them what he had heard touching the land of Bengodi, the truth of which he affirmed with oaths, took leave of them, and they concerted their plan, while Calandrino impatiently expected the Sunday morning. Whereon about dawn he arose and called them, and forth they issued by the Porta a San Gallo, and hied them to the Mugnone, and following its course began their quest of the stone. Calandrino, as was natural, leading the way, and jumping lightly from rock to rock, and wherever he espied a black stone, stooping down, picking it up and putting it in the fold of his tunic, while his comrades followed, picking up a stone here and a stone there. Thus it was that Calandrino had not gone far before finding that there was no more room in his tunic. He lifted the skirts of his gown, which was not cut after the fashion of Hainaut, and gathering them under his leathern girdle and making them fast on every side, thus furnished himself with a fresh and capacious lap, which, however, taking no time to fill, he made another lap out of his cloak, which in like manner he soon filled with stones. Wherefore Bruno and Buffalmacco, seeing that Calandrino was well laden, and that 'twas nigh upon breakfast time, and the moment for action come. "Where is Calandrino?" quoth Bruno to Buffalmacco. Whereto Buffalmacco, who had Calandrino full in view, having first turned about and looked here, there, and everywhere, made answer, "That wot not I, but not so long ago he was just in front of us." "Not so long ago, forsooth," returned Bruno. "'Tis my firm belief that at this very moment he is at breakfast at home, having left to us his wild goose chase of black stones in the Mugnone." "Marry," quoth Buffalmacco, "he did but serve us right so to trick us and leave, seeing that we were so silly as to believe him. Why, who could have thought that any but we would have been so foolish as to believe that a stone of such rare virtue was to be found in the Mugnone?" Calandrino, hearing their colloquy, forthwith imagined that he had the stone in his hand, and by its virtue, though present, was invisible to them, and overjoyed by such good fortune, would not say a word to undeceive them, but determined to hie him home, and accordingly faced about and put himself in motion. Whereupon, "Eh," quoth Buffalmacco to Bruno, "what are we about that we go not back too?" "Go we then," said Bruno, "but by God I swear that Calandrino shall never play me another such trick, and as to this, were I nigh him, as I have been all the morning, I would teach him to remember it for a month or so, such a reminder would I give him in the heel with this stone." And even as he spoke he threw back his arm and launched the stone against Calandrino's heel. Galled by the blow, Calandrino gave a great hop and a slight gasp, but said nothing, and halted not. Then picking out one of the stones that he had collected, "Bruno," quoth Buffalmacco, "see what a goodly stone I have here, would it might but catch Calandrino in the back." And forthwith he discharged it with main force upon the said back, and in short, suiting action to word, now in this way, now in that, they stoned him all the way up the Mugnone, as far as the Porta a San Gallo. There they threw away the stones they had picked up, and tarried a while with the customs officers, who, being primed by them, had let Calandrino pass unchallenged, while their laughter knew no bounds. So Calandrino, halting nowhere, betook him to his house, which was hard by the corner of the Massina. And so well did fortune prosper the trick that all the way by the stream and across the city there was never a soul that said a word to Calandrino, and indeed he encountered but few, for most folk were at breakfast. But no sooner was Calandrino thus gotten home with his stones, than it so happened that his good lady Monna Tessa showed her fair face at the stairs head, and catching sight of him, and being somewhat annoyed by his long delay, chid him, saying, "What the devil brings thee here so late? Must breakfast wait thee until all other folk have had it?" Calandrino caught the words, and angered and mortified to find that he was not invisible, broke out with, "Alas! cursed woman, so 'twas thou! Thou hast undone me, but God's faith I will pay thee out." Whereupon he was upstairs in a trice, and having discharged his great load of stones in a parlor, rushed with fell intent upon his wife, and laid hold of her by the hair, and threw her down at his feet, and beat and kicked her in every part of her person with all the force he had in his arms and legs, insomuch that he left never a hair of her head or bone of her body unscathed, and 'twas all in vain that she laid her palms together, and crossed her fingers, and cried for mercy. Now Buffalmacco and Bruno, after making merry a while with the warders of the gate, had set off again at a leisurely pace, keeping some distance behind Calandrino. Arrived at his door, they heard the noise of the sound thrashing that he was giving his wife, and making as if they were but that very instant come upon the scene, they called him. Calandrino, flushed all of a sweat and out of breath, showed himself at the window and bade them come up. They, putting on a somewhat angry air, did so, and espied Calandrino sitting in the parlour amid the stones which lay all about, untrussed, and puffing with the air of a man spent with exertion, while his lady lay in one of the corners, weeping bitterly, her hair all dishevelled, her clothes torn to shreds, and her face livid, bruised, and battered. So after surveying the room a while, "What means this, Calandrino?" quoth they. "Art thou minded to build thee a wall, that we see so many stones about?" And then, as they received no answer, they continued, "And how's this? How comes Monna Tessa in this plight? 'Twould seem thou hast given her a beating. What unheard of doings are these?" What with the weight of the stones that he had carried, and the fury with which he had beaten his wife, and the mortification that he felt at the miscarriage of his enterprise, Calandrino was too spent to utter a word by way of reply. Wherefore, in a menacing tone, Buffalmacco began again. "However out of sorts thou mayst have been, Calandrino, thou shouldst not have played us so scurvy a trick as thou hast. To take us with thee to the Mugnone in quest of this stone of rare virtue, and then, without so much as saying either good speed or devil speed, to be off, and leave us there like a couple of gawks. We take it not a little unkindly, and rest assured that thou shalt never so fool us again." Whereto, with an effort, Calandrino replied, "Comrades, be not wroth with me, 'tis not as you think. I, luckless wight, found the stone. Listen, and you will no longer doubt that I say sooth. When you began saying one to another, 'Where is Calandrino?' I was within 10 paces of you, and marking that you came by without seeing me, I went before, and so, keeping ever a little ahead of you, I came hither." And then he told them the whole story of what they had said and done from beginning to end, and showed them his back and heel, how they had been mauled by the stones. After which, "And I tell you," he went on, "that laden though I was with all these stones that you see here, never a word was said to me by the warders of the gate as I passed in, though you know how vexatious and grievous these warders are wont to make themselves in their determination to see everything. And moreover, I met by the way several of my gossips and friends that are ever wont to greet me, and ask me to drink, and never a word said any or them to me, no, nor half a word either, but they passed me by as men that saw me not. But at last, being come home, I was met and seen by this devil of a woman, curses upon her, forasmuch as all things, as you know, lose their virtue in the presence of a woman. Whereby I, from being the most lucky, am become the most luckless man in Florence, and therefore I thrashed her as long as I could stir a hand, nor now I wherefore I forbear to slice her veins for her. Cursed be the hour that first I saw her, cursed be the hour that I brought her into the house." And so, kindling with fresh wrath, he was about to start up and give her another thrashing, when Buffalmacco and Bruno, who had listened to his story with an air of great surprise, and affirmed its truth again and again, while They all but burst with suppressed laughter. Seeing him now frantic to renew his assault upon his wife, got up and withstood and held him back, averring that the lady was in no wise to blame for what had happened, but only he, who, witting that things lost their virtue in the presence of women, had not bidden her keep aloof from him that day, which precaution God had not suffered him to take, either because the luck was not to be his, or because he was minded to cheat his comrades, to whom he should have shown the stone as soon as he found it. And so, with many words they hardly prevailed upon him to forgive his injured wife, and leaving him to rue the ill luck that had filled his house with stones, went their way. End of Day 8, the third story.
Day 8, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the fourth story. The rector of Fiesole loves a widow lady, by whom he is not loved, and thinking to lie with her, lies with her maid, with whom the lady's brothers cause him to be found by his bishop.
Elisa being come to the end of her story, which in the telling had yielded no small delight to all the company, the queen, turning to Emilia, signified her will that her story should ensue at once upon that of Elisa. And thus with alacrity Emilia began.
Noble ladies, how we are teased and tormented by these priests and friars, and indeed by clergy of all sorts, I mind me to have been set forth in more than one of the stories that have been told; but as 'twere not possible to say so much thereof, but that more would yet remain to say, I propose to supplement them with the story of a rector, who, in defiance of all the world, was bent upon having the favour of a gentlewoman, whether she would or no; which gentlewoman, being discreet above a little, treated him as he deserved. Fiesole, whose hill is here within sight, is, as each of you knows, a city of immense antiquity, and was aforetime great, though now it is fallen into complete decay, which notwithstanding it always was and still is the see of a bishop. Now there was once a gentlewoman, Monna Picarda by name, a widow, that had an estate at Fiesole, hard by the cathedral, on which, for that she was not in the easiest circumstances, she lived most part of the year, and with her her two brothers, very worthy and courteous young men, both of them. And the lady being wont frequently to resort to the cathedral, and being still quite young and fair and debonair withal, it so befell that the rector grew in the last degree enamoured of her, and waxed at length so bold that he himself avowed his passion to the lady, praying her to entertain his love, and requite it in like measure. The rector was advanced in years, but otherwise the veriest springald, being bold and of a high spirit, of a boundless conceit of himself, and of a mien and manners most affected and in the worst taste, and withal so tiresome and insufferable that he was on bad terms with everybody, and, if with one person more than another, with this lady, who not only cared not a jot for him, but had liefer have had a headache than his company. Wherefore the lady discreetly made answer, I may well prize your love, sir, and love you I should and will right gladly, but such love as yours and mine may never admit of aught that is not honourable. You are my spiritual father and a priest, and now verging towards old age, circumstances which should ensure your honour and chastity, and I, on my part, am no longer a girl, such as these love affairs might beseem, but a widow, and well you wot how it behoves widows to be chaste. Wherefore I pray you to have me excused, for, after the sort you crave, you shall never have my love, nor would I in such sort be loved by you. With this answer the rector was for the nonce fain to be content, but he was not the man to be dismayed and routed by a first repulse, and with his wonted temerity and effrontery he plied her again and again with letters and embassages, and also by word of mouth, when he espied her entering the church. Wherefore the lady, finding this persecution more grievous and harassing than she could well bear, cast about how she might be quit thereof in such fashion as he deserved, seeing that he left her no choice. Howbeit she would do naught in the matter until she had conferred with her brothers. She therefore told them how the rector pursued her, and how she meant to foil him; and, with their full concurrence, some few days afterwards she went, as she was wont, to church. The rector no sooner saw her than he approached and accosted her as he was wont, in a tone of easy familiarity. The lady greeted him as he came up with a glance of gladsome recognition, and when he had treated her to not a little of his wonted eloquence, she drew him aside, and heaving a great sigh, said, "I have oftentimes heard it said, sir, that there is no castle so strong but that, if the siege be continued day by day, it will sooner or later be taken; which I now plainly perceive is my own case. For so fairly have you hemmed me in with this, that, and the other pretty speech or the like blandishments, that you have constrained me to make naught of my former resolve, and, seeing that I find such favour with you, to surrender myself unto you." Whereto, overjoyed, the rector made answer, "Madam, I am greatly honoured, and, sooth to say, I marvel not a little how you should hold out so long, seeing that I have never had the like experience with any other woman, insomuch that I have at times said, were women of silver they would not be worth a denier, for there is none but would give under the hammer. But no more of this. When and where may we come together?" "Sweet my lord," replied the lady, "for the when 'tis just as we may think best, for I have no husband to whom to render account of my nights, but the where passes my wit to conjecture." "How so?" quoth the rector. "Why not in your own house?" "Sir," replied the lady, "you know that I have 2 brothers, both young men, who day and night bring their comrades into the house, which is none too large; for which reason it might not be done there, unless we were minded to make ourselves, as it were, dumb and blind, uttering never a word, not so much as a monosyllable, and abiding in the dark. In such sort indeed it might be, because they do not intrude upon my chamber; but theirs is so near to mine that the very least whisper could not but be heard." "Nay, but, madam," returned the rector, "let not this stand in our way for a night or two, until I may bethink me where else we might be more at our ease." "Be that as you will, sir," quoth the lady, "I do but entreat that the affair be kept close, so that never a word of it get wind." "Have no fear on that score, madam," replied the priest, "and if so it may be, let us foregather to-night." "With pleasure," returned the lady, and having appointed him how and when to come, she left him and went home. Now the lady had a maid that was none too young, and had a countenance the ugliest and most misshapen that ever was seen; for indeed she was flat-nosed, wry-mouthed, and thick-lipped, with huge ill-set teeth, eyes that squinted and were ever blurred, and a complexion betwixt green and yellow, that showed as if she had spent the summer not at Fiesole, but at Sinigaglia; besides which she was hip-shot and somewhat halting on the right side. Her name was Chiuta, but for that she was such a scurvy bitch to look upon, she was called by all folk Ciutatze. And being thus misshapen of body, she was also not without her share of guile. So the lady called her and said, "Ciutatze, so thou wilt do me a service to-night, I will give thee a fine new shift." At the mention of the shift, Ciutatze made answer, "So you give me a shift, madam, I will throw myself into the very fire." "Good," said the lady, "then I would have thee lie to-night in my bed with a man, whom thou wilt caress. But look, thou say never a word, that my brothers, who, as thou knowest, sleep in the next room, hear thee not, and afterwards I will give thee the shift." "Sleep with a man?" quoth Ciutatze. "Why, if need be, I will sleep with 6." So in the evening Master Rector came as he had been bidden, and the 2 young men, as the lady had arranged, being in their room, and making themselves very audible, he stole noiselessly and in the dark into the lady's room, and got him onto the bed, which Ciutatze, well advised by the lady how to behave, mounted from the other side. Whereupon Master Rector, thinking to have the lady by his side, took Ciutatze in his arms and fell a-kissing her, saying never a word the while, and Ciutatze did the like, and so he enjoyed her, plucking the boon which he had so long desired. The rector and Ciutatze thus closeted, the lady charged her brothers to execute the rest of her plan. They accordingly stole quietly out of their room, and hied them to the piazza, where fortune proved propitious beyond what they had craved of her, for, it being a very hot night, the bishop had been seeking them, purposing to go home with them and solace himself with their society, and quench his thirst. with which desire he acquainted them as soon as he espied them coming into the piazza, and so they escorted him to their house, and there in the cool of their little courtyard, which was bright with many a lamp, he took, to his no small comfort, a draught of their good wine. Which done, "Sir," said the young man, "since of your great courtesy you have deigned to visit our poor house, to which we were but now about to invite you, we should be gratified if you would be pleased to give a look at somewhat, a mere trifle though it be, which we have here to show you." The bishop replied that he would do so with pleasure, whereupon one of the young men took a lighted torch and led the way, the bishop and the rest following, to the chamber where Master Rector lay with Ciotazza. Now the rector, being in hot haste, had ridden hard, insomuch that he was already gotten above 3 miles on his way when they arrived, and so, being somewhat tired, he was resting, but, hot though the night was, he still held Ciotazza in his arms. In which posture he was shown to the bishop, when, preceded by the young man bearing the light, and followed by the others, he entered the chamber. And being roused, and observing the light and the folk that stood about him, Master Rector was mighty ashamed and affrighted, and popped his head under the clothes. But the bishop, reprimanding him severely, constrained him to thrust his head out again, and take a view of his bedfellow. Thus made aware of the trick which the lady had played him, the rector was now, both on that score and by reason of his signal disgrace, the saddest man that ever was, and his discomfiture was complete when, having donned his clothes, he was committed by the bishop's command to close custody and sent to prison, there to expiate his offence by a rigorous penance. The bishop was then fain to know how it had come about that he had foregathered there with Ciotazza. Whereupon the young man related the whole story, which ended, the bishop commended both the lady and the young man not a little, for that they had taken condign vengeance upon him without imbruing their hands in the blood of a priest. The bishop caused him to bewail his transgression 40 days, but what with his love and the scornful requital which it had received, he bewailed it more than 49 days, not to mention that for a great while he could not show himself in the street but the boys would point the finger at him and say, "There goes he that lay with Ciotazza," which was such an affliction to him that he was like to go mad. On this wise the worthy lady rid herself of the rector's vexatious importunity, and Ciotazza had a jolly night and earned her shift. End of Day 8, the 4th story.
Day 8, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the 5th story. 3 young men pull down the breeches of a judge from the marshes, while he is administering justice on the bench.
So ended Emilia her story, and when all had commended the widow lady, "'Tis now thy turn to speak," quoth the queen, fixing her gaze upon Philostrato, who answered that he was ready, and forthwith thus began.
Sweet my ladies, by what I remember of that young man, to wit, Maso de Saggio, whom Elisa named a while ago, I am prompted to lay aside a story which I had meant to tell you, and to tell you another, touching him and some of his comrades, which, notwithstanding there are in it certain words, albeit 'tis not unseemly, which your modesty forbears to use, is yet so laughable that I shall relate it. As you may well have heard, there come not seldom to our city magistrates from the marches, who for the most part are men of a mean spirit and in circumstances so reduced and beggarly that their whole life seems to be but a pettifoggery, and by reason of this their inbred sordidness and avarice they bring with them judges and notaries that have rather the air of men taken from the plough, or the last than trained in the schools of law. Now one of these marchers, being come hither as podesta, brought with him judges not a few, and among them one that called himself Messer Nicola de San Lepido, who looked like to a locksmith than aught else. However, this fellow was assigned with the rest of the judges to hear criminal cases, and as folks will go often to court, though they have no concern whatever there, it so befell that Maso de Saggio went thither one morning in quest of one of his friends, and there chancing to set eyes on this Messer Nicola, where he sate, deemed him a fowl of no common feather, and surveyed him from head to foot, observing that the vair which he wore on his head was all begrimed, that he carried an inkhorn from his girdle, and that his gown was longer than his robe, and many another detail quite foreign to the appearance of a man of birth and breeding, of which that which he deemed most notable was a pair of breeches, which, as he saw, for the judge's outer garments being none too ample were open in front while he sate, reached halfway down his legs, by which his mind was presently diverted from the friend whom he had come there to seek, and forth he hied him in quest of other two of his comrades, the one Ribby, the other Matuzio by name, fellows both of them not a whit less jolly than Maso himself, and having found them he said to them, "As you love me, come with me to the court, and I will show you the queerest scarecrow that you ever saw." So the two men hied with him to the court, and there he pointed to the dais on which the master judge was seated, and there he pointed out to them the judge and his breeches. What they saw from a distance served to set them laughing. Then drawing nearer to the dais on which the master judge was seated, they observed that 'twas easy enough to get under the dais, and moreover that the plank on which the judge's feet rested was broken, so that there was plenty of room for the passage of a hand and an arm. Whereupon quoth Maso to his comrades, "'Twere a very easy matter to pull these breeches right down, wherefore I propose that we do so." Each of the men had marked how it might be done, and so, having concerted both what they should do and what they should say, they came to the court again next morning, and the court being crowded, Mateuzo, observed by never a soul, slipped beneath the dais, and posted himself right under the spot where the judge's feet rested, while the other two men took their stand on either side of the judge, each laying hold of the hem of his robe. Then, "Sir, I pray you, for God's sake," began Maso, "that, before the pilfering rascal that is there beside you can make off, you constrain him to give me back a pair of jackboots that he has stolen from me, which theft he still denies, though 'twas not a month since I saw him getting them resold." Meanwhile Ribby, at the top of his voice, shouted, "Believe him not, sir, the scurvy knave. 'Tis but that he knows that I am come to demand restitution of a valise which he has stolen from me, that he now for the first time trumps up this story about a pair of jackboots that I have had in my house down to the last day or two. And if you doubt what I say, I can bring as witness Trecca, my neighbor, and Grassa, the tripe woman, and the one that goes about gathering the sweepings of Santa Maria a Verzaria, who saw him when he was on his way back from the farm." But, shout as he might, Maso was still even with him, nor for all that did Ribby bate a jot of his clamor. And while the judge stood, bending now towards the one, now towards the other, the better to hear them, Mateuzo seized his opportunity, and thrusting his hand through the hole in the plank, caught hold of the judge's breeches and tugged at them amain, whereby down they came straightway, for the judge was a lean man, and shrunk in the buttocks. The judge, being aware of the accident, but knowing not how it came about, would have gathered his outer garments together in front, so as to cover the defect, but Maso on the one side and Ribby on the other held him fast, shouting amain and in chorus, "You do me a grievous wrong, sir, thus to deny me justice, nay, even a hearing, and to think of quitting the court. There needs no writ in this city for such a trifling matter as this." And thus they held him by the clothes and in parley, until all that were in the court perceived that he had lost his breeches. However, after a while, Mateuzo dropped the breeches, and slipped off and out of the court without being observed, and Ribby, deeming that the joke had gone far enough, exclaimed, "By God, I vow I will appear to the syndics," while Maso, on the other hand, let go of the robe, saying, "Nay, but for my part, I will come here again, and again, and again, unless I find you less embarrassed than you seem to be today." And so, the one this way, the other that way, they made off with all speed. Whereupon Master Judge, disbreeched before all the world, was as one that awakens from sleep, albeit he is aware of his forlorn condition, and asked whither the parties in the case touching the jackboots and the valise were gone. However, as they could not be found, he fell a swearing by the bowels of God that 'twas meet and proper that he should know and wit whether 'twas the custom at Florence to disbreach judges sitting in the seat of justice. When the affair reached the ears of the podesta, he made no little stir about it; but, being informed by some of his friends that 'twould not have happened but that the Florentines were minded to show him that, in the place of the judges he should have brought with him, he had brought but gawks, to save expense, he deemed it the best way to say no more about it, and so for that the matter went no further. Day 8, the fifth story.
Day 8, the sixth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the sixth story. Bruno and Buffalmacco steal a pig from Calandrino, and induce him to essay its recovery by means of pills of ginger and vernaccia. Of the said pills they give him two, one after the other, made of dog ginger compounded with aloes, and it then appearing as if he had had the pig himself, they constrain him to buy them off, if he would not have them tell his wife.
Philostratus' story, which elicited not a little laughter, was no sooner ended than the queen bade Philomela follow suit, wherefore thus Philomela began.
As, gracious ladies, 'twas the name of Maso del Saggio that prompted Philostrato to tell the story that you have but now heard, even so 'tis with me in regard of Calandrino and his comrades, of whom I am minded to tell you another story, which you will, I think, find entertaining. Who Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco were, I need not explain. You know them well enough from the former story, and therefore I will tarry no longer than to say that Calandrino had a little estate not far from Florence, which his wife had brought him by way of dowry, and which yielded them yearly, among other matters, a pig, and 'twas his custom every year in the month of December to resort to the farm with his wife, there to see the killing and salting of the said pig. Now one of these years it so happened that his wife being unwell, Calandrino went thither alone to kill the pig, and Bruno and Buffalmacco, learning that he was gone to the farm, and that his wife was not with him, betook them to the house of a priest that was their especial friend and a neighbor of Calandrino, there to tarry a while. Upon their arrival, Calandrino, who had that very morning killed the pig, met them with the priest, and accosted them, saying, "A hearty welcome to you. I should like you to see what an excellent manager I am." And so he took them into his house, and showed them the pig. They observed that 'twas a very fine pig, and learned from Calandrino that he was minded to salt it for household consumption. "Then thou art but a fool," quoth Bruno. "Sell it, man, and let us have a jolly time with the money, and tell thy wife that 'twas stolen." "Not I," replied Calandrino. "She would never believe me, and would drive me out of the house. Urge me no further, for I will never do it." The others said a great deal more, but to no purpose, and Calandrino bade them to supper, but so coldly that they declined and left him. Presently, "Should we not steal this pig from him to-night?" quoth Bruno to Buffalmacco. "Could we so?" returned Buffalmacco. "How?" "Why, as to that," rejoined Bruno, "I have already marked how it may be done, if he bestow not the pig elsewhere." "So be it, then," said Buffalmacco. "We will steal it, and then perchance our good host, Master Priest, will join us in doing honor to such a good cheer." "That right gladly will I," quoth the priest. Whereupon, "Some address, though," quoth Bruno, "will be needful. Thou knowest, Buffalmacco, what a niggardly fellow Calandrino is, and how greedily he drinks at other folks' expense. Go we therefore and take him to the tavern, and there let the priest make as if, to do us honor, he would pay the whole score, and suffer Calandrino to pay never a soldo, and he will grow tipsy, and then we shall speed excellent well, because he is alone in the house." As Bruno proposed, so they did, and Calandrino, finding that the priest would not suffer him to pay, drank amain, and took a great deal more aboard than he had need of, and the night being far spent when he left the tavern, he dispensed with supper, and went home, and thinking to have shut the door, got him to bed, leaving it open. Buffalmacco and Bruno went to sup with the priest, and after supper, taking with them certain implements with which to enter Calandrino's house, where Bruno thought it most feasible, they stealthily approached it, but finding the door open, they entered and took down the pig, and carried it away to the priest's house, and having there bestowed it safely, went to bed. In the morning, when Calandrino, his head at length quit of the fumes of the wine, got up, and came downstairs, and found that his pig was nowhere to be seen, and that the door was open, he asked this, that, and the other man, whether they wist who had taken the pig away, and getting no answer, he began to make a great outcry. "Alas, alas, luckless man that I am, that my pig should have been stolen from me!" Meanwhile, Bruno and Buffalmacco, being also risen, made up to him, to hear what he would say touching the pig, whom he no sooner saw than well nigh weeping he called them, saying, "Alas, my friends, my pig is stolen from me." Bruno stepped up to him and said in a low tone, "'Tis passing strange if thou art in the right for once." "Alas," returned Calandrino, "what I say is but too true." "Why then, out with it, man," quoth Bruno. "Cry aloud, that all folk may know that 'tis so." Calandrino then raised his voice and said, "By the body of God, I say of a truth that my pig has been stolen from me." "So," quoth Bruno, "but publish it, man, publish it, lift thy voice, make thyself well heard, that all may believe thy report." "Thou art enough to make me give my soul to the enemy," replied Calandrino. "I say, dost not believe me? That hang me by the neck if the pig is not stolen from me." "Nay, but," quoth Bruno, "how can it be? I saw it here but yesterday. Dost think to make me believe that it has taken to itself wings and flown away?" "All the same, 'tis as I tell thee," returned Calandrino. "Is it possible?" quoth Bruno. "Aye, indeed," replied Calandrino, "'tis even so, and I am undone, and know not how to go home. Never will my wife believe me, or, if she do so, I shall know no peace this year." "Upon my hope of salvation," quoth Bruno, "'tis indeed a bad business, if so it really is. But thou knowest, Calandrino, that 'twas but yesterday I counselled thee to make believe that 'twas so. I should be sorry to think thou didst befall thy wife and us at the same time." "Ah!" vociferated Calandrino, "wilt thou drive me to despair and provoke me to blaspheme God and the saints and all the company of heaven? I tell thee that the pig has been stolen from me in the night." Whereupon, "If so it be," quoth Buffalmacco, "we must find a way, if we can, to recover it." "Find a way?" said Calandrino. "How can we compass that?" "Why," replied Buffalmacco, "'tis certain that no one has come from India to steal thy pig. It must have been one of thy neighbors, and if thou couldst bring them together, I warrant thee, I know how to make the essay with bread and cheese, and we will find out in a trice who has had the pig." "Aye," struck in Bruno, "make thy essay with bread and cheese in the presence of these gentry hereabout, one of whom I am sure has had the pig. Why, the thing would be seen through, and they would not come." "What shall we do, then?" said Buffalmacco. Whereto Bruno made answer, "It must be done with good pills of ginger and good vernaccia, and they must be bidden come drink with us. They will suspect nothing, and will come, and pills of ginger can be blessed just as well as bread and cheese." "Beyond a doubt thou art right," quoth Buffalmacco, "and thou, Calandrino, what sayst thou? Shall we do as Bruno says?" "Nay, I entreat you, for the love of God," quoth Calandrino, do even so, for I knew but who had had the pig, I should feel myself half consoled for my loss. Go to now, quoth Bruno, I am willing to do thy errand to Florence for these commodities, if thou givest me the money. Calandrino had some 40 soldi upon him, which he gave to Bruno, who thereupon hied him to Florence to a friend of his that was an apothecary, and bought a pound of good peels of ginger, 2 of which, being of dog ginger, he caused to be compounded with fresh hepatic aloes, and then to be coated with sugar like the others, and lest they should be lost, or any of the others mistaken for them, he had a slight mark set upon them, by which he might readily recognize them. He also bought a flask of good vernaccia, and, thus laden, returned to the farm, and said to Calandrino, "Tomorrow morning thou wilt bid those whom thou suspectest to come hither to drink with thee. As 'twill be a saint's day, it will all come readily enough, and to-night I and Buffalmacco will say the incantation over the pills, which in the morning I will bring to thee here, and for our friendship's sake will administer them myself, and do and say all that needs to be said and done." So Calandrino did as Bruno advised, and on the morning a goodly company, as well of young men from Florence that happened to be in the village, as of husbandmen, being assembled in front of the church around the elm, Bruno and Buffalmacco came, bearing a box containing the ginger and the flask of wine, and ranged the folk in a circle, whereupon, "Gentlemen," said Bruno, "'tis meet I tell you the reason why you are gathered here, that if aught unpleasant to you should befall, you may have no ground for complaint against me. Calandrino here was the night before last robbed of a fine pig, and cannot discover who has had it, and for that it must have been stolen by some one of us here. He would have each of you take and eat one of these pills and drink of this vernaccia, wherefore I forthwith do you wit that whose has had the pig will not be able to swallow the pill, but find it more bitter than poison, and will spit it out, and so, rather than he should suffer this shame in presence of so many, 'twere perhaps best that he that has had the pig should confess the fact to the priest, and I will wash my hands of the affair." All professed themselves ready enough to eat the pills, and so, having set them in a row with Calandrino among them, Bruno, beginning at one end, proceeded to give each a pill, and when he came to Calandrino, he chose one of the pills of dog ginger, and put it in his hand. Calandrino thrust it forthwith between his teeth, and began to chew it, but no sooner was his tongue acquainted with the aloes, than, finding the bitterness intolerable, he spat it out. Now, the eyes of all the company being fixed on one another to see who should spit out his pill, Bruno, not having finished the distribution, feigned to be concerned with naught else, heard some one in his rear say, "Ha, Calandrino, what means this?" and at once turning round, and marking that Calandrino had spit out his pill, "Wait a while," quoth he, "perchance 'twas somewhat else that caused thee to spit. Take another." And thereupon, whipping out the other pill of dog ginger, he set it between Calandrino's teeth, and finished the distribution. Bitter as Calandrino had found the former pill, he found this tenfold more so, but being ashamed to spit it out, he kept it a while in his mouth, and chewed it, and as he did so, tears stood in his eyes that showed as large as filberts, and at length, being unable to bear it any longer, he spat it out, as he had its predecessor, which, being observed by Buffalmacco and Bruno, who were then administering the wine, and by all the company, 'twas averred by common consent that Calandrino had committed the theft himself, for which cause certain of them took him severely to task. However, the company being dispersed, and Bruno and Buffalmacco left alone with Calandrino, Buffalmacco began on this wise: "I never doubted but that thou hadst had it thyself, and wast minded to make us believe that it had been stolen from thee, that we might not have of thee so much as a single drink out of the price which thou gottest for it. Calandrino, with the bitterness of the aloes still on his tongue, fell a swearing that he had not had it. Whereupon, "Nay, but, comrade," quoth Buffalmacco, "upon thy honour, what did it fetch? 6 florins?" Whereto Calandrino, being now on the verge of desperation, Bruno added, "Now be reasonable, Calandrino. Among the company that ate and drank with us, there was one that told me that thou hadst up there a girl that thou didst keep for thy pleasure, giving her what by hook or by crook thou couldst get together, and that he held it for certain that thou hadst sent her this pig, and thou art ground expert in this sort of cozenage. Thou tookest us one while adown the Mewgone, a gathering black stones, and having thus started us on a wild goose chase, thou madest off, and then wouldst fain have us believe that thou hadst found the stone, and now, in like manner, thou thinkest by thine oaths to persuade us that this pig that thou hast given away or sold has been stolen from thee. But we know thy tricks of old, never another couldst thou play us, and to be round with thee, the spell has cost us some trouble, wherefore we mean that thou shalt give us pair of capons, or we will let Monna Tessa know all." Seeing that he was not believed, and deeming his mortification ample without the addition of his wife's resentment, Calandrino gave them the 2 pair of capons, with which, when the pig was salted, they returned to Florence, leaving Calandrino with the loss and the laugh against him. End of Day 8. The 6th Story.
Day 8. The 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the 7th story. A scholar loves a widow lady, who, being enamoured of another, causes him to spend a winter's night awaiting her in the snow. He afterwards, by a stratagem, causes her to stand for a whole day in July, naked upon a tower, exposed to the flies, the gadflies, and the sun.
Over the woes of poor Calandrino the ladies laughed not a little, and had laughed yet more, but at it irked them that those that had robbed him of the pig should also take from him the capons. However, the story being ended, the queen bade Pampinea give them hers, and thus forthwith Pampinea began.
Dearest ladies, it happens oftentimes that the artful scorner meets his match, wherefore 'tis only little wits that delight to scorn. In a series of stories we have heard tell of tricks played without aught in the way of reprisals following. By mine I purpose in some degree to excite your compassion for a gentlewoman of our city, albeit the retribution that came upon her was but just, whose flout was returned in the like sort, and to such effect that she well nigh died thereof. The which to hear will not be unprofitable to you, for thereby you will learn to be more careful how you flout others, and therein you will do very wisely. 'Tis not many years since there dwelt at Florence a lady young and fair, and of a high spirit, and also of right gentle lineage, and tolerably well endowed with temporal goods. Now Elena, such was the lady's name, being left a widow, was minded never to marry again,
being enamoured of a handsome young gallant of her own choosing, with whom she, recking naught of any other lover, did, by the help of a maid in whom she placed much trust, not seldom speed the time gaily and with marvellous delight. Meanwhile it so befell that a young nobleman of our city, Rinieri by name, who had spent much time in study at Paris, not that he might thereafter sell his knowledge by retail, but that he might learn the reasons and causes of things, which accomplishment shows to most excellent advantage in a gentleman, returned to Florence, and there lived as a citizen in no small honour with his fellows, both by reason of his rank and of his learning. But, as it is often the case, that those who are most versed in deep matters are the soonest mastered by love, so was it with Rinieri. For at a festal gathering, to which one day he went, there appeared before his eyes this Elena, of whom we spoke, clad in black, as is the wont of our Florentine widows, and showing to his mind so much fairer and more debonair than any other woman that he had ever seen, that happy indeed he deemed the man might call himself, to whom God in his goodness should grant the right to hold her naked in his arms. So now and again he eyed her stealthily, and knowing that boons goodly and precious are not to be gotten without trouble, he made up his mind to study and labour with all assiduity how best to please her, that he might win her love and thereby the enjoyment of her. The young gentlewoman was not used to keep her eyes bent ever towards the infernal regions, but, rating herself at no less, if not more, than her deserts, she was dexterous to move them to and fro, and thus busily scanning her company, soon detected the man who regarded her with pleasure. By which means, having discovered Rinieri's passion, she inly laughed, and said, "'Twill turn out that 'twas not for nothing that I came here to-day, for if I mistake not, I have caught a gander by the bill." So she gave him an occasional sidelong glance, and sought as best she might to make him believe that she was not indifferent to him, deeming that the more men she might captivate by her charms, the higher those charms would be rated, and most especially by him whom she had made lord of them and her love. The erudite scholar bade adieu to philosophical meditation, for the lady entirely engrossed his mind, and, having discovered her house, he, thinking to please her, found divers pretexts for frequently passing by it. Whereon the lady, her vanity flattered for the reason aforesaid, plumed herself not a little, and showed herself pleased to see him. Thus encouraged, the scholar found means to make friends with her maid, to whom he discovered his love, praying her to do her endeavour with her mistress, that he might have her favour. The maid was profuse of promises, and gave her mistress his message, which she no sooner heard than she was convulsed with laughter, and replied, "He brought sense enough hither from Paris. Knowest thou where he has since been to lose it? Go to now, let us give him what he seeks. Tell him, when he next speaks to you of the matter, that I love him vastly more than he loves me, but that I must have regard to my reputation, so that I may be able to hold my head up among other ladies, which, if he is really the wise man they say, will cause him to affect me much more. Ah, poor woman, poor woman! She little knew, my ladies, how rash it is to try conclusions with scholars. The maid found the scholar, and did her mistress's errand. The scholar, overjoyed, proceeded to urge his suit with more ardour, to indite letters, and send presents. The lady received all that he sent her, but vouchsafed no answers, save such as were couched in general terms. And on this wise she kept him dangling a long while. At last, having disclosed the whole affair to her lover, who evinced some resentment and jealousy, she, to convince him that his suspicions were groundless, and for that she was much importuned by the scholar, sent word to him by her maid, that never since he had assured her of his love, had occasion served her to him pleasure, but that next Christmas tide she hoped to be with him, wherefore, if he were minded to await her in the courtyard of her house on the night of the day next following the feast, she would meet him there as soon as she could. Elated as never another, the scholar hied him at the appointed time to the lady's house, and being ushered into a courtyard by the maid, who forthwith turned the key upon him, addressed himself there to await the lady's coming. Now, the lady's lover, by her appointment, was with her that evening, and when they had gaily supped, she told him what she had in hand that night, adding, "And so thou wilt be able to gauge the love which I have borne and bear this scholar, whom thou hast foolishly regarded as a rival." The lover heard the lady's words with no small delight, and waited in eager expectancy to see her make them good. The scholar, hanging about there in the courtyard, began to find it somewhat chillier than he would have liked, for it had snowed hard all day long, so that the snow lay everywhere thick on the ground. However, he bore it patiently, expecting to be recompensed by and by. After a while, the lady said to her lover, "Go we to the chamber, and take a peep through a lattice at him of whom thou art turned jealous, and mark what he does, and how he will answer the maid, whom I have bidden go speak with him." So the pair hied them to a lattice, wherethrough they could see without being seen, and heard the maid call from another lattice to the scholar, saying, "Ranieri, my lady is distressed as never woman was, for that one of her brothers is come here to-night, and after talking a long while with her, must needs sup with her, and is not yet gone, but I think he will soon be off, and that is the reason why she has not been able to come to thee. But she will come soon now. She trusts it does not irk thee to wait so long." Whereto the scholar, supposing that was true, made answer, "Tell my lady to give herself no anxiety on my account until she can conveniently come to me, but to do so as soon as she may." Whereupon the maid withdrew from the window and went to bed, while the lady said to her lover, "Now, what sayest thou? Think'st thou that, if I had that regard for him which thou fearest, I would suffer him to tarry below there to get frozen?" Which said the lady and her now partly reassured lover got them to bed, where for a great while they disported them right gamesomely, laughing together and making merry over the luckless scholar. The scholar meanwhile paced up and down the courtyard to keep himself warm, nor indeed had he where to sit or take shelter. In this plight he bestowed many a curse upon the lady's brother for his long tarrying, and never a sound did he hear but he thought that 'twas the lady opening the door. But vain indeed were his hopes. The lady, having solaced herself with her lover until hard upon midnight, then said to him, "How ratest thou our scholar, my soul? Whether is the greater his wit, or the love I bear him, think'st thou? Will the cold, that of my ordaining he now suffers, banish from thy breast the suspicion which my light words the other day implanted there?" "Ay, indeed, heart of my body," replied the lover, "well wot I now, that even as thou art to me, my weal, my consolation, my bliss, so am I to thee." "So," quoth the lady, "then I must have full 1,000 kisses from thee to prove that thou sayest sooth." The lover's answer was to strain her to his heart, and give her not merely 1,000, but 100,000 kisses. In such converse they dallied a while longer, and then, "Get we up now," quoth the lady, "that we may go see if 'tis quite spent that fire, with which, as he wrote to me daily, this new lover of mine used to burn." So up they got, and hied them to the lattice, which they had used before, and peering out into the courtyard, saw the scholar dancing a hornpipe to the music that his own teeth made, a chattering for extremity of cold. Nor had they ever seen it footed so nimbly, and at such a pace. Whereupon, "How sayest thou, sweet my hope?" quoth the lady. "Know I not how to make men dance without the aid of either trumpet or cornemuse?" "Indeed thou dost, my heart's delight," replied the lover. Quoth then the lady, "I have a mind that we go down to the door. Thou wilt keep quiet, and I will speak to him, and we shall hear what he says, where peradventure we shall find no less diverting than the sight of him." So they stole softly out of the chamber and down to the door, which leaving fast closed, the lady set her lips to a little hole that was there, and with a low voice called the scholar, who, hearing her call him, praised God, making too sure that he was to be admitted, and being come to the door, said, "Here I am, madam, open for God's sake. Let me in, for I die of cold." "Oh, ay," replied the lady, "I know thou hast a chill, and of course there being a little snow about, 'tis mighty cold, but well I wot the nights are colder far at Paris. I cannot let thee in as yet, because my accursed brother that came to sup here this evening is still with me. But he will soon take himself off, and then I will let thee in without a moment's delay. I have but now with no small difficulty given him the slip, to come and give thee heart, that the waiting irk thee not." "Nay, but, madam," replied the scholar, "for the love of God, I entreat you let me in, that I may have a roof over my head, because for some time past there has been never so thick a fall of snow, and 'tis yet snowing, and then I will wait as long as you please." "Alas, sweet my love," quoth the lady, "that I may not, for this door makes such a din when one opens it, that my brother would be sure to hear, were I to let thee in. But I will go tell him to get him gone, and so come back and admit thee." "Go at once, then," returned the scholar, "and prithee, see that a good fire be kindled, that, when I get in, I may warm myself, for I am now so chilled through and through that I have scarce any feeling left." "That can scarce be," rejoined the lady, "if it be true, what thou hast protested in thy letters, that thou art all afire for love of me. 'Tis plain to me now that thus did but mock me. I now take my leave of thee. Wait, and be of good cheer." So the lady and her lover, who, to his immense delight, had heard all that had passed, betook them to bed. However, little sleep they had that night, but spent the best part of it in disporting themselves and making merry over the unfortunate scholar, who, his teeth now chattering to such a tune that he seemed to have been metamorphosed into a stork, perceived that he had been befooled, and after making divers fruitless attempts to open the door, and seeking means of egress to no better purpose, paced to and fro like a lion, cursing the villainous weather, the long night, his simplicity, and the perversity of the lady, against whom the vehemence of his wrath suddenly converting the love he had so long borne to her bitter and remorseless enmity, he now plotted within himself diverse and grand schemes of revenge, on which he was far more bent than ever he had been on foregathering with her. Slowly the night wore away, and with the first streaks of dawn the maid, by her mistress's direction, came down, opened the door of the courtyard, and, putting on a compassionate air, greeted Rinieri with, "Foul fall him that came here yestereve. He has afflicted us with his presence all night long, and has kept thee a-freezing out here. But hark ye, take it not amiss, that which might not be to-night shall be another time. Well wot I not could have befallen that my lady could so ill brook." For all his wrath, the scholar, witting, like the wise man he was, that menaces serve but to put the menaced on his guard, kept pent within his breast that which unbridled resentment would have uttered, and said quietly, and without betraying the least trace of anger, "In truth, 'twas the worst night I ever spent, but I understand quite well that the lady was in no wise to blame, for that she herself, being moved to pity of me, came down here to make her excuses, and to comfort me, and, as thou sayest, what has not been to-night will be another time. Wherefore commend me to her, and so adieu." Then, well nigh paralyzed for cold, he got him, as best as he might, home, where, weary and fit to die for drowsiness, he threw himself on his bed, and fell into a deep sleep, from which he awoke to find that he had all but lost the use of his arms and legs. He therefore sent some physicians, and having told them what a chill he had gotten, caused them to have a care to his health. But, though they treated him with active and most drastic remedies, it cost them some time and no little trouble to restore to the cramped muscles their wonted pliancy, and indeed, but for his youth and the milder weather that was at hand, it would have gone very hard with him. However, recover he did his health and lustihood, and nursing his enmity, feigned to be vastly more enamoured of his widow than ever before. And so it was that after a while fortune furnished him with an opportunity of satisfying his resentment, for the gallant of whom the widow was enamoured, utterly regardless of the love she bore him, grew enamoured of another lady, and was minded no more to pleasure the widow in aught, either by word or by deed, wherefore she now pined in tears and bitterness of spirit. However, her maid, who commiserated her not a little, and knew not how to dispel the dumps that the loss of her lover had caused her, espying the scholar pass along the street, as he had been wont, conceived the silly idea that the lady's lover might be induced to return to his old love by some practice of a necromantic order, wherein she doubted not that the scholar must be a thorough adept, which idea she imparted to her mistress. The lady, being none too well furnished with sense, never thinking that if the scholar had been an adept in necromancy, he would have made use of it in his own behoof, gave heed to what her maid said, and forthwith bade her learn of the scholar whether he would plan his skill at her service, and assure him that, if he did so, she, in guerdon thereof, would do his pleasure. The maid did her mistress's errand well and faithfully. The scholar no sooner heard the message than he said to himself, "Praised be thy name, O God, that the time is now come, when with thy help I may be avenged upon this wicked woman of the wrong she did me in requital of the great love I bore her." Then, turning to the maid, he said, "Tell my lady to set her mind at ease touching this matter, for that, were her lover in India, I would forthwith bring him hither to crave her pardon of that wherein he has offended her. As to the course she should take in the matter, I tarry but her pleasure to make it known to her, when and where she may think fit. Tell her so, and bid her from me to be of good cheer." The maid carried his answer to her mistress, and arranged that they should meet in the church of Santa Lucia of Prato. Thither accordingly they came, the lady and the scholar, and conversed apart, and the lady, quite oblivious of the ill usage by which she had well nigh done him to death, opened all her mind to him, and besought him, if he had any regard to her welfare, to aid her to the attainment of her desire. "Madam," replied the scholar, "true it is that among other law that I acquired at Paris was this of necromancy, whereof indeed I know all that may be known. But, as 'tis in the last degree displeasing to God, I had sworn never to practise it either for my own or for any other's behoof. 'Tis also true that the love I bear you is such that I know not how to refuse you aught that you would have me do for you. And so, were this single essay enough to consign me to hell, I would adventure it to pleasure you. But I mind me that 'tis a matter scarce so easy of performance, as perchance you suppose, most especially when a woman would fain recover the love of a man, or a man that of a woman, for then it must be done by the postulant in proper person, and at night, and in lonely places, and unattended, so that it needs a stout heart. Nor know I whether you are disposed to comply with these conditions." The lady, too enamoured to be discreet, made answer, "So shrewdly does love goad me, that there is naught I would not do to bring him back to me who wrongfully has deserted me. But tell me, prithee, wherein it is that I have need of this stout heart." "Madam," returned the despiteful scholar, "'twill be my part to fashion in tin an image of him you would fain lure back to you. And when I have sent you the image, 'twill be for you, when the moon is well on the wane, to dip yourself, being stark naked, and the image 7 times in a flowing stream. And this you must do quite alone about the hour of first sleep. And afterwards, still naked, you must get you upon some tree or some deserted house, and facing the north, with the image in your hand, say certain words that I shall give you in writing 7 times, which, when you have done, there will come to you 2 damsels, the fairest you ever saw, who will greet you graciously and ask of you what you would fain have, to whom you will disclose frankly and fully all that you crave, and see to it that you make no mistake in the name. And when you have said all, they will depart, and you may then descend and return to the spot where you left your clothes, and resume them, and go home. And rest assured that before the ensuing midnight your lover will come to you in tears, and crave your pardon and mercy, and that thenceforth he will never again desert you for any other woman." The lady gave entire credence to the scholar's words, and deeming her lover as good as in her arms again, recovered half her wonted spirits. "Wherefore, make no doubt," quoth she, "that I shall do as thou bidst. And indeed I am most favoured by circumstance, for in Upper Valdarno I have an estate adjoining the river, and 'tis now July, so that to bathe will be delightful. Ay, and now I mind me that at no great distance from this river there is a little tower, which is deserted, save that now and again the shepherds will get them up by the chestnut wood ladder to the roof, thence to look out for their strayed sheep. 'Tis a place lonely indeed, and quite out of ken, and when I have clomb it, and climb it I will, I doubt not 'twill be the best place in all the world to give effect to your instructions." Well pleased to be certified of the lady's intention, the scholar, to whom her estate and the tower were very well known, made answer, "I was never in those parts, madam, and therefore know neither your estate nor the tower. But if it is as you say, it will certainly be the best place in the world for your purpose. So when time shall serve, I will send you the image and the orison. But I pray you, when you shall have your heart's desire, and know that I have done you good service, do not forget me, but keep your promise to me." "That will I without fail," quoth the lady, and so she bade him farewell, and went home. The scholar, gleefully anticipating the success of his enterprise, fashioned an image, and inscribed it with certain magical signs, and wrote some gibberish by way of orison, which in due time he sent to the lady, bidding her the very next night do as he had prescribed. And thereupon he hied him privily with one of his servants to the house of a friend hard by the tower, there to carry his purpose into effect. The lady, on her part, set out with her maid, and betook her to her estate, and, night being come, sent the maid to bed, as if she were minded to go to rest herself, and about the hour of first sleep stole out of the house and down to the tower beside the Arno, And when, having carefully looked about her, she was satisfied that never a soul was to be seen or heard, she took off her clothes and hid them under a bush. Then, with the image in her hand, she dipped herself 7 times in the river, which done, she hied her with the image to the tower. The scholar, having at nightfall couched himself with his servant among the willows and other trees that fringed the bank, marked all that she did, and how, as she passed by him, the whiteness of her flesh dispelled the shades of night, and scanning attentively her bosom and every other part of her body, and finding them very fair, felt, as he bethought him what would shortly befall them, some pity of her, while on the other hand he was suddenly assailed by the solicitations of the flesh which caused that to stand which had been inert, and prompted him to sally forth of his ambush and take her by force, and have his pleasure on her. And, what with his compassion and passion, he was like to be worsted. But then, as he bethought him who he was, and what a grievous wrong had been done him, and for what cause, and by whom, his wrath, thus rekindled, got the better of the other affections, so that he swerved not from his resolve, but suffered her to go her way. The lady ascended the tower, and standing with her face to the north, began to recite the scholar's orison, while he, having stolen into the tower but a little behind her, cautiously shifted the ladder that led up to the roof on which the lady stood, and waited to observe what she would say and do. 7 times the lady said the orison, and then awaited the appearance of the 2 damsels. And so long had she to wait, not to mention that the night was a good deal cooler than she would have liked, that she saw daybreak, whereupon, disconcerted that it had not fallen out as the scholar had promised, she said to herself, "I misdoubt me he was minded to give me such a night as I gave him, but if such was his intent, he is but maladroit in his revenge, for this night is not as long by 1/3 as his was, besides which the cold is of another quality." And that day might not overtake her there. She began to think of descending, but finding that the ladder was removed, she felt as if the world had come to naught beneath her feet. Her senses reeled, and she fell in a swoon upon the floor of the roof. When she came to herself, she burst into tears and piteous lamentations, and witting now very well that 'twas the doing of the scholar, she began to repent her that she had first offended him, and then trusting him unduly, having such good cause to reckon upon his enmity, in which frame she abode long time. Then searching, if haply she might find some means of descent, and finding none, she fell a-weeping again, and bitterly to herself she said, "Alas for thee, wretched woman! What will thy brothers, thy kinsmen, thy neighbours, nay, what will all Florence say of thee, when 'tis known that thou hast been found here naked? Thy honour, hitherto unsuspect, will be known to have been but a show. And shouldst thou seek thy defence in lying excuses, if any such may be fashioned, the accursed scholar, who knows all thy doings, will not suffer it. Ah, poor wretch, that at one and the same time hast lost thy too dearly cherished gallant and thine own honour. And therewith she was taken with such a transport of grief that she was like to cast herself from the tower to the ground. Then, bethinking her that if she might espy some lad making towards the tower with his sheep, she might send him for the maid, for the sun was now risen. She approached one of the parapets of the tower, and looked out, and so it befell that the scholar, awakening from a slumber, in which he had lain a while at the foot of a bush, espied her, and she him. Whereupon, "Good day, madam," quoth he. "Are the damsels yet come?" The lady saw and heard him not without bursting afresh into a flood of tears, and besought him to come into the tower that she might speak with him, a request which the scholar very courteously granted. The lady then threw herself prone on the floor of the roof, and, only her head being visible through the aperture, thus through her sobs she spoke. "Verily, Ranieri, if I gave thee a bad night, thou art well avenged on me. For though it be July, meseemed I was sore a-cold last night, standing here with never a thread upon me. And besides, I have so bitterly bewept both the trick I played thee and my own folly in trusting thee, that I marvel that I still have eyes in my head. Whereupon I implore thee, not for love of me, whom thou hast no cause to love, but for the respect thou hast for thyself as a gentleman, that thou let that which thou hast already done suffice thee to avenge the wrong I did thee, and bring me my clothes, that I may be able to get me down from here, and spare to take me from that which, however thou mightst hereafter wish, thou couldst not restore to me. My honour, to wit, my honour. Whereas if I deprived thee of that one night with me, 'tis in my power to give thee many another night in recompense thereof, and thou hast but to choose thine own times. Let this then suffice, and like a worthy gentleman to be satisfied to have taken thy revenge, and to have let me know it. Put not forth thy might against a woman. 'Tis no glory to the eagle to have vanquished a dove. Wherefore, for God's and thine own honour's sake, have mercy on me." The scholar, albeit his haughty spirit still brooded on her evil entreatment of him, yet saw her not weep and supplicate without a certain compunction mingling with his exultation. But vengeance he had desired above all things. To have reaped it was indeed sweet, and albeit his humanity prompted him to have compassion on the hapless woman, yet it availed not to subdue the fierceness of his resentment. Wherefore thus he made answer: "Madam Elena, had my prayers, albeit art I had none to mingle with them tears and honeyed words as thou dost with thine, inclined thee that night, where I stood perishing with cold amid the snow that filled thy courtyard, to accord me the very least shelter, 'twere but a light matter for me to hearken now to thine. But if thou art now so much more careful of thy honour than thou wast wont to be, and it irks thee to tarry there naked, address thy prayers to him, in whose arms it irked thee not naked to pass that night thou mind'st thee of, albeit thou wist that I with hasty foot was beating time upon the snow in thy courtyard to the accompaniment of chattering teeth. 'Tis he that thou shouldst call to succour thee, to fetch thy clothes, to adjust the ladder for thy descent. 'Tis he in whom thou shouldst labour to inspire this tenderness now thou showest for thy honour, that honour which for his sake thou hast not sculptured to jeopardize both now and on 1,000 other occasions. Why then call'st thou not him to come to thy succour, to whom pertains it rather than to him? Thou art his, and of whom will he have a care? Whom will he succour, if not thee? Thou asked him that night, when thou wast wantoning with him, whether seemed to him the greater my folly, or the love thou didst bear him. Call him now, foolish woman, and see if the love thou bearest him, and thy wit and his, may avail to deliver thee from my folly. 'Tis now no longer in thy power to show me courtesy of that which I no more desire, nor yet to refuse it, did I desire it. Reserve thy nights for thy lover, if so be thou go hence alive. Be they all thine and his. One of them was more than I cared for. 'Tis enough for me to have been flouted once. Ay, and by thy cunning of speech thou strivest might and main to conciliate my goodwill, calling me worthy gentleman. By which insinuation thou wouldst fain induce me magnanimously to desist from further chastisement of thy baseness. But thy cajoleries shall not now cloud the eyes of my mind, as did once thy false promises. I know myself, and better now for thy one night's instruction than for all the time I spent at Paris. But, granted that I were disposed to be magnanimous, thou art not of those to whom 'tis meet to show magnanimity. O wild beast, such as thou, having merited vengeance, can claim no relief from suffering save death. Though in the case of a human being, 'twould suffice to temper vengeance with mercy, as thou saidst. Wherefore I, albeit no eagle, witting thee to be no dove, but a venomous serpent, mankind's most ancient enemy, am minded, bating no jot of malice or of might, to harry thee to the bitter end. Nevertheless, this which I do is not properly to be called vengeance, but rather just retribution, seeing that vengeance should be in excess of the offence, and this my chastisement of thee will fall short of it. For, were I minded to be avenged on thee, considering what account thou madest of my heart and soul, 'twould not suffice me to take thy life, no, nor the lives of 100 others such as thee, for I should but slay a vile and base and wicked woman. And what the devil art thou more than any other pitiful baggage, that I should spare thy little store of beauty, which a few years will ruin, covering thy face with wrinkles? And yet 'twas not for want of will that thou dost fail to do a death a worthy gentleman, as thou but now did call me, of whom in a single day of his life the world may well have more profit than of 100,000 like thee while the world shall last. Wherefore by this rude discipline I will teach thee what it is to flout men of spirit, and more especially what it is to flout scholars, that if thou escape with thy life, thou mayst have good cause ever hereafter to shun such folly. But if thou art so fain to make the descent, why not cast thyself down, whereby, God helping, thou wouldst at once break thy neck, be quit of the torment thou endurest, and make me the happiest man alive? I have no more to say to thee. 'Twas my art and craft thus caused thee climb. Be it thine to find the way down. Thou hadst cunning enough when thou wast minded to flout me. While the scholar thus spoke, the hapless lady wept incessantly, and before he had done to aggravate her misery, the sun was high in the heaven. However, when he was silent, thus she made answer: "Ah, ruthless man, if that accursed night has so rankled with thee, and thou deemest my fault so grave that neither my youth and beauty, nor my bitter tears, nor yet my humble supplications may move thee to pity, let this at least move thee, and abate somewhat of thy remorseless severity, that 'twas my act alone, in that of late I trusted thee, and discovered to thee all my secret, that did open the way to compass thy end, and make me cognizant of my guilt, seeing that, had I not confided in thee, on no wise mightest thou have been avenged on me, which thou wouldst seem so ardently to have desired. Turn thee then, I pray thee, from thy wrath, and pardon me. So thou wilt pardon me, and get me down hence, right gladly will I give up for ever my faithless gallant, and thou shalt be my sole lover and lord, albeit thou sayest hard things of my beauty, slight and short-lived as thou would have it to be, which, however it may compare with others, is, I wot, to be prized, if for no other reason, yet for this, that 'tis the admiration and solace and delight of young men, and thou art not yet old. And albeit I have been harshly treated by thee, yet believe I cannot that thou wouldst have me do myself so shamefully to death as to cast me down, like some abandoned wretch before thine eyes, in which, unless thou wast then, as thou hast since shown thyself, a liar, I found such favour. Ah, have pity on me for God's and mercy's sake! The sun waxes exceedingly hot, and having suffered not a little by the cold of last night, I now begin to be sorely afflicted by the heat. Madam, rejoined the scholar, who held her in parley with no small delight, 'twas not for any love that thou didst bear me that thou trust'st me, but that thou mightst recover that which thou hadst lost, for which cause thou meritest but the greatest punishment, and foolish indeed art thou if thou suppose that such was the sole means available for my revenge. I had 1,000 others, and while I feigned to love thee, I had lain 1,000 gins for thy feet, into one or other of which in no long time, though this had not occurred, thou must needs have fallen, and that too to thy more grievous suffering and shame, nor was it to spare thee, but that I might be the sooner rejoiced by this thy discomfiture than I took my present course. And though all other means had failed me, I had still the pen, with which I would have written of thee such matters and in such a sort, that when thou wist them, as thou should have done, thou wouldst have regretted 1,000 times that thou had ever been born. The might of the pen is greater far than they suppose, who have not proved it by experience. By God I swear, so may he who has prospered me thus far in this my revenge prosper me to the end, that I would have written of thee things that would have so shamed thee in thine own, not to speak of others' sight, that thou hast pulled out thine eyes that thou mightst no more see thyself. Wherefore chide not the sea, for that it has sent forth a tiny rivulet. For thy love, or whether thou be mine or no, naught care I. Be thou still his, whose thou hast been, if thou canst. Hate him, as I once did, I now love him by reason of his present entreatment of thee. Ye go getting you enamoured, ye women, and naught will satisfy you but young gallants, because ye mark that their flesh is ruddier, and their beards are blacker than other folks, and that they carry themselves well and foot it featly in the dance and joust. But those that are now more mature were even as they, and possess a knowledge which they have yet to acquire. and therewithal ye deem that they ride better, and cover more miles in a day than men of riper age. Now that they dust their pelisse with more vigour, I certainly allow. But their seniors, being more experienced, know better the places where the fleas lurk, and spare and dainty diet is preferable to abundance without savour. Moreover, hard trotting will gull and jade even the youngest, whereas an easy pace, though it bring one somewhat later to the inn, at any rate brings one thither fresh. Ye discern not, witless creatures that ye are, how much of evil this little show of bravery serves to hide. Your young gallant is neither content with one woman, but lusts after as many as he sets eyes on. Nor is there any but he deems himself worthy of her. Wherefore 'tis not possible that their love should be lasting, as thou hast but now proved and may only too truly witness. Moreover, to be worshipped, to be caressed by their ladies they deem but their due, nor is there aught whereon they plume and boast them so proudly as their conquests, which impertinence has caused not a few women to surrender to the friars, who keep their own counsel. Peradventure thou willst say that never a soul, save thy maid and I, wist aught of thy loves. But if so, thou hast been misinformed, and if thou so believest, thou dost misbelieve. Scarce aught else is talked of either in his quarter or in thine. But most often 'tis those most concerned, whose ears such matters reach last. Moreover, they rob you, these young gallants, whereas the others make you presents. So then, having made a bad choice, be thou still his to whom thou hast given thyself, and leave me, whom thou didst flout, to another. For I have found a lady of much greater charms than thine, and that has understood me better than thou didst. And that thou mayst get to the other world better certified of the desire of my eyes than thou wouldst seem to be here by my words, delay no more, but cast thyself down, whereby thy soul, taken forthwith, as I doubt not she will be, into the embrace of the devil. May see whether thy headlong fall afflicts mine eyes or no. But for that I doubt thou mean'st not thus to gladden me. I bid thee, if thou find'st the sun begin to scorch thee, remember the cold thou didst cause me to endure, wherewith by admixture thou mayst readily temper the sun's heat. The hapless lady, seeing that the scholar's words were ever to the same ruthless effect, burst afresh into tears, and said, Lo now, since naught that pertains to me may move thee, be thou at least moved by the love thou bearest this lady of whom thou speak'st, whom thou sayest is wiser than I, and loves thee, and for love of her pardon me, and fetch me my clothes, so that I may resume them, and get me down hence. Whereat the scholar fell a-laughing, and seeing that 'twas not a little past tears, made answer, Lo now, I know not how to deny thee, adjuring me as thou dost by such a lady. Tell me then where thy clothes are, and I will go fetch them and bring thee down. The lady, believing him, was somewhat comforted, and told him where she had laid her clothes. The scholar then quitted the tower, bidding his servant on no account to stir from his post, but to keep close by, and, as best he might, bar the tower against all comers until his return, which, he said, he betook him to the house of his friend, where he breakfasted much at his ease, and thereafter went to sleep. Left alone upon the tower, the lady, somewhat cheered by her fond hope, but still exceeding sorrowful, drew nigh to a part of the wall where there was a little shade, and there sat down to wait. And now lost in most melancholy brooding, now dissolved in tears, now plunged in despair of ever seeing the scholar return with her clothes, but never more than a brief while in any one mood, spent with grief and the night's vigil, she by and by fell asleep. The sun was now in the zenith, and smote with extreme fervour full and unmitigated upon her tender and delicate frame, and upon her bare head, insomuch that his rays did not only scorch, but bit by bit excoriate every part of her flesh that was exposed to them, and so shrewdly burned her, that, albeit she was in a deep sleep, the pain awoke her. And, as by reason thereof she writhed a little, she felt the scorched skin part in sunder and shed itself, as will happen when one tugs at a parchment that has been singed by the fire, while her head ached so sore that it seemed like to split, and no wonder. Nor might she find place either to lie or stand on the floor of the roof, but ever went to and fro, weeping. Besides which there stirred not the least breath of wind, and flies and gadflies did swarm in prodigious quantity, which, settling upon her excoriate flesh, stung her so shrewdly that 'twas as if she received so many stabs with a javelin, and she was ever restlessly feeling her sores with her hands, and cursing herself, her life, her lover, and the scholar. Thus, by the exorbitant heat of the sun, by the flies and gadflies, harassed, goaded, and lacerated, tormented also by hunger, and yet more by thirst, and thereto by 1,000 distressful thoughts, she planted herself erect on her feet, and looked about her, if haply she might see or hear any one, with intent, come what might, to call to him and crave his succour. But even this hostile fortune had disallowed her. The husbandmen were all gone from the fields by reason of the heat, and indeed there had come none to work that day in the neighbourhood of the tower, for that all were employed in the threshing of their corn beside the cottages, wherefore she heard but the cicalas, while Arno, tantalizing her with the sight of his waters, increased rather than diminished her thirst. Ay, and in like manner, wherever she espied a copse, or a patch of shade, or a house, 'twas a torment to her, for the longing she had for it. What more is to be said of this hapless woman? Only this, that what with the heat of the sun above and the floor beneath her, and the scarification of her flesh in every part by the flies and gadflies, that flesh, which in the night had dispelled the gloom by its whiteness, was now become red as madder, and so bespent with clots of blood, that whoso had seen her would have deemed her the most hideous object in the world. Thus, resourceless and hopeless, she passed the long hours, expecting death rather than aught else, until half none was come and gone, when, his siesta ended, the scholar bethought him of his lady, and being minded to see how she fared, hied him back to her tower, and sent his servant away to break his fast. As soon as the lady espied him, she came, spent and crushed by her sore affliction, to the aperture, and thus addressed him: "Ranieri, the cup of thy vengeance is full to overflowing, for if I gave thee a night of freezing in my courtyard, thou hast given me upon this tower a day of scorching, nay, of burning, and therewithal of perishing of hunger and thirst. Wherefore, by God, I entreat thee to come up hither, and, as my heart fails me, to take my life. Take it thou, for 'tis death I desire of all things, such and so grievous is my suffering. But if this grace thou wilt not grant, at least bring me a cup of water wherewith to lave my mouth, for which my tears do not suffice, so parched and torrid is it within." Well wist the scholar by her voice how spent she was. He also saw a part of her body burned through and through by the sun, whereby, and by reason of the lowliness of her entreaties, he felt some little pity for her. But all the same he made answer, Nay, wicked woman, 'tis not by my hands thou shalt die. Thou canst die by thine own whenever thou art so minded, and to temper thy heat thou shalt have just as much water from me as I had fire from thee to mitigate my cold. I only regret that, for the cure of my chill, the physicians were fain to use foul-smelling muck, whereas thy burns can be treated with fragrant rose-water. And that, whereas I was like to lose my muscles and the use of my limbs, thou, for all thy excoriation by the heat, wilt yet be fair again, like a snake that has sloughed off the old skin. Alas, woe's me, replied the lady, for charms acquired at such a cost, God grant them to those that hate me. But thou, most fell of all wild beast, how hast thou borne thus to torture me? What more had I to expect of thee or any other, had I done all thy kith and kin to death with direct torments? Verily, I know not what more cruel suffering thou couldst have inflicted on a traitor that had put a whole city to the slaughter, than this which thou hast allotted to me, to be thus roasted and devoured of the flies, and therewithal to refuse me even a cup of water, though the very murderers condemned to death by the law, as they go to execution, not seldom are allowed wine to drink, so but they ask it. Lo now, I see that thou art inexorable in thy ruthlessness, and on no wise to be moved by my suffering. Wherefore with resignation I will compose me to await death, that God may have mercy on my soul. And may this that thou dost escape not in the searching glance of his just eyes. Which said, she dragged herself, sore suffering, towards the middle of the floor, despairing of ever escaping from her fiery torment, besides which, not once only, but 1,000 times she thought to choke for thirst. And ever she wept bitterly and bewailed her evil fate. But at length the day wore to vespers, and the scholar, being sated with his revenge, caused his servant to take her clothes and wrap them in his cloak, and hied him with the servant to the hapless lady's house, where, finding her maid sitting disconsolate and woebegone and resourceless at the door, "Good woman," quoth he, "what has befallen thy mistress?" Whereto, "Sir, I know not," replied the maid. "I looked to find her this morning abed, for methought she went to bed last night, but neither there nor anywhere else could I find her. Nor know I what is become of her. Wherefore exceeding great is my distress. But have you, sir, naught to say of the matter?" "Only this," returned the scholar, "that I would I had had thee with her there where I have had her, that I might have requited thee of thy offence, even as I have requited her of hers. But be assured that thou shalt not escape my hands, until thou hast from me such wage of thy labours, that thou shalt never flout man more. But thou shalt mind thee of me." Then, turning to his servant, he said, "Give her these clothes, and tell her that she may go bring her mistress away if she will." The servant did his bidding, and the maid, what with the message and her recognition of the clothes, was mightily afraid, lest they had slain the lady, and scarce suppressing a shriek, took the clothes, and bursting into tears, set off, as soon as the scholar was gone, at a run for the tower. Now, one of the lady's husbandmen had had the misfortune to lose 2 of his hogs that day, and seeking them, came to the tower not long after the scholar had gone thence, and peering about, in all quarters, if haply he might have sight of his hogs, heard the woeful lamentation that the hapless lady made, and got him up into the tower, and called out as loud as he might, "Who wails up there?" The lady recognized her husbandman's voice, and called him by name, saying, "Prithee, go fetch my maid, and cause her come up to hither to me." The husbandman, knowing her by her voice, replied, "Alas, madam, who set you there? Your maid has been seeking you all day long, but who would have supposed that you were there?" Whereupon he took the props of the ladder and set them in position, and proceeded to secure the rounds to them with withies. Thus engaged, he was found by the maid, who, as she entered the tower, beat her face and breast, and unable longer to keep silence, cried out, "Alas, sweet my lady, where are you?" Whereto the lady made answer as loud as she might, "O my sister, here above am I, weep not, but fetch my clothes forthwith." Well nigh restored to heart to hear her mistress's voice, the maid, assisted by the husbandman, ascended the ladder, which he had now all but set in order, and gaining the roof, and seeing her lady lie there naked, spent and fordone, and liker to a half-burned stump than to a human being, she planted her nails in her face, and fell a-weeping over her as if she were a corpse. However, the lady bade her for God's sake be silent, and help her to dress. And having learned from her that none knew where she had been save those that had brought her clothes, and the husbandman that was there present, was somewhat consoled, and besought her for God's sake to say naught of the matter to any. Thus long time they conversed, and the husbandman took the lady on his shoulders, for walk she could not, and bore her safely out of the tower. The unfortunate maid, following after with somewhat less caution, slipped, and falling down from the ladder to the ground, broke her thigh, and roared for pain like any lion. So the husbandman set the lady down upon a grassy mead, while he went to see what had befallen the maid, whom, finding her thigh broken, he brought and laid beside the lady, who, seeing her woes completed by this last misfortune, and that she of whom most of all she had expected succour was lamed of a thigh, was distressed beyond measure, and wept again so piteously that not only was the husbandman powerless to comfort her, but was himself fain to weep. However, as the sun was now low, that they might not be there surprised by night, he, with the disconsolate lady's appeal, hied him home, and called to his aid two of his brothers and his wife, who returned with him, bearing a plank, whereon they laid the maid, and so they carried her to the lady's house. There, by dint of cold water and words of cheer, they restored some heart to the lady, whom the husbandman then took upon his shoulders and bore to her chamber. The husbandman's wife fed her with sops of bread, and then undressed her and put her to bed. They also provided the means to carry her and the maid to Florence, and so 'twas done. There the lady, who was very fertile in artifices, invented an entirely fictitious story of what had happened, as well in regard of her maid as of herself, whereby she persuaded both her brothers and her sisters, and every one else, that was all due to the enchantment of evil spirits. The physicians lost no time, and, albeit the lady's suffering and mortification were extreme, for she left more than one skin sticking to the sheets, they cured her of a high fever, and certain attendant maladies, as also the maid of her fractured thigh. The end of all which was that the lady forgot her lover, and having learned discretion, was thenceforth careful never to love nor to flout. And the scholar, learning that the maid had broken her thigh, deemed his vengeance complete, and was satisfied to say never a word more of the affair. Such then were the consequences of her flout to his foolish young woman, who deemed that she might trifle with a scholar, with the like impunity as with others, not duly understanding that they, I say not all, but the most part, know where the devil keeps his tail. Wherefore, my ladies, have a care how you flout men, and more especially scholars. End of Day 8, the 7th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 8, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the 8th story. Two men keep with one another, the one lies with the other's wife, the other, being ware thereof, manages with the aid of his wife to have the one locked in a chest, upon which he then lies with the wife of him that is locked therein.
Grievous and distressful was it to the ladies to hear how it fared with Helena, but as they accounted the retribution in a measure righteous, they were satisfied to expend upon her but a moderate degree of compassion, albeit they censured the scholar as severe, intemperately relentless, and indeed ruthless in his vengeance. However, Pampinea having brought the story to a close, the queen bade Fiammetta follow suit, and prompt to obey, Fiammetta thus spoke:
Debonair my ladies, as methinks your feelings must have been somewhat harrowed by the severity of the resentful scholar, I deem it meet to soothe your vexed spirits with something of a more cheerful order. Wherefore I am minded to tell you a little story of a young man who bore an affront in a milder temper, and avenged himself with more moderation. Whereby you may understand that one should be satisfied if the ass and the wall are quits, nor by indulging a vindictive spirit to excess, turn the requital of a wrong into an occasion of wrong-doing. You are to know then that at Siena, as I have heard tell, there dwelt two young men of good substance, and, for plebeians, of good family, the one Spinelloccio Tanena, the other Zeppa di Mino by name, who, their houses being contiguous in the Camollia, kept ever together, and, by what appeared, loved each other as brothers, or even more so, and had each a very fine woman to wife. Now it so befell that Spinelloccio, being much in Zeppa's house, as well when Zeppa was not as when he was there, grew so familiar with Zeppa's wife, that he sometimes lay with her, and on this wise they continued to foregather a great while before any one was ware of it. However, one of these days, Zeppa being at home, though his lady wist it not, Spinelloccio came in quest of him, and, the lady sending word that he was not at home, he forthwith went upstairs, and found the lady in the saloon, and seeing none else there, kissed her, as she did him. Zeppa saw all that passed, but said nothing and kept close, being minded to see how the game would end, and soon saw his wife and Spinelloccio, still in one another's arms, hie them to her chamber and lock themselves in, whereat he was mightily incensed. But, witting that to make a noise, or do aught else overt, would not lessen but rather increase his dishonour, he cast about how he might be avenged on such wise that, without the affair getting wind, he might content his soul, and having, after long pondering, hit, as he thought, upon the expedient, he budged not from his retreat until Spinelloccio had parted from the lady. Whereupon he hied him into the chamber, and there finding the lady with her headgear, which Spinelloccio in toying with her had disarranged, scarce yet readjusted. Madam, what dost thou? Quoth he. Where to? Why, dost not see? Returned the lady. Troth do I, rejoined he, and somewhat else have I seen that I would I had not. And so he questioned her of what had passed, and she, being mightily afraid, did after long parley confess that which she might not plausibly deny, to wit, her intimacy with Spineloccio, and fell a beseeching him with tears to pardon her. Lo now, wife, quoth Zeppa, thou hast done wrong, and so thou wouldst have me pardon thee, have a care to do exactly as I shall bid thee, to wit, on this wise. Thou must tell Spineloccio to find some occasion to part from me tomorrow morning about tierce, and come hither to thee, and while he is here I will come back, and when thou hearest me coming, thou wilt get him into this chest, and lock him in there, which when thou hast done, I will tell thee what else thou hast to do, which thou mayst do without the least misgiving, for I promise thee I will do him no harm. The lady, to content him, promised to do as he bade, and she kept her word. The morning came, and Zeppa and Spineloccio being together about tierce, Spineloccio, having promised the lady to come to see her at that hour, said to Zeppa, I must go breakfast with a friend, whom I had life not keep in waiting, therefore adieu. Nay, but, quoth Zeppa, 'tis not yet breakfast time. No matter, returned Spineloccio, I have business on which I must speak with him, so I must be in good time. Whereupon Spineloccio took his leave of Zeppa, and having reached Zeppa's house by a slightly circuitous route, and finding his wife there, was taken by her into the chamber, where they had not been long together when Zeppa returned. Hearing him come, the lady, feigning no small alarm, bundled Spineloccio into the chest, as her husband had bidden her, and having locked him in, left him there. As Zeppa came upstairs, Wife, quoth he, is it breakfast time? Ay, husband, 'tis so, replied the lady. Whereupon, Spineloccio is gone to breakfast with a friend to-day, quoth Zeppa, leaving his wife at home. Get thee to the window, and call her, and bid her come and breakfast with us. The lady, whose fear for herself made her mighty obedient, did as her husband bade her, and after much pressing Spineloccio's wife came to breakfast with them, though she was given to understand that her husband would not be of the company. So, she being come, Zeppa received her most affectionately, and taking her familiarly by the hand, bade his wife, in an undertone, get her to the kitchen. He then led Spineloccio's wife into the chamber, and locked the door. Hearing the key turn in the lock, Alas! quoth the lady, what means this, Zeppa? Is't for this ye have brought me here? Is this the love you bear Spineloccio? Is this your loyalty to him as your friend and comrade? By the time she had done speaking, Zeppa, still keeping fast hold of her, was beside the chest, in which her husband was locked. Wherefore, Madam, quoth he, spare me thy reproaches until thou hast heard what I have to say to thee. I have loved, I yet love, Spineloccio as a brother, and yesterday, though he knew it not, I discovered that the trust I reposed in him has for its guerdon that he lies with my wife, as with thee. Now, for that I love him, I purpose not to be avenged upon him save in the sort in which he offended. He has had my wife, and I intend to have thee. So thou wilt not grant me what I crave of thee, be sure I shall not fail to take it, and having no mind to let this affront pass unavenged, will make such play with him that neither thou nor he shall ever be happy again. The lady hearkening, and by dint of his repeated asseverations coming at length to believe him, Zeppa mine, quoth she, as this thy vengeance is to light upon me, well content am I, so only thou let not this which we are to do embroil me with thy wife, with whom, notwithstanding the evil turn she has done me, I am minded to remain at peace. Have no fear on that score, replied Zeppa. Nay, I will give thee into the bargain a jewel so rare and fair that thou hast not the like. Which said, he took her in his arms and fell to kissing her, and having laid her on the chest, in which her husband was safe under lock and key, did there disport himself with her to his heart's content, as she with him. Spinelloccio in the chest heard all that Zeppa had said, and how he was answered by the lady, and the Trevisan dance that afterwards went on over his head, whereat his mortification was such that for a great while he scarce hoped to live through it, and but for the fear he had of Zeppa, he would have given his wife a sound rating, close prisoner though he was. But as he bethought him that 'twas he that had given the first affront, and that Zeppa had good cause for acting as he did, and that he had dealt with him considerately and as a good fellow should, he resolved that if it were agreeable to Zeppa, they should be faster friends than ever before. However, Zeppa, having had his pleasure with the lady, got down from the chest, and being reminded by the lady of his promise of the jewel, opened the door of the chamber and brought his wife in. Quoth she with a laugh, "Madam, you have given me tit for tat," and never a word more. Whereupon, "Open the chest," quoth Zeppa, and she obeying, he showed the lady her Spinelloccio lying therein. 'Twould be hard to say whether of the twain was the more shame-stricken, Spinelloccio to be confronted with Zeppa, knowing that Zeppa wist what he had done, or the lady to meet her husband's eyes, knowing that he had heard what went on above his head. "Lo, here is the jewel I give thee," quoth Zeppa to her, pointing to Spinelloccio, who, as he came forth of the chest, blurted out, "Zeppa, we are quits, and so 'twere best, as thou saidst a while ago to my wife, that we still be friends as we were wont. And as we had naught separate save our wives, that henceforth we have them also in common." "Content," quoth Zeppa, and so in perfect peace and accord they all four breakfasted together. And thenceforth each of the ladies had 2 husbands, and each of the husbands 2 wives, nor was there ever the least dispute or contention between them on that score. End of Day 8, the 8th story.
Day 8, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 8, the 9th story. Bruno and Buffalmacco prevail upon Master Simone, a physician, to betake him by night to a certain place, there to be enrolled in a company that go the course. Buffalmacco throws him into a foul ditch, and there they leave him.
When the ladies had made merry a while over the partnership in wives established by the 2 Sinis, the queen, who now, unless she were minded to infringe Dionio's privilege, alone remained to tell, began on this wise.
Fairly earned indeed, loving ladies, was the flout that Spinelloccio got from Zeppa. Wherefore my judgment jumps with that which Pampinea expressed a while ago, to wit, that he is not severely to be censured who bestows a flout on one that provokes it, or deserves it, and, as Spinelloccio deserved it, so 'tis my purpose to tell you of one that provoked it, for I deem that those from whom he received it were rather to be commended than condemned. The man that got it was a physician, who, albeit he was but a blockhead, returned from Bologna to Florence in a mantle and hood of vair. 'Tis matter of daily experience that our citizens come back to us from Bologna, this man a judge, that a physician, and the other a notary, flaunting it in ample flowing robes, and adorned with the scarlet and the vair, and other array most goodly to see; and how far their doings correspond with this fair seeming, is also a matter of daily experience. Amongst whom 'tis not long since Master Simone da Villa, one whose patrimony was more ample than his knowledge, came back wearing the scarlet and a broad stripe on the shoulder, and a doctor, as he called himself, and took a house in the street that we now call Via del Cocomero. Now this Master Simone, being thus, as we said, come back, had this among other singular habits, that he could never see a soul pass along the street, but he must needs ask any that was by who that man was; and he was as observant of all the doings of men, and as sedulous to store his memory with such matters, as if they were to serve him to compound the drugs that he was to give his patients. Now, of all that he saw, those that he eyed most observantly were two painters, of whom here to-day mention has twice been made, Bruno, to wit, and Buffalmacco, who were ever together, and were his neighbours. And as it struck him that they daffed the world aside, and lived more light-heartedly than any others that he knew, as indeed they did, he enquired of not a few folk as to their rank. And learning on all hands that they were poor men and painters, he could not conceive it possible that they should live thus contentedly in poverty, but made his mind up that, being, as he was informed, clever fellows, they must have some secret source from which they drew immense gains, for which reason he grew all agog to get on friendly terms with them, or at any rate with one of them, and did succeed in making friends with Bruno. Bruno, who had not needed to be much with him in order to discover that this physician was but a dolt, had never had such a jolly time in palming off his strange stories upon him, while the physician, on his part, was marvellously delighted with Bruno, to whom, having bidden him to breakfast, and thinking that for that reason he might talk familiarly with him, he expressed the amazement with which he regarded both him and Buffalmacco, for that, being but poor men, they lived so light-heartedly, and asked him to tell him how they managed. At which fresh proof of the doctor's simplicity and fatuity, Bruno was inclined to laugh, but, bethinking him that 'twere best to answer him according to his folly, he said, "Master, there are not many persons to whom I would disclose our manner of life, but, as you are my friend, and I know you will not let it go further, I do not mind telling you. The fact is, that my comrade and I live not only as light-heartedly and jovially as you see, but much more so, and yet neither our art nor any property that we possess yields us enough to keep us in water. Not that I would have you suppose that we go a-thieving. No, 'tis that we go the course, and thereby, without the least harm done to a soul, we get all that we need, nay, all that we desire, and thus it is that we live so light-heartedly as you see." Which explanation the doctor, believing, none the less readily than he knew not what it meant, was lost in wonder, and forthwith burned with a most vehement desire to know what going the course might be, and was instant with Bruno to expound it, assuring him that he would never tell a soul. "Alas, master," said Bruno, "what is this you ask of me? 'Tis a mighty great secret you would have me impart to you. 'Twould be enough to undo me, to send me packing out of the world, nay, into the very jaws of Lucifer of San Gallo, if it came to be known. But such is the respect in which I hold your quiditative pumpionship of Legnaia, and the trust I repose in you, that I am not able to deny you aught you ask of me, and so I will tell you, on condition that you swear by the cross at Montesoni that you will keep your promise and never repeat it to a soul." The master gave the required assurance, whereupon, "You are then to know," quoth Bruno, "sweet my master, that 'tis not long since there was in this city a great master in necromancy, hight Michael Scott, for that he was of Scotland, and great indeed was the honour in which he was held by not a few gentlemen, most of whom are now dead, and when the time came that he must needs depart from Florence, he, at their instant entreaty, left behind him 2 pupils, adepts both, whom he bade hold themselves ever ready to pleasure those gentlemen who had done him honour. and very handsomely they did serve the said gentlemen in certain of their love affairs and other little matters, and finding the city and the manners of the citizens agreeable to them, they made up their minds to stay here always, and grew friendly and very intimate with some of the citizens, making no distinction between gentle and simple, rich or poor, so only they were such as were conformable to their ways. And to gratify these their friends, they formed a company of perhaps 25 men, to meet together at least twice a month in a place appointed by them, where, when they are met, each utters his desire, and forthwith that same night they accomplish it. Now, Buffalmacco and I, being extraordinarily great and close friends with these two adepts, were by them enrolled in this company, and are still members of it. And I assure you that as often as we are assembled together, the adornments of the saloon in which we eat are a marvel to see. Ay, and the tables laid as for kings, and the multitudes of stately and handsome servants, as well women as men, at the beck and call of every member of the company. And the basins and the ewers, the flasks and the cups, and all else that is there for our service in eating and drinking, of naught but gold and silver. And therewith all the abundance and variety of the viands suited to the taste of each that are set before us, each in due course, these two be marvels. 'Twere vain to me to seek to describe to you the sweet concord that there is of innumerable instruments of music, and the tuneful songs that salute our ears. Nor might I hope to tell you of how much wax is burned at these banquets, or compute the quantity of the comfits that are eaten, or the value of the wines that are drunk. Nor, my pumpkin of wit, would I have you suppose that, when we are there, we wear our common clothes, such as you now see me wear. Nay, there is none there so humble, but he shows as an emperor, so sumptuous are our garments, so splendid our trappings. But among all the delights of the place, none may compare with the fair ladies, who, so one do but wish, are brought thither from every part of the world. Why, you might see there my lady of the Barbonics, the queen of the Basques, the consort of the Soldan, the empress of Osbeck, the Ciancianfera of Nornieca, the Semistanti of Berlinzone, and the Scalpedra of Narcia. But why seek to enumerate them all? They include all the queens in the world, ay, even to the Skinkymura of Prester John, who has the horns sprouting out of her nether end, so there's for you. Now, when these ladies have done with the wine and the comfits, they tread a measure or two, each with the man at whose behest she has come, and then all go with their gallants to their chambers. And know that each of these chambers shows as a very paradise, so fair is it, ay, and no less fragrant than the cases of aromatics in your shop when you are pounding the cumin. And therein are beds that you would find more goodly than that of the Doge of Venice, and 'tis in them that we take our rest. And how busily they ply the treadle, and how lustily they tug at the frame to make the stuff close and compact, I leave you to imagine. However, among the luckiest of all I reckon Buffalmacco and myself, for that Buffalmacco for the most part fetches him the Queen of France, and I do the like with the Queen of England, who are just the finest women in the world, and we have known how to carry it with them, so that we are the very eyes of their heads. So I leave it to your own judgment to determine whether we have not good cause to live and bear ourselves with a lighter heart than others, seeing that we are beloved of two such great queens, to say nothing of the 1,000 or 2,000 florins that we have of them whenever we are so minded. Now, all this in the vulgar we call going the course, because, as the Corsairs prey upon all the world, so do we, albeit with this difference, that whereas they never restore their spoil, we do so as soon as we have done with it. So now, my worthy master, you understand what we mean by going the course, but how close it behoves you to keep such a secret you may see for yourself, so I spare you any further exhortations. The master, whose skill did not reach perhaps beyond the treatment of children for the scurf, took all that Bruno said for gospel, and burned with so vehement a desire to be admitted into this company, that he could not have longed for the summum bonum itself with more ardour. So After telling Bruno that indeed 'twas no wonder they bore them light-heartedly, he could scarce refrain from asking him there and then to have him enrolled, albeit he deemed it more prudent to defer his suit, until by lavishing honour upon him he had gained a right to urge it with more confidence. He therefore made more and more of him, had him to breakfast and sup with him, and treated him with extraordinary respect. In short, such and so constant was their intercourse, that it seemed as though the master wist not how to live without Bruno. And as it went so well with him, Bruno, to mark his sense of the honour done him by the doctor, painted in his saloon a picture symbolical of Lent, and an Agnus Dei at the entrance of his chamber, and an alembic over his front door, that those who would fain consult him might know him from other physicians, besides a battle of rats and mice in his little gallery, which the doctor thought an extremely fine piece. And from time to time, when he had not supped with the master, he would say to him, "Last night I was with the company, and, being a little tired of the Queen of England, I fetched me the Gumedra of the great can of Teresi." "Gumedra?" quoth the master. "What is she? I know not the meaning of these words." "Thereat, master," replied Bruno, "I marvel not, for I have heard tell that neither Porcograsso nor Vanacenna say aught thereof." "Thou wouldst say Ippocrasso and Avicenna," returned the master. "I' faith, I know not," quoth Bruno. "I as ill know the meaning of your words as you of mine, but Gumedra, in the speech of the great Can, signifies the same as Empress in ours. Ah, a fine woman you would find her, and plenty of her. I warrant she would make you forget your drugs and prescriptions and plasters." And so Bruno from time to time whetting the master's appetite, and the master at length thinking that by his honourable entreatment of him he had fairly made a conquest of Bruno, it befell that one evening, while he held the light for Bruno, who was at work on the battle of rats and mice, he determined to discover to him his desire, and as they were alone, thus he spoke. "God knows, Bruno, that there lives not the man for whom I would do as much as for thee. Why, if thou wast to bid me go all the way from here to Peretola, I almost think I would do so. Wherefore, I trust thou wilt not deem it strange if I talk to thee as an intimate friend and in confidence. Thou knowest 'tis not long since thou didst enlarge with me on thy gay company and their doings, which has engendered in me such a desire as never was to know more thereof. Nor without reason, as thou wilt discover, should I ever become a member of the said company, for I straightway give thee leave to make game of me, should I not then fetch me the fairest maid thou hast seen this many a day, whom I saw last year at Cacavincilli, and to whom I am entirely devoted, and by the body of Christ I offered her 10 Bolognese groats that she should pleasure me, and she would not. Wherefore I do most earnestly entreat thee to instruct me what I must do to fit myself for membership in the company, and never doubt that in me you will have a true and loyal comrade, and one that will do you honour. And above all, thou seest how goodly I am of my person, and how well furnished with legs, and of face as fresh as a rose, and therewithal I am a doctor of medicine, and I scarce think you have any such among you, and not a little excellent lore I have, and many a good song by heart, of which I will sing thee one." And forthwith he fell a-singing. Bruno had such a mind to laugh, that he could scarce contain himself, but still he kept a grave countenance, and when the master had ended his song, and said, "How likes it thee?" he answered, "Verily no lyre of straw could vie with you, so argutically you refine your strain." "I warrant thee," returned the master, "thou hadst never believed it, hadst thou not heard me." "Ay, indeed, sooth say'st thou," quoth Bruno. "And I have other songs to boot," said the master, "but enough of this at present. Thou must know that I, such as thou seest me, am a gentleman's son, albeit my father lived in the Contado, and on my mother's side I come of the Velecchio family. And, as thou mayst have observed, I have quite the finest library and wardrobe of all the physicians in Florence. God's faith, I have a robe that cost, all told, close upon £100 in bagatines more than 10 years ago. Wherefore I make most instant suit to thee that thou get me enrolled, which if thou do, God's faith, be thou never so ill, thou shalt pay me not a stiver for my attendance of thee. Whereupon Bruno, repeating to himself, as he had done many a time before, that the doctor was a very numbskull, "Master," quoth he, "show a little more light here, and have patience until I have put the finishing touches to the tails of these rats, and then I will answer you." So he finished the tails, and then, putting on an air as if he were not a little embarrassed by the request, "Master mine," quoth he, "I should have great things to expect from you, that I know, but yet what you ask of me, albeit to your great mind it seems but a little thing, is a weighty matter indeed for me, nor know I a soul in the world to whom, though well able, I would grant such a request, save to you alone. And this I say not for friendship's sake alone, albeit I love you as I ought, but that your discourse is so fraught with wisdom, that 'tis enough to make a beguine start out of her boots, much more then to incline me to change my purpose. And the more I have of your company, the wiser I repute you. Whereto I may add that, if for no other cause, I should still be well disposed towards you for the love I see you bear to that fair piece of flesh of which you spoke but now. But this I must tell you, 'tis not in my power to do as you would have me in this matter. But, though I cannot myself do the needful in your behalf, if you will pledge your faith, whole and solid as may be, to keep my secret, I will show you how to go about it for yourself, and I make no doubt that, having this fine library and all the other matters you spoke of a while ago, you will compass your end." Quoth then the master, "Nay, but speak freely. I see thou dost yet scarce know me, and how well I can keep a secret. There were few things that Messer Gasparolo da Saliceto did, when he was podestar of Forlimpopoli, that he did not confide to me, so safe he knew they would be in my keeping. And wouldst thou be satisfied that I say sooth, I assure you that I was the first man whom he told that he was about to marry Bergamina, so there's for thee." "Well and good," said Bruno, "if such as he confided in you, well indeed may I do the like. Know then that you will have to proceed on this wise. Our company is governed by a captain and a council of 2, who are changed every 6 months, and on the calends without fail Buffalmacco will be captain, and I counsellor. 'Tis so fixed. And the captain has not a little power to promote the admission and enrolment of whomsoever he will. Wherefore, methinks, you would do well to make friends with Buffalmacco, and honourably entreat him. He is one that, marking your great wisdom, will take a mighty liking to you forthwith, and when you have just a little dazzled him with your wisdom and these fine things of yours, you may make your request to him, and he will not know how to say no. I have already talked with him of you, and he is as well disposed to you as may be, and having so done, you will leave the rest to me." Whereupon, "Thy words are to me for an exceeding great joy," quoth the master, "and if he be one that loves to converse with sages, he has but to exchange a word or two with me, and I will answer for it that he will be ever coming to see me, for so fraught with wisdom am I, that I could furnish a whole city therewith, and still remain a great sage." Having thus set matters in train, Bruno related the whole affair, point by point, to Buffalmacco, to whom it seemed 1,000 years till he should be able to give Master Noodle that of which he was in quest. The doctor, now all agog to go the course, lost no time and found no difficulty in making friends with Buffalmacco, and fell to entertaining him, and Bruno likewise, at breakfast and supper in most magnificent style, while they fooled him to the top of his bent, for, being gentlemen that appreciated excellent wines and fat capons, besides other good cheer in plenty, they were inclined to be very neighbourly, and needed no second bidding, but, always letting him understand that there was none other whose company they relished so much, kept ever with him. However, in due time the master asked of Buffalmacco that which he had before asked of Bruno. Whereat Buffalmacco feigned to be not a little agitated, and turning angrily to Bruno, made a great pother about his ears, saying, By the most high God of Passignano, I vow I can scarce forbear to give thee that over the head that should make thy nose fall about thy heels. Traitor that thou art, for 'tis thou alone that canst have discovered these secrets to the master. Whereupon the master interposed with no little vigour, averring with oaths that 'twas from another source that he had gotten his knowledge, and Buffalmacco at length allowed himself to be pacified by the sage's words. So, turning to him, "Master," quoth he, "'tis evident indeed that you have been at Bologna, and have come back hither with a mouth that blabs not, and that 'twas on no pippin, as many a dolt does, but on the good long pumpkin that you learned your ABC, and, if I mistake not, you were baptized on a Sunday, and though Bruno has told me that 'twas medicine you studied there, 'tis my opinion that you there studied the art of catching men, of which, what with your wisdom and your startling revelations, you are the greatest master that ever I knew." He would have said more, but the doctor, turning to Bruno, broke in with, "Ah, what it is to consort and converse with the wise! Who but this worthy man would thus have read my mind through and through? Less quick by far to rate me at my true worth wast thou. But what said I when thou toldst me that Buffalmacco delighted to converse with sages? Confess now, have I not kept my word?" "Verily," quoth Bruno, "you have more than kept it." Then, addressing Buffalmacco, "Ah!" cried the master, "what hadst thou said, hadst thou seen me at Bologna, where there was none, great or small, doctor or scholar, but was devoted to me? So well wist I how to entertain them with my words of wisdom. Nay, more, let me tell thee that there was never a word I spoke but set every one a-laughing, so great was the pleasure it gave them. And at my departure they all deplored it most bitterly, and would have had me remain, and by way of inducement went so far as to propose that I should be sole lecturer to all the students in medicine that were there, which offer I declined, for that I was minded to return hither, having vast estates here, that have ever belonged to my family, which accordingly I did." Quoth then Bruno to Buffalmacco, "How shows it now, man? Thou didst not believe me when I told thee what he was. By the Gospels, there is never a physician in this city that has the law of ass's urine by heart as he has. Verily, thou wouldst not find his like between here and the gates of Paris. Now, see if thou canst help doing as he would have thee." "'Tis even as Bruno says," observed the doctor, "but I am not understood here. You Florentines are somewhat slow of wit. Would you could see me in my proper element among a company of doctors." Whereupon, "Of a truth, master," quoth Buffalmacco, "your law far exceeds any I should ever have imputed to you, wherefore, addressing you as 'tis meet to address a man of your wisdom, I give you disjointedly to understand that without fail I will procure your enrolment in our company." After this promise, the honours lavished by the doctor upon the two men grew and multiplied, in return for which they diverted themselves by setting him a-prancing upon every wildest chimera in the world, and promised, among other matters, to give him by way of mistress the Countess of Chivillari, whom they averred to be the goodliest creature to be found in all the Netherlands of the human race; and the doctor asking who this countess might be, "Mature my gherkin," quoth Buffalmacco, "she is indeed a very great lady, and few houses are there in the world in which she has not some jurisdiction. Nay, the very friars minors, to say naught of other folk, pay her tribute to the sound of the kettle drum. And I may tell you that, when she goes abroad, she makes her presence very sensibly felt, albeit for the most part she keeps herself close. However, 'tis no great while since she passed by your door one night, on her way to the Arno to bathe her feet and get a breath of air, but most of her time she abides at Laterina. Sergeants has she not a few that go their rounds at short intervals, bearing one and all the rod and the bucket in token of her sovereignty, and barons a-plenty in all parts, as Tamagnino de la Porta, Don Metta, Manico di Scopa, Squacera, and others, with whom I doubt not you are intimately acquainted, though you may not just now bear them in mind. Such then is the great lady, in whose soft arms we, if we delude not ourselves, will certainly place you, in which case you may well dispense with her of Cacavincigli." The doctor, who had been born and bred at Bologna, and understood not their words, found the lady quite to his mind, and shortly afterwards the painters brought him tidings of his election into the company. Then came the day of the nocturnal gathering, and the doctor had the two men to breakfast, and when they had breakfasted, he asked them after what manner he was to join the company. Whereupon, "Lo now, master," quoth Buffalmacco, "you have need of a stout heart, otherwise you may meet with some let to our most grievous hurt, and for what cause you have need of this stout heart, you shall hear. You must contrive to be to-night, about the hour of first sleep, on one of the raised tombs that have been lately placed outside of Santa Maria Novella, and mind that you wear one of your best gowns, so that your first appearance may impress the company with a proper sense of your dignity, and also because, as we are informed, for we were not present at the time, the Countess, by reason that you are a gentleman, is minded to make you a Knight of the Bath at her own charges. So you will wait there until one whom we shall send come for you, who, that you may know exactly what you have to expect, will be a beast, black and horned, of no great size, and he will go snorting and bounding amain about the piazza in front of you, with intent to terrify you. But when he perceives that you are not afraid, he will draw nigh you quietly, and when he is close by you, then get you down from the tomb, fearing nothing, and minding you neither of God nor of the saints, mount him. And when you are well set on his back, then fold your arms upon your breast, as in submission, and touch him no more. Then, going gently, he will bear you to us. But once mind you of God or the saints, or give way to fear, and I warn you, he might give you a fall, or dash you against something that you would find scarce pleasant. Wherefore, if your heart misgives you, you were best not to come, for you would assuredly do yourself a mischief, and us no good at all. Quoth then the doctor, "You know me not as yet. 'Tis perchance because I wear the gloves and the long robe that you misdoubt me. Ah, did you but know what feats I have done in times past at Bologna, when I used to go after the women with my comrades, you would be lost in amazement. God's faith! On one of those nights there was one of them, a poor sickly creature she was too, and stood not a cubit in height, who would not come with us. So first I treated her to many a good cuff, and then I took her up by main force, and carried her well nigh as far as a crossbow will send a bolt, and so caused her willy-nilly come with us. And on another occasion I mind me that, having none other with me but my servant, a little after the hour of Ave Maria, I passed by the cemetery of the Friars Minors, and though that very day a woman had been there interred, I had no fear at all. So on this score you may make your minds easy, for indeed I am a man of exceeding great courage and prowess, and to appear before you with due dignity, I will don my scarlet gown, in which I took my doctor's degree, and it remains to be seen if the company will not give me a hearty welcome and make me captain out of hand. Let me once be there, and you will see how things will go. Else, how is it that this countess that has not yet seen me is already so enamoured of me that she is minded to make me a Knight of the Bath? And whether I shall find knighthood agreeable, or know how to support the dignity well or ill, leave that to me." Whereupon, "Well said, excellent well said," quoth Buffalmacco. "But look to it you disappoint us not, either by not coming, or by not being found when we send for you. And this I say because 'tis cold weather, and you medical gentlemen take great care of your health." "God forbid," replied the doctor. "I am none of your chilly folk. I fear not the cold. 'Tis seldom, indeed, when I leave my bed o' nights, to answer the call of nature, as one must at times, that I do more than throw a pelisse over my doublet, so rest assured that I shall be there." So they parted, and towards nightfall the master found a pretext for leaving his wife, and privily got out his fine gown, which in due time he donned, and so hied him to the tombs, and having perched himself on one of them, huddled himself together, for 'twas mighty cold, to await the coming of the beast. Meanwhile Buffalmacco, who was a tall man and strong, provided himself with one of those dominoes that were wont to be worn in certain revels which are now gone out of fashion, and, enveloped in a black pelisse turned inside out, showed like a bear, save that the domino had the face of a devil, and was furnished with horns. In which guise, Bruno following close behind to see the sport, he hied him to the piazza of Santa Maria Novella, And no sooner wist he that the master was on the tomb, than he fell a careering in a most wild and furious manner to and fro the piazza, and snorting and bellowing and gibbering like one demented, insomuch as soon as the master was ware of him, each several hair on his head stood on end, and he fell a trembling in every limb, being in sooth more timid than a woman, and wished himself safe at home. But as there he was, he strove might and main to keep his spirits up, so overmastering was his desire to see the marvels of which Bruno and Buffalmacco had told him. However, after a while Buffalmacco allowed his fury to abate, and came quietly up to the tomb on which the master was, and stood still. The master, still all of a tremble with fear, could not at first make up his mind whether to get on the beast's back or no, but at length, doubting it might be the worse for him if he did not mount the beast, he overcame the one dread by the aid of the other, got down from the tomb, saying under his breath, "God help me," and seated himself very comfortably on the beast's back, and then, still quaking in every limb, he folded his arms as he had been bidden. Buffalmacco now started, going on all fours at a very slow pace, in the direction of Santa Maria della Scala, and so brought the master within a short distance of the convent of the Ladies of Ripoli. Now, in that quarter there were divers trenches, into which the husbandmen of those parts were wont to discharge the Countess of Civillari, that she might afterwards serve them to manure their land. Of one of which trenches, as he came by, Buffalmacco skirted the edge, and, seizing his opportunity, raised a hand and caught the doctor by one of his feet, and threw him off his back and head foremost right into the trench, and then, making a terrific noise and frantic gestures as before, went bounding off by Santa Maria della Scala towards the field of Ognissanti, where he found Bruno, who had betaken him thither that he might laugh at his ease, and there the two men in high glee took their stand to observe from a distance how the bemired doctor would behave. Finding himself in so loathsome a place, the master struggled might and main to raise himself and get out, and though again and again he slipped back, and swallowed some drams of the ordure, yet, bemired from head to foot, woebegone and crestfallen, he did at last get out, leaving his hood behind him. Then, removing as much of the filth as he might with his hands, knowing not what else to do, he got him home, where, by dint of much knocking, he at last gained admittance. And scarce was the door closed behind the malodorous master, when Bruno and Buffalmacco were at it, all agog to hear after what manner he would be received by his wife. They were rewarded by hearing her give him the soundest rating that ever bad husband got. "Ah," quoth she, "fine doings these! Thou hast been with some other woman, and wast minded to make a brave show in thy scarlet gown. So I was not enough for thee? Not enough for thee, forsooth! I that might content a crowd! Would they had choked thee with the filth in which they have soused thee! 'Twas thy fit resting place. Now to think that a physician of repute, and a married man, should go by night after strange women!" Thus, and with much more to the like effect, while the doctor was busy washing himself, she ceased not to torment him until midnight. On the morrow, Bruno and Buffalmacco, having painted their bodies all over with livid patches, to give them the appearance of having been thrashed, came to the doctor's house, and finding that he was already risen, went in, being saluted on all hands by a foul smell, for time had not yet served thoroughly to cleanse the house. The doctor, being informed that they were come to see him, advanced to meet them, and bade them good morning; whereto Bruno and Buffalmacco, having prepared their answer, replied, "No good morning shall you have from us. Rather we pray God to give you bad years enough to make an end of you, seeing that there lives no more arrant and faithless traitor. 'Tis no fault of yours if we, that did our best to honour and pleasure you, have not come by a dog's death. Your faithlessness has cost us to-night as many sound blows as would more than suffice to keep an ass trotting all the way from here to Rome. Besides which, we have been in peril of expulsion from the company in which we arranged for your enrolment. If you doubt our words, look but at our bodies, what a state they're in." And so, baring their breasts, they gave him a glimpse of the patches they had painted there, and forthwith covered them up again. The doctor would have made them his excuses, and recounted his misfortunes, and how he had been thrown into the trench. But Buffalmacco broke in with, "Would he have thrown you from the bridge into the Arno? Why must you needs mind you of God and the saints? Did we not forewarn you?" "God's faith," returned the doctor, "that I did not." "How?" quoth Buffalmacco. "You did not? You do so above a little, for he that we sent for you told us that you trembled like an aspen, and knew not where you were. You have played us a sorry trick, but never another shall do so, and as for you, we will give you such requital thereof as you deserve." The doctor now began to crave their pardon, and to implore them for God's sake not to expose him to shame, and used all the eloquence at his command to make his peace with them. And if he had honourably entreated them before, he thenceforth, for fear they should publish his disgrace, did so much more abundantly, and courted them both by entertaining them at his table and in other ways. And so you have heard how wisdom is imparted to those that get it not at Bologna. End of Day 8, the 9th story.
Day 8, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 8, the 10th story. A Sicilian woman cunningly conveys from a merchant that which he has brought to Palermo. He, making a show of being come back thither with a far greater store of goods than before, borrows money of her, and leaves her in lieu thereof water and tow.
How much in divers passages the queen's story moved the ladies to laughter, it boots not to ask. None was there in whose eyes the tears stood not full a dozen times for excess of merriment. However, it being ended, and Dioneo witting that it was now his turn, thus spake he:
Gracious ladies, 'tis patent to all that wiles are diverting in the degree of the wiliness of him that is by them beguiled. Wherefore, albeit stories most goodly have been told by you all, I purpose to relate one which should afford you more pleasure than any that has been told, seeing that she that was beguiled was far more cunning in beguiling others than any of the beguiled of whom you have spoken. There was, and perhaps still is, a custom in all maritime countries that have ports, that all merchants arriving there with merchandise should, on discharging, bring all their goods into a warehouse, called in many places a dogana, and maintained by the state or the lord of the land, where those that are assigned to that office allot to each merchant, on receipt of an invoice of all his goods and the value thereof, a room in which he stores his goods under lock and key. Whereupon the said officers of the dogana enter all the merchant's goods to his credit in the book of the dogana, and afterwards make him pay duty thereon, or on such part as he withdraws from the warehouse. By which book of the dogana the brokers not seldom find out the sorts and quantities of the merchandise that is there, and also who are the owners thereof, with whom, as occasion serves, they afterwards treat of exchanges, barters, sales, and other modes of disposing of the goods. Which custom obtained, as in many other places, so also at Palermo in Sicily, where in like manner there were and are not a few women, fair as fair can be, but foes to virtue, who, by whoso knows them not, would be reputed great and most virtuous ladies. And being given not merely to fleece, but utterly to flay men, they no sooner espy a foreign merchant in the city than they find out from the book of the dogana how much he has there, and what he is good for, and then, by caressing and amorous looks and gestures and words of honeyed sweetness, they strive to entice and allure the merchant to their love, and not seldom have they succeeded, and wrested from him great part or the whole of his merchandise, and of some they have gotten goods and ship and flesh and bones, so delightsomely have they known how to ply the shears. Now 'tis not long since one of our young Florentines, Niccolo da Signano by name, albeit he was called Salibito, arrived there, being sent by his masters with all the woollen stuffs that he had not been able to dispose of at Salerno fair, which might perhaps be worth 500 florins of gold; and having given the invoice to the officers of the Regama, and stored the goods, Salabito was in no hurry to get them out of bond, but took a stroll or two about the city for his diversion; and as he was fresh complexioned and fair, and not a little debonair, it so befell that one of these ladies that plied the shears, and called herself Jancofiore, began to ogle him; whereof he, taking note, and deeming that she was a great lady, supposed that she was taken by his good looks, and cast about how he might manage this amour with all due discretion. Wherefore, saying naught to a soul, he began to pass to and fro before her house, which she observing, occupied herself for a few days in inflaming his passion, and then, affecting to be dying of love for him, sent privily to him a woman that she had in her service, and who was an adept in the arts of the procuress. She, after not a little palaver, told him, while the tears all but stood in her eyes, that for his handsome person and winsome air her mistress was so enamoured of him that she found no peace by day or by night, and therefore, if 'twere agreeable to him, there was naught she desired so much as to meet him privily at a bagnio. Whereupon she drew a ring from her purse, and gave it him by way of token from her mistress. Overjoyed as ne'er another to hear such good news, Salabito took the ring, and after drawing it across his eyes and kissing it, put it on his finger, and told the good woman that, if Madonna Jancofiore loved him, she was well requited, for that he loved her more dearly than himself, and that he was ready to meet her wherever and whenever she might see fit. With which answer the procuress hied her back to her mistress, and shortly afterwards Salabito was informed that he was to meet the lady at a certain bagnio at vespers of the ensuing day. So, saying naught to a soul of the matter, he hied him punctually at the appointed hour to the bagnio, and found that it had been taken by the lady. Nor had he long to wait before two female slaves made their appearance, bearing on their heads, the one a great and goodly mattress of wadding, and the other a huge and well filled basket; and having laid the mattress on a bedstead in one of the rooms of the bagnio, they covered it with a pair of sheets of the finest fabric, bordered with silk, and a quilt of the whitest Cyprus buckram, with two daintily embroidered pillows. The slaves then undressed and got into the bath, which they thoroughly washed and scrubbed, whither soon afterwards the lady, attended by two other female slaves, came, and made haste to greet Salabito with the heartiest of cheer; and when, after heaving many a mighty sigh, she had embraced and kissed him, "I know not," quoth she, "who but thou could have brought me to this, such a fire hast thou kindled in my soul, little dog of a Tuscan." Whereupon she was pleased that they should undress, and get into the bath, and two of the slaves with them, which accordingly they did; and she herself, suffering none other to lay a hand upon him, did with wondrous care wash Salabito from head to foot with soap perfumed with musk and cloves, after which she let the slaves wash and shampoo herself. The slaves then brought two spotless sheets of finest texture, which emitted such a scent of roses that 'twere as if there was naught there but roses, in one of which, having wrapped Salabito, and in the other the lady, they bore them both to bed, where, the sheets in which they were enfolded being withdrawn by the slaves as soon as they had done sweating, they remained stark naked in the others. The slaves then took from the basket cruets of silver most goodly, and full, this of rosewater, that of water of orange blossom, a third of water of jasmine blossom, and a fourth of camphor water, wherewith they sprinkled them. After which, boxes of comfits and the finest wines being brought forth, they regaled them awhile. To Salabito 'twas as if he were in paradise. 1,000 times he scanned the lady, who was indeed most beautiful, and he counted each hour as 100 years, until the slaves should get them gone, and he find himself in the lady's arms. At length, by the lady's command, the slaves departed, leaving a lighted torch in the room, and then the lady and Salavito embraced, and to Salavito's prodigious delight, for it seemed to him that she was all but dissolved for love of him, tarried there a good while. However, the time came when the lady must needs rise, so she called the slaves, with whose help they dressed, regaled themselves again for a while with wine and comfits, and washed their faces and hands with the odoriferous waters. Then, as they were going, quoth the lady to Salavito, "If it be agreeable to thee, I should deem it a very great favour if thou wouldst come to-night to sup and sleep with me." Salavito, who, captivated by her beauty and her studied graciousness, never doubted but that he was as dear to her as her very heart, made answer, "Madam, there is naught you can desire but is in the last degree agreeable to me, wherefore to-night and ever 'tis my purpose to do whatsoever you may be pleased to command." So home the lady hied her, and having caused a brave show to be made in her chamber, with her dresses and other paraphernalia, and a grand supper to be prepared, awaited Salavito, who, being come there as soon as 'twas dark, had of her a gladsome welcome, and was regaled with an excellent and well served supper, after which they repaired to the chamber, where he was saluted by a wondrous sweet odour of aloe wood, and observed that the bed was profusely furnished with birds after the fashion of Cyprus, and that not a few fine dresses were hanging on the pegs, which circumstances did one and all beget in him the belief that this must be a great and wealthy lady, and though he had heard a hint or two to the contrary touching her life, he would by no means credit them, nor, supposing that she had perchance taken another with guile, would he believe that the same thing might befall him. So, to his exceeding great solace, he lay with her that night, and ever grew more afire for her. On the morrow, as she was investing him with a fair and dainty girdle of silver, with a goodly purse attached, "Sweet my Salavito," quoth she, "prithee forget me not. Even as my person, so is all that I have at thy pleasure, and all that I can at thy command." Salavito then embraced and kissed her, and so bade her adieu, and betook him to the place where the merchants were wont to congregate. And so it befell that he, continuing to consort with her from time to time, and being never a denier the poorer thereby, disposed of his merchandise for ready money, and at no small profit, whereof, not by him, but by another, the lady was forthwith advised. And Salavito, being come to see her one evening, she greeted him gaily and gamesomely, and fell a kissing and hugging him, and made as if she was so afire for love of him that she was like to die thereof in his arms, and offered to give him two most goodly silver cups that she had, which Salavito would not accept, having already had from her, taking one time with another, full 30 florins of gold, while he had not been able to induce her to touch so much of a groat of his money. But when by this show of passion and generosity she had thoroughly kindled his flame, in came, as she had arranged, one of her slaves, and spoke to her, whereupon out of the room she went, and after a while came back in tears, and threw herself prone on the bed, and set up the most dolorous lamentation that ever woman made. Whereat Salavito, wondering, took her in his arms, and mingled his tears with hers, and said, "Alas, heart of my body, what ails thee thus of a sudden? Wherefore art thou so distressed? Ah, tell me the reason, my soul." The lady allowed him to run on in this strain for a good while, and then, "Alas, sweet my lord," quoth she, "I know not either what to do or what to say. I have but now received a letter from Messina, in which my brother bids me sell, if need be, all that I have here, and send him without fail, within 8 days, 1,000 florins of gold, otherwise he will forfeit his head. I know not how to come by them so soon. Had I but 15 days, I would make shift to raise them in a quarter where I might raise a much larger sum, or I would sell one of our estates. But as this may not be, would I had been dead, or ere this bad news had reached me." Which said, affecting to be utterly broken hearted, she ceased not to weep. Salabito, the ardour of whose passion had in great measure deprived him of the sagacity which the circumstances demanded, supposed that the tears were genuine enough, and the words even more so. Wherefore, "Madam," quoth he, "I could not furnish you with 1,000, but if 500 florins of gold would suffice, they are at your service. If you think you could repay them within 15 days, and you may deem yourself in luck's way, for 'twas only yesterday that I sold my woollens, which had I not done I could not have lent you a groat." "Alas!" returned the lady, "then thou hast been in straits for money. Oh, why didst thou not apply to me? Though I have not 1,000 at my command, I could have given thee quite 100, nay, indeed 200 florins. By what thou hast said, thou hast made me hesitate to accept the service that thou proposest to render me." Which words fairly delivered Salavito into the lady's hands, insomuch that, "Madam," quoth he, "I would not have you decline my help for such a scruple, for had my need been as great as yours, I should certainly have applied to you." Quoth then the lady, "Ah, Salavito mine, well I wot the love that thou bearest me is a true and perfect love, seeing that without waiting to be asked thou dost so handsomely come to my aid with so large a sum of money. And albeit I was thine without this token of thy love, yet assuredly it has made me thine in an even greater degree, nor shall I ever forget that 'tis to thee I owe my brother's life. But God knows I take thy money from thee reluctantly, seeing that thou art a merchant, and 'tis by means of money that merchants conduct all their affairs. But as necessity constrains me, and I have good hope of speedily repaying thee, I will even take it; and by way of security, if I should find no readier method, I will pawn all that I have here." Which said, she burst into tears, and fell upon Salavito, pressing her cheek upon his. Salavito tried to comfort her, and having spent the night with her, on the morrow, being minded to show himself her most devoted servant, brought her, without awaiting any reminder, 500 fine florins of gold, which she, laughing at heart, while the tears streamed from her eyes, took, Salavito trusting her mere promise of repayment. Now that the lady had gotten the money, the complexion of affairs began to alter. And whereas Salavito had been wont to have free access to her whenever he was so minded, now, for one reason or another, he was denied admittance 6 times out of 7, nor did she greet him with the same smile, or shower on him the same caresses, or do him the same cheer as of yore. So a month, 2 months passed, beyond the time when he was to have been repaid his money, and when he demanded it, he was put off with words. Whereby Salavito, being now ware of the cheat which his slender wit had suffered the ill-disposed woman to put upon him, and also that, having neither writing nor witness against her, he was entirely at her mercy in regard of his claim, and being moreover ashamed to lodge any complaint with any one, as well because he had been forewarned of her character as because he dreaded the ridicule to which his folly justly exposed him, was chagrined beyond measure, and inly bewailed his simplicity. And his masters having written to him, bidding him change the money and remit it to them, he, being apprehensive that, making default as he must, he should, if he remained there, be detected, resolved to depart. And having taken ship, he repaired, not as he should have done, to Pisa, but to Naples, where at that time resided our gossip Pietro del Cagnano, treasurer of the Empress of Constantinople, a man of great sagacity and acuteness, and a very great friend of Salavito and his kinsfolk, to whom, trusting in his great discretion, Salavito after a while discovered his distress, telling him what he had done, and the sorry plight in which by consequence he stood, and craving his aid and counsel, that he might the more readily find means of livelihood there, for that he was minded never to go back to Florence. Impatient to hear of such folly, "'Twas ill done of thee," quoth Caliano. "Thou hast misbehaved thyself, wronged thy masters, and squandered an exorbitant sum in lewdness. However, 'tis done, and we must consider of the remedy." And indeed, like the shrewd man that he was, he had already bethought him what was best to be done, and forthwith he imparted it to Salavito, which expedient Salavito approving, resolved to make the adventure, and having still a little money, and being furnished with a loan by Caniano, he provided himself with not a few bales, well and closely corded, and bought some 20 oil casks, which he filled, and having put all on shipboard, returned to Palermo. There he gave the invoice of the bales, as also of the oil casks, to the officers of the Regano, and having them all entered to his credit, laid them up in the storerooms, saying that he purposed to leave them there until the arrival of other merchandise that he expected. Which Jancofiore learning, and being informed that the merchandise that he had brought with him was worth fully 2000 florins of gold, or even more, besides that which he expected, which was valued at more than 3000 florins of gold, bethought her that she had not aimed high enough, and that 'twere well to refund him the 500, if so she might make the greater part of the 5000 florins her own. Wherefore she sent for him, and Salavito, having learned his lesson of cunning, waited upon her. Feigning to know naught of the cargo he had brought with him, she received him with marvellous cheer, and began, "Lo now, if thou wast angry with me because I did not repay thee thy money in due time." But Salavito interrupted her, saying with a laugh, "Madam, 'tis true I was a little vexed, seeing that I would have plucked out my heart to pleasure you. But listen, and you shall learn the quality of my displeasure. Such and so great is the love I bear you, that I have sold the best part of all that I possess, whereby I have already in this port merchandise to the value of more than 2000 florins, and expect from the Levant other goods to the value of above 3000 florins, and mean to set up a warehouse in this city, and live here, to be ever near you, for that I deem myself more blessed in your love than any other that lives." Whereupon, "Hark ye, Salavito," quoth the lady, "whatever advantages thee is mighty grateful to me, seeing that I love thee more than my very life, and right glad I am that thou art come back with intent to stay, for I hope to have many a good time with thee. But something I must say to thee by way of excuse, for that whilst thou wast thinking of taking thy departure, there were times when thou wast disappointed of seeing me, and others when thou hadst not as gladsome a welcome as thou wast wont to have. And therewithal I kept not the time promised for the repayment of thy money. Thou must know that I was then in exceeding great trouble and tribulation, and whoso is thus bested, love he another never so much, cannot greet him with as gladsome a mien, or be as attentive to him as he had life. And thou must further know that 'tis by no means an easy matter for a lady to come by 1000 florins of gold. Why, 'tis every day a fresh lie, and never a promise kept, and so we in our turn must needs lie to others. And 'twas for this cause, and not for any fault of mine, that I did not repay thee thy money. However, I had it but a little while after thy departure, and had I known whither to send it, be sure I would have remitted it to thee. But as that I wist not, I have kept it safe for thee." She then produced a purse, in which were the very same coins that he had brought her, and placed it in his hand, saying, "Count, and see if there are 500 there." 'Twas the happiest moment Salavito had yet known, as, having told them out, and found the sum exact, he made answer, "Madam, I know that you say sooth, and what you have done abundantly proves it. Wherefore, and for the love I bear you, I warrant you there is no sum you might ask of me on any occasion of need, with which, if 'twere in my power, I would not accommodate you. Whereof, when I am settled here, you will be able to assure yourself." Having thus in words reinstated himself as her lover, he proceeded to treat her as his mistress, whereto she responded, doing all that was in her power to pleasure and honour him, and feigning to be in the last degree enamoured of him. But Salavito, being minded to requite her guile with his own, went to her one evening, being bidden to sup and sleep with her, with an aspect so melancholy and dolorous that he showed as he had lief given up the ghost. Jancofiore, as she embraced and kissed him, demanded of him the occasion of his melancholy. Whereto he, having let her be instant with him a good while, made answer, "I am undone, for that ship, having aboard her the goods that I expected, has been taken by the corsairs of Monaco, and held to ransom in 10,000 florins of gold, of which it falls to me to pay 1,000, and I have not a denier, for the 500 thou repaidst to me I sent forthwith to Naples to buy stuffs for this market. And were I to sell the merchandise I have here, as 'tis not now the right time to sell, I should scarce get half the value, nor am I as yet so well known here as to come by any to help me at this juncture, and so what to do or what to say I know not. But this I know, that if I send not the money without delay, my merchandise will be taken to Monaco, and I shall never touch aught of it again. Whereat the lady was mightily annoyed, being apprehensive of losing all, and bethought her how she might prevent the goods going to Monaco. Wherefore, God knows, quoth she, that for the love I bear thee I am not a little sorry for thee, but what boots it idly to distress oneself? Had I the money, God knows I would lend it thee forthwith, but I have it not. One indeed there is that accommodated me a day or two ago with 500 florins that I stood in need of, but he requires a heavy usance, not less than 30 on the 100, and if thou shouldst have recourse to him, good security must be forthcoming. Now, for my part, I am ready, so I may serve thee, to pledge all these dresses, and my person to boot, for as much as he will lend thee thereon. But how wilt thou secure the balance?" Salavito divined the motive that prompted her thus to accommodate him, and that she was to lend the money herself, which, suiting his purpose well, he first of all thanked her, and then said that, being constrained by necessity, he would not stand out against exorbitant terms, adding that as to the balance he would secure it upon the merchandise that he had at the Dogana by causing it to be entered into the name of the lender, but that he must keep the key of the storerooms, as well that he might be able to show the goods, if requested, as to make sure that none of them should be tampered with, or changed, or exchanged. The lady said that this was reasonable, and that 'twas excellent security. So betimes on the morrow the lady sent for a broker in whom she reposed much trust, and having talked the matter over with him, gave him 1,000 florins of gold, which the broker took to Salavito, and thereupon had all that Salavito had at the Dogana entered in his name. They then had the script and counterscript made out, and the arrangement, thus concluded, went about their respective affairs. Salavito lost no time in getting aboard a bark with his 500 florins of gold, and being come to Naples, sent thence a remittance, which fully discharged his obligation to his masters that had entrusted him with the stuffs. He also paid all that he owed to Pietro del Cagnano, and all his other creditors, and made not a little merry with Cagnano over the trick that he had played on the Sicilian lady. He then departed from Naples, and being minded to have done with mercantile affairs, betook him to Ferrara. Jancofiore, surprised at first by Salavito's disappearance from Palermo, waxed after a while suspicious, and when she had waited fully 2 months, seeing that he did not return, she caused the broker to break open the storerooms, and trying first of all the casks, she found them full of sea water, save that in each there was perhaps a hogshead of oil floating on the surface. Then, undoing the bales, she found them all, save 2 that contained stuffs, full of tow, and in short their whole contents put together were not worth more than 200 florins. Wherefore Jancofiore, knowing herself to have been outdone, regretted long and bitterly the 500 florins of gold that she had refunded, and still more the 1,000 that she had lent, repeating many a time to herself, "Who with a Tuscan has to do, has need of eyesight quick and true." Thus, left with the loss and the laugh against her, she discovered that there were others as knowing as she. End of Day 8, the 10th story.
Day 8. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 8th. The conclusion. No sooner was Dioneo's story ended than Lauretta, witting that therewith the end of her sovereignty was come, bestowed her meed of praise on Pietro Canigiano for his good counsel, and also on Solabaetto for the equal sagacity which he displayed in carrying it out, and then, taking off the laurel wreath, set it on the head of Emilia, saying graciously, I know not, madame, how debonair a queen you may prove, but at least we shall have in you a fair one. Be it your care, then, that you exercise your authority in a manner answerable to your charms. Which said, she resumed her seat. Not so much to receive the crown as to be thus commended to her face, and before the company for that which ladies are wont to covet the most. Emilia was a little shamefast. A tint like that of the newly blown rose overspread her face, and the while she stood silent with downcast eyes. Then, as the blush faded away, she raised them, and having given her seneschal her commands touching all matters pertaining to the company, thus she spake: Sweet my ladies, 'tis matter of common experience, that when the oxen have swunken a part of the day under a coercive yoke, they are relieved thereof and loosed, and suffered to go seek their pasture at their own sweet will in the woods. Nor can we fail to observe that gardens luxuriant with diversity of leafage are not less, but far more fair to see than woods wherein is naught but oaks. Therefore I deem that, as for so many days our discourse has been confined within the bounds of certain laws, it will be not only meet but profitable for us, being in need of relaxation, to roam a while, and so recruit our strength to undergo the yoke once more. And therefore I am minded that tomorrow the sweet tenor of your discourse be not confined to any particular theme, but that you be at liberty to discourse on such wise as to each may seem best. For well assured am I, that thus to speak of diverse matters will be no less pleasurable than to limit ourselves to one topic, and by reason of this enlargement my successor in the sovereignty will find you more vigorous, and be therefore all the more forward to reimpose upon you the wonted restraint of our laws. Having so said, she dismissed all the company until supper time. All approved the wisdom of what the queen had said, and being risen, betook them to their several diversions, the ladies to weave garlands and otherwise disport them, the young men to play and sing, and so they whiled away the hours until supper time, which being come, they gathered about the fair fountain, and took their meal with gay and festal cheer. Supper ended, they addressed them to their wonted pastime of song and dance, at the close of which the queen, notwithstanding the songs which divers of the company had already gladly accorded them, called for another from Pamphilo, who without the least demur thus sang:
So great, O love, the bliss through thee I prove, so jocund my estate, that in thy flame to burn I bless my fate. Such plenitude of joy my heart doth know, of that high joy and rare, wherewith thou hast me blessed, as, bounds disdaining, still doth overflow, and by my radiant air my blitheness manifest. For by thee, thus possessed with love, where meeter 'twere to venerate, I still consume within thy flame elate. Well wot I, love, no song may e'er reveal, nor any sign declare, what in my heart is pent. Nay, might they so, that were I best conceal, whereof were others ware, 'twould serve but to torment me, whose is such content, that weak were words, and all inadequate, a tittle of my bliss to adumbrate. Who would have dreamed that ere in mine embrace her I should clip and fold, whom there I still do feel, or as 'gainst her face e'er to lay my face, attain such grace untold, and unimagined weal? Wherefore my bliss I seal of mine own heart within the circuit strait, and still in thy sweet flame luxuriate.
So ended Pamphilo his song, whereto all the company responded in full chorus, nor was there any but gave to its words an inordinate degree of attention, endeavouring by conjecture to penetrate that which he intimated that it was meet he should keep secret. Diverse were the interpretations hazarded, but all were wide of the mark. At length, however, the queen, seeing that ladies and men alike were fain of rest, bade all betake them to bed. End of conclusion of the 8th day.
Day 9. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. RIGG. Day 9. The Introduction. Endeth here the 8th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 9th, in which, under the rule of Emilia, discourse is had, at the discretion of each, of such matters as most commend themselves to each in turn. The luminary, before whose splendor the night takes wing, had already changed the 8th heaven from azure to the lighter blue, and in the meads the flowers were beginning to lift their heads, when Emilia, being risen, roused her fair gossips, and likewise the young men. And so the queen leading the way at an easy pace, and the rest of the company following, they hied them to a copse at no great distance from the palace, where, being entered, they saw the goats and stags and other wild creatures, as if witting that in this time of pestilence they had naught to fear from the hunter, stand awaiting them with no more sign of fear than if they had been tamed. And so, making now towards this, now towards the other of them as if to touch them, they diverted themselves for a while by making them skip and run. But as soon as the sun was in the ascendant, by common consent they turned back, and whoso met them, garlanded as they were with oak leaves, and carrying store of fragrant herbs or flowers in their hands, might well have said, either shall death not vanquish these, or they will meet it with a light heart. So slowly wended they their way, now singing, now bandying gibes and merry jests, to the palace, where they found all things in order meet, and their servants in blithe and merry cheer. Awhile they rested, nor went they to table until 6 ditties, each gayer than that which went before, had been sung by the young men and the ladies, which done, they washed their hands, and all by the queen's command were ranged by the seneschal at the table, and the viands being served, they cheerily took their meal, wherefrom being risen, they trod some measures to the accompaniment of music, and then by the queen's command, whoso would be took him to rest. However, the accustomed hour being come, they all gathered at the wonted spot for their discoursing, and the queen, bending her regard upon Philomela, bade her make a beginning of the day's story telling, which she with a smile did on this wise. End of introduction of the day 9.
Day 9. The first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9. The first story. Madonna Francesca, having 2 lovers, the one Rinuccio, the other Alessandro, by name, and loving neither of them, induces the one to simulate a corpse in a tomb, and the other to enter the tomb to fetch him out, whereby, neither satisfying her demands, she artfully rids herself of both. Madam, since so it pleases you, well pleased am I that in this vast, this boundless field of discourse, which you, our Lady Beautiful, have furnished us withal, 'tis mine to run the first course, wherein, if I do well, I doubt not that those who shall follow me will do not well but better. Such, my sweet ladies, has been the tenor of our discourse, that times not a few the might of love, how great and singular it is, has been set forth, but yet I doubt the topic is not exhausted, nor would it be so, though we should continue to speak of naught else for the space of a full year. And as love not only leads lovers to debate with themselves whether they were not best to die, but also draws them into the houses of the dead in quest of the dead, I am minded in this regard to tell you a story, wherein you will not only discern the power of love, but will also learn how the ready wit of a worthy lady enabled her to disembarrass herself of two lovers, whose love was displeasing to her. Know then that there dwelt aforetime in the city of Pistoia a most beauteous widow lady, of whom it so befell that two of our citizens, the one Rinuccio Palermini, the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi by name, tarrying at Pistoia, for that they were banished from Florence, became, neither witting how it stood with the other, in the last degree enamoured. Wherefore each used all his arts to win the love of Madonna Francesca de Lazzari, such was the lady's name, and she, being thus continually plied with ambassages and entreaties on the part of both, and having indiscreetly lent ear to them from time to time, found it no easy matter discreetly to extricate herself, when she was minded to be rid of their pestering, until it occurred to her to adopt the following expedient, to wit, to require of each a service, such as, though not impracticable, she deemed none would actually perform, to the end that, they making default, she might have a decent and colourable pretext for the refusing any longer to receive their ambassages. Which expedient was on this wise. One day there died in Pistoia, and was buried in a tomb outside the church of the Friars Minors, a man, who, though his forebears had been gentlefolk, was reputed the very worst man, not in Pistoia only, but in all the world. And therewithal he was of form and feature so prematurely hideous, that whoso knew him not could scarce see him for the first time without a shudder. Now the lady pondering her design on the day of this man's death, it occurred to her that he might in a measure subserve its accomplishment. Wherefore she said to her maid, "Thou knowest to what worry and annoyance I am daily put by the ambassages of these two Florentines, Rinuccio and Alessandro. Now I am not disposed to gratify either of them with my love, and therefore to shake them off I am minded, as they make such great protestations, to put them to the proof by requiring of each something which I am sure he will not perform, and thus to rid myself of their pestering. So list what I mean to do. Thou knowest that this morning there was interred in the ground of the Friars Minors the Scanadio, such was the name of the bad man of whom we spoke but now, whose aspect, while yet he lived, appalled even the bravest among us. Thou wilt therefore go privately to Alessandro, and say to him, Madonna Francesca sends thee word by me that the time is now come when thou mayest win that which thou hast so much desired, to wit, her love and joyance thereof, if thou be so minded, on the following terms. For a reason which thou shalt learn hereafter, one of her kinsmen is to bring home to her tonight the corpse of Scanadio, who was buried this morning, and she, standing in mortal dread of this man, would fain not see him, wherefore she prays thee to do her a great service, and be so good as to get thee this evening, at the hour of first sleep, to the tomb wherein Scanadio is buried, and go in, and having wrapped thyself in his grave clothes, lie there, as thou wert Scanadio himself, until one come for thee, when thou must say never a word, but let him carry thee forth, and bear thee to Madonna Francesca's house, where she will give thee welcome, and let thee stay with her, until thou art minded to depart, and for the rest thou wilt leave it to her. And if he says that he will gladly do so, well and good; if not, then thou wilt tell him from me never more to show himself where I am, and as he values his life, to have a care to send me no more ambassages. which done, thou wilt go to Rinuccio Palermini, and wilt say to him, Madonna Francesca lets thee know that she is ready in all respects to comply with thy wishes, so thou wilt do her a great service, which is on this wise. To-night, about midnight, thou must go to the tomb wherein was this morning interred Scarnadio, and saying never a word, whatever thou mayst hear or otherwise be ware of, bear him gently forth to Madonna Francesca's house, where thou shalt learn wherefore she requires this of thee, and shalt have thy solace of her. And if thou art not minded to obey her in this, say that thou never more send her ambassage. The maid did her mistress's errand, omitting nothing, to both the men, and received from each the same answer, to wit, that to pleasure the lady he would adventure a journey to hell, to say nothing of entering a tomb. With which answer the maid returned to the lady, who waited to see if they would be such fools as to make it good. Night came, and at the hour of first sleep Alessandro Chiaramontesi, stripped to his doublet, quitted his house, and bent his steps towards Scarnadio's tomb, with intent there to take the dead man's place. As he walked, there came upon him a great fear, and he fell a-saying to himself, Ah, what a fool am I! Whither go I? How know I that her kinsmen, having detected my love, and surmising that which is not, have not put her upon requiring this of me, in order that they may slay me in the tomb, in which event I alone should be the loser, for not would I ever be heard of it, so that they would escape scot-free. Or how know I but that 'tis some machination of one of my ill-wishers, whom perchance she loves, and is therefore minded to abet? And again quoth he to himself, But allowing that 'tis neither the one nor the other, and that her kinsmen are really to carry me to her house, I scarce believe that 'tis either that they would fain embrace Scarnadio's corpse themselves, or let her do so; rather it must be that they have a mind to perpetrate some outrage upon it, for that perchance he once did them an evil turn. She bids me never say a word, no matter what I may hear or be otherwise ware of. Suppose they were to pluck out my eyes, or my teeth, or cut off my hands, or treat me with some other horseplay of the like sort? How then? How could I keep quiet? And if I open my mouth, they will either recognize me, and perchance do me a mischief, or, if they spare me, I shall have been at pains for naught, for they will not leave me with the lady, and she will say that I disobeyed her commands, and I shall never have aught of her favours. As thus he communed with himself, he was on the point of turning back, but his overmastering love plied him with opposing arguments of such force that he kept on his way, and reached the tomb, which having opened, he entered, and after stripping Scarnadio, and wrapping himself in the grave-clothes, closed it, and laid himself down in Scarnadio's place. He then fell a-thinking of the dead man, and his manner of life, and the things which he had heard tell of as happening by night, and in other less appalling places than the houses of the dead, whereby all the hairs of his head stood on end, and he momently expected Scarnadio to rise and cut his throat. However, the ardour of his love so fortified him that he overcame these and all other timorous apprehensions, and lay as if he were dead, awaiting what should betide him. Towards midnight Rinuccio, bent likewise upon fulfilling his lady's behest, sallied forth of his house, revolving as he went divers forebodings of possible contingencies, as that, having Scarnadio's corpse upon his shoulders, he might fall into the hands of the Signory, and be condemned to the fire as a wizard, or that, should the affair get wind, it might embroil him with his kinsfolk, or the like, which gave him pause. But then, with a revulsion of feeling, shall I, quoth he to himself, deny this lady, whom I so much have loved and love, the very first thing that she asks of me, and that too when I am thereby to win her favour? No, though 'twere as much as my life is worth, far be it from me to fail of keeping my word. So on he fared, and arrived at the tomb, which he had no difficulty in opening, and being entered, laid hold of Alessandro, who, though in mortal fear, had given no sign of life, by the feet, and dragged him forth, and having hoisted him onto his shoulders, bent his steps towards the lady's house. And as he went, being none too careful of Alessandro, he swung him from time to time against one or other of the angles of certain benches that were by the wayside, and indeed the night was so dark and murky that he could not see where he was going. And when he was all but on the threshold of the lady's house, she standing within at a window with her maid, to mark if Rinuccio would bring Alessandro, and being already provided with an excuse for sending them both away, it so befell that the patrol of the Signory, who were posted in the street in dead silence, being on the lookout for a certain bandit, hearing the tramp of Rinuccio's feet, suddenly showed a light, the better to know what was toward, and whither to go, and advancing targes and lances, cried out, "Who goes there?" Whereupon Rinuccio, having little leisure for deliberation, let Alessandro fall, and took to flight as fast as his legs might carry him. Alessandro, albeit encumbered by the grave clothes, which were very long, also jumped up and made off. By the light shown by the patrol the lady had very plainly perceived Rinuccio, with Alessandro on his back, as also that Alessandro had the grave clothes upon him, and much did she marvel at the daring of both, but, for all that, she laughed heartily to see Rinuccio drop Alessandro, and Alessandro run away. Overjoyed at the turn the affair had taken, and praising God that he had rid her of her harass, she withdrew from the window, and betook her to her chamber, averring of her maid that for certain they must be mightily in love with her, seeing that 'twas plain they had both done her bidding. Crestfallen, and cursing his evil fortune, Rinuccio nevertheless went not home, but as soon as the street was clear of the patrol, came back to the spot where he had dropped Alessandro, and stooped down and began feeling about, if haply he might find him, and so do his devoir to the lady. But as he found him not, he supposed the patrol must have borne him thence, and so, at last, home he went, as did also Alessandro, knowing not what else to do, and deploring his mishap. On the morrow, Scanardio's tomb being open and empty, for Alessandro had thrown the corpse into the vault below, all Pistoia debated of the matter with no small diversity of opinion, the fools believing that Scanardio had been carried off by devils. Neither of the lovers, however, forbore to make suit to the lady for her favour and love, telling her what he had done, and what had happened, and praying her to have him excused that he had not perfectly carried out her instructions. But she, feigning to believe neither of them, disposed of each with the same curt answer, to wit, that, as he had not done her bidding, she would never do aught for him. End of Day 9. The first story. Read by J.C. Guan, January 2009.
Day 9, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9, the second story. An abbess rises in haste and in the dark, with intent to surprise an accused nun abed with her lover. Thinking to put on her veil, she puts on instead the breeches of a priest that she has with her. The nun, espying her headgear, and doing her to wit thereof, is acquitted, and thenceforth finds it easier to foregather with her lover.
So ended Philomela, and when all had commended the address shown by the lady in ridding herself of the two lovers that she affected not, and contrariwise had censured the hardihood of the two lovers as not love but madness, the queen turned to Elisa, and with a charming air, "Now, Elisa, follow," quoth she, whereupon Elisa began on this wise:
Dearest ladies, 'twas cleverly done of Madonna Francesca to disembarrass herself in the way we have heard, but I have to tell of a young nun who by a happy retort and the favor of fortune delivered herself from imminent peril; and as you know that there are not a few most foolish folk who, notwithstanding their folly, take upon themselves the governance and correction of others, so you may learn from my story that fortune at times justly puts them to shame, which befell the abbess, who was the superior of the nun of whom I am about to speak. You are to know then that in a convent in Lombardy of very great repute for strict and holy living there was, among other ladies that there wore the veil, a young woman of noble family and extraordinary beauty. Now Isabetta, for such was her name, having speech one day of one of her kinsmen at the grate, became enamored of a fine young gallant that was with him, who, seeing her to be very fair, and reading her passion in her eyes, was kindled with a like flame for her, which mutual and unsolaced love they bore a great while, not without great suffering to both. But at length, both being intent thereon, the gallant discovered a way by which he might with all secrecy visit his nun, and she approving, he paid her not one visit only, but many, to their no small mutual solace. But while thus they continued their intercourse, it so befell that one night one of the sisters observed him take his leave of Isabetta and depart, albeit neither he nor she was aware that they had thus been discovered. The sister imparted what she had seen to several others. At first they were minded to denounce her to the abbess, one Madonna Usimbalda, who was reputed by the nuns, and indeed by all that knew her, to be a good and holy woman. But on second thoughts they deemed it expedient, that there might be no room for denial, to cause the abbess to take her and the gallant in the act. So they held their peace, and arranged between them to keep her in watch and close espial, that they might catch her unawares. Of which practice Isabetta witting not, it so befell that one night, when she had her lover to see her, the sisters that were on the watch were soon ware of it, and at what they deemed the nick of time, parted into two companies, of which one mounted guard at the threshold of Isabetta's cell, while the other hasted to the abbess's chamber, and knocking at the door, roused her, and as soon as they heard her voice, said, "Up, madam, without a delay, we have discovered that Isabetta has a young man with her in her cell." Now that night the abbess had with her a priest whom she used not seldom to have conveyed to her in a chest, and the report of the sisters making her apprehensive lest for excess of zeal and hurry they should force the door open, she rose in a trice, and huddling on her clothes as best she might in the dark, instead of the veil that they wear, which they call the psalter, she caught up the priest's breeches, and having clapped them on her head, hid her forth, and locked the door behind her, saying, "Where is this woman accursed of God?" And so, guided by the sisters, also agog to catch Isabetta a sinning, that they perceived not what manner of headgear the abbess wore, she made her way to the cell, and with their aid broke open the door, and entering they found the two lovers abed in one another's arms, who, as it were, thunderstruck to be thus surprised, lay there witting not what to do. The sisters took the young nun forthwith, and by command of the abbess brought her to the chapter house. The gallant, left behind in the cell, put on his clothes, and waited to see how the affair would end, being minded to make as many nuns as he might come at pay dearly for any despite that might be done his mistress, and to bring her off with him. The abbess, seated in the chapter house with all her nuns about her and all eyes bent upon the culprit, began giving her the severest reprimand that ever woman got, for that by her disgraceful and abominable conduct, should it get wind, she had sullied the fair fame of the convent; whereto she added menaces most dire. Shamefast and timorous, the culprit essayed no defence, and her silence begat pity of her in the rest. But while the abbess waxed more and more voluble, it chanced that the girl raised her head and espied the abbess's headgear, and the points that hung down on this side and that. The significance whereof being by no means lost upon her, she quite plucked up heart, and, "Madam," quoth she, "so help you God, tie up your coif, and then you may say what you will to me." Whereto the abbess, not understanding her, replied, "What coif, lewd woman? So thou hast the effrontery to jest? Think'st thou that what thou hast done is a matter meet for jests?" Whereupon, "Madam," quoth the girl again, "I pray you tie up your coif, and then you may say to me whatever you please." Which occasioned not a few of the nuns to look up at the abbess's head, and the abbess herself to raise her hands thereto, and so she and they at one and the same time apprehended Isabetta's meaning. Wherefore the abbess, finding herself detected by all in the same sin, and that no disguise was possible, changed her tone, and held quite another sort of language than before, the upshot of which was that 'twas impossible to withstand the assaults of the flesh, and that, accordingly, observing due secrecy as theretofore, all might give themselves a good time as they had opportunity. So having dismissed Isabetta to rejoin her lover in her cell, she herself returned to lie with her priest; and many a time thereafter, in spite of the envious Isabetta, had her gallant to see her, the others, that lacked lovers, doing in secret the best they might to push their fortunes. End of Day 9, the second story.
Day 9, Section 3 of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9, the third story. Master Simone, at the instance of Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello, makes Calandrino believe that he is with child. Calandrino accordingly gives them capons and money for medicines, and is cured without being delivered.
When Elisa had ended the story, and all had given thanks to God that he had vouchsafed the young nun a happy escape from the fangs of her envious companions, the queen bade Philostrato follow suit, and without expecting a second command, thus Philostrato began.
Fairest my ladies, the uncouth judge from the marches, or whom I told you yesterday, took from the tip of my tongue a story of Calandrino, which I was on the point of narrating, and as naught can be said of him without mightily enhancing our jollity, albeit not a little has already been said touching him and his comrades, I will now give you the story which I had meant yesterday to give you. Who there were this Calandrino, and the others that I am to tell of in this story, has already been sufficiently explained. Wherefore, without much ado, I say that one of Calandrino's aunts having died, leaving him 200 pounds in petty cash, Calandrino gave out that he was minded to purchase an estate, and, as if he had 10,000 florins of gold to invest, engaged every broker in Florence to treat for him, the negotiation always falling through as soon as the price was named. Bruno and Buffalmacco, knowing what was afoot, told him again and again that he better give himself a jolly time with them than go about buying earth as if he must need make pellets. But so far were they from effecting their purpose that they could not even prevail upon him to give them a single meal. Whereat, as one day they grumbled, being joined by a comrade of theirs, one Nello, also a painter, They all three took counsel how they might wet their whistle at Caladrino's expense, and their plans soon being concerted, the next morning Caladrino was scarce gone out when Nello met him, saying, "Good day, Caladrino." Whereto Caladrino replied, "God give thee a good day and a good year." Nello then drew back a little, and looking him steadily in the face until, "What seest thou to stare at?" quoth Caladrino. "Thou hadst no pain in the night?" returned Nello. "Thou seemest not thyself to me." Which Caladrino no sooner heard than he began to be disquieted, and, "Alas! how sayest thou?" quoth he. "What takest thou to be the matter with me?" "Why, as to that I have nothing to say," returned Nello, "but thou seemest to be quite changed. Perchance 'tis not what I suppose." And with that he left him. Caladrino, anxious, though he could not in the least have said why, went on, and soon Buffalmacco was not far off, and had observed him part from Nello, made up to him and greeted him, asking him if he was not in pain. "I cannot say," replied Caladrino. "'Twas but now that Nello told me that I looked quite changed. Can it be that there is aught the matter with me?" "Aught?" quoth Buffalmacco. "Ay, indeed, there might be a trifle the matter with thee. Thou lookest to be half dead, man." Caladrino now began to think he must have a fever. Then up came Bruno, and the first thing he said was, "Why, Caladrino, how ill thou lookest! Thy appearance is that of a corpse. How dost thou feel?" To be thus accosted by all three left no doubt in Caladrino's mind that he was ill, and so, "What shall I do?" quoth he, in a great fright. "My advice," replied Bruno, "is that thou go home, and get thee to bed, and cover thee well up, and send thy water to Master Simone, who, as thou knowest, is such a friend of ours. He will tell thee at once what thou must do, and we will come to see thee, and will do aught that may be needful." And Nello then joining them, they all three went home with Caladrino, who, now quite spent, went straight to his room, and said to his wife, "Come now, wrap me up well, I feel very ill." And so he laid himself on the bed, and sent a maid with his water to Master Simone, who had then his shop in the Mercato Vecchio, at the sign of the Pumpkin. Whereupon quoth Bruno to his comrades, "You will stay here with him, and I will go hear what the doctor has to say, and if need be will bring him hither." "Prithee do so, my friend," quoth Caladrino, "and bring me word how it is with me, for I feel as how I cannot say in my inside." So Bruno hied him to Master Simone, and before the maid arrived with the water told him what was afoot. The master, thus primed, inspected the water, and then said to the maid, "Go tell Caladrino to keep himself very warm. I will come at once, and let him know what is the matter with him, and what he must do." With which message the maid was scarce returned, when the master and Bruno arrived, and the master, having seated himself beside Caladrino, felt his pulse, and by, in the presence of his wife, said, "Harkee, Caladrino, I will speak to thee as a friend, and I tell thee that what is amiss with thee is just that thou art with child." Whereupon Caladrino cried out querulously, "Woe's me! 'Tis thy doing, Tessa, for thou must needs be uppermost. I told thee plainly what would come of it." Whereat the lady, being not a little modest, colored from brow to neck, and with downcast eyes withdrew from the room, saying never a word by way of answer. Caladrino ran on the same plaintive stream. "Alas! woe's me! What shall I do? How shall I be delivered of this child? What passage can it find? Ah! I see only too plainly that the lasciviousness of this wife of mine has been the death of me. God make her wretched, as I would fain be happy. Were I as well as I am not, I would get me up and thrash her, till I left not a whole bone in her body. Albeit it does but serve me right for letting her get the upper place. But if I win through this, she will never have it again. Verily she might pine to death for it, but she should not have it." Which to hear, Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello were like to burst with suppressed laughter, and Master Schimione laughed so frantically that all his teeth were ready to start from his jaws. However, at length, in answer to Caladrino's appeals and entreaties for counsel and succor, Caladrino, quoth the master, thou mayest dismiss thy fears, for, God be praised, we are apprised of thy state in such good time, that with but little trouble, in the course of a few days I shall set thee right, but 'twill cost a little. Woe's me, returned Caladrino. Be it so, master, for the love of God. I have here 200 pounds, with which I had thoughts of buying an estate. Take them, all, if you must have all, so only I may escape being delivered, for I know not how I should manage it, seeing that women, albeit 'tis much easier for them, do make such a noise in the hour of their labour, that I misdoubt me if I suffered so, I should die before I was delivered. Disquiet not thyself, said the doctor. I have a potion distilled for thee, of rare virtue it is, and not a little palatable, and in the course of 3 days 'twill purge thee of all, and leave thee in better fettle than a fish. But thou wilt do well to be careful thereafter, and commit no such indiscretions again. Now, to make this potion we must have 3 pair of good fat capons, and for divers other ingredients thou wilt give one of thy friends here 5 pounds in small change to purchase them, and thou wilt have everything sent to my shop, and so, please God, I will send thee this distilled potion tomorrow morning, and thou wilt have a good beakerful each time. Whereupon, be it as you bid, master mine, quoth Caladrino, and handing Bruno 5 pounds, and money enough to purchase 3 pair of capons, he begged him, if it were not too much trouble, to do him the service to buy these things for him. So away went the doctor, and made a little decoction by way of draught, and sent it to him. Bruno bought the capons, and everything else that was needful to furnish the feast, with which he and his comrades and the doctor regaled them. Caladrino drank of the decoction for 3 mornings, after which he had a visit from his friends and the doctor, who felt his pulse, and then, beyond a doubt, Caladrino, quoth he, thou art cured, and so thou hast no more occasion to keep indoors, but needest have no fear to do whatever thou hast a mind to do. Much relieved, Caladrino got up, and resumed his accustomed way of life, and wherever he found any one to talk to, was loud in praise of Master Simone for the excellent manner in which he had cured him, causing him in 3 days, without the least suffering, to be quit of his pregnancy. And Bruno and Buffalmacco and Nello was not a little pleased with themselves that they had so cleverly got the better of Caladrino's niggardliness, albeit Monna Tessa, who was not deceived, murmured not a little against her husband. End of Day 9, the 3rd story.
Day 9, the 4th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9, the 4th story. Cecco, son of Messer Fortarigo, loses his all at play at Buonconvento, besides the money of Cecco, son of Messer Anguilieri, whom, running after him in his shirt and crying out that he has robbed him, he causes to be taken by peasants. He then puts on his clothes, mounts his palfrey, and leaves him to follow in his shirt.
All the company laughed beyond measure to hear what Calandrino said touching his wife. But when Philostrato had done, Neifile, being bidden by the queen, thus began.
Noble ladies, were it not more difficult for men to evince their good sense and virtue than their folly and their vice, many would labour in vain to set bounds to their flow of words, whereof you have had a most conspicuous example in poor blundering Calandrino, who, for the better cure of that with which in his simplicity he supposed himself to be afflicted, had no sort of need to discover in public his wife's secret pleasures. Which affair has brought to my mind one that fell out contrariwise, inasmuch as the guile of one discomfited the good sense of another, to the grievous loss and shame of the discomfited, the manner whereof I am minded to relate to you. 'Tis not many years since there were in Siena 2 young men, both of age, and both alike named Cecco, the one being son of Messer Anguilieri, the other of Messer Fortarigo, who, albeit in many other respects their dispositions accorded ill, agreed so well in one, to wit that they both hated their fathers, that they became friends, and kept much together. Now Anguilieri, being a pretty fellow and well mannered, could not brook to live at Siena on the allowance made him by his father, and learning that there was come into the March of Ancona, as legate of the Pope, a cardinal to whom he was much bounden, resolved to resort to him there, thinking thereby to improve his circumstances. So, having acquainted his father with his purpose, he prevailed upon him to give him there and then all that he would have given him during the next 6 months, that he might have the wherewith to furnish himself with apparel and a good mount, so as to travel in a becoming manner. And as he was looking out for some one to attend him as his servant, Fortarigo, hearing of it, came presently to him, and besought him with all earnestness to take him with him as his groom or servant, or what he would, and he would be satisfied with his keep, without any salary whatsoever. Whereto Anguilieri made answer that he was not disposed to take him, not but that he well knew that he was competent for any service that might be required of him, but because he was given to play, and therewithal would at times get drunk. Fortarigo assured him with many an oath that he would be on his guard to commit neither fault, and added thereto such instant entreaties that Anguilieri was, as it were, vanquished, and consented. So one morning they took the road for Buonconvento, being minded there to breakfast. Now when Anguilieri had breakfasted, as 'twas a very hot day, he had a bed made in the inn, and having undressed with Fortarigo's help, he composed himself to sleep, telling Fortarigo to call him on the stroke of 9. Anguilieri thus sleeping, Fortarigo repaired to the tavern, where, having slaked his thirst, he sat down to a game with some that were there, who speedily won from him all his money, and thereafter in like manner all the clothes he had on his back. Wherefore he, being anxious to retrieve his losses, went, stripped as he was to his shirt, to the room where lay Anguilieri, and seeing that he was sound asleep, he took from his purse all the money that he had, and so went back to the gaming table and staked it, and lost it all as he had his own. By and by Anguilieri woke, and got up and dressed, and called for Fortarigo, and as Fortarigo answered not, he supposed that he must have had too much to drink, and be sleeping it off somewhere, as was his wont. He accordingly determined to leave him alone, and doubting not to find a better servant at Corsignano, he let saddle his palfrey and attach the valise. But when, being about to depart, he would have paid the host, never a coin could he come by. Whereat there was no small stir, so that all the inn was in an uproar, Anguilieri averring that he had been robbed in the house, and threatening to have them all arrested and taken to Siena. When lo, who should make his appearance but Fortarigo in his shirt, intent now to steal the clothes as he had stolen the moneys of Anguilieri. And marking that Anguilieri was accoutred for the road, "How is this, Anguilieri?" quoth he. "Are we to start so soon? Nay, but wait a little. One will be here presently that has my doublet in pawn for 38 soldi. I doubt not that he will return it me for 35 soldi if I pay money down." And while they were yet talking, in came one that made it plain to Anguilieri that 'twas Fortarigo that had robbed him of his money, for he told him the amount that Fortarigo had lost. Whereat Anguilieri, in a towering passion, rated Fortarigo right soundly, and, but that he stood more in fear of man than of God, would have suited action to word. and so, threatening to have him hanged by the neck and proclaimed an outlaw at the gallows tree of Siena, he mounted his horse. Forterigo, making as if 'twas not to him but to another that Anguillieri thus spoke, made answer, "Come now, Anguillieri, we were best have done with all this idle talk, and consider the matter of substance. We can redeem for 35 soldi, if we pay forthwith, but if we wait till to-morrow, we shall not get off with less than 38, the full amount of the loan, and 'tis because I staked by his advice that he will make me this allowance. Now why should not we save these 3 soldi?" Whereat Anguillieri waxed well nigh desperate, more particularly that he marked that the bystanders were scanning him suspiciously, as if, so far from understanding that Forterigo had staked and lost his, Anguillieri's, money, they gave him credit for still being in funds. So he cried out, "What have I to do with thy doublet? 'Tis high time thou wast hanged by the neck, that, not content with robbing me and gambling away my money, thou must needs also keep me in parley here, and make mock of me, when I would fain be gone." Forterigo, however, still persisted in making believe that Anguillieri did not mean this for him, and only said, "Nay, but why wilt not thou save me these 3 soldi? Think'st thou I can be of no more use to thee? Prithee, an thou lov'st me, do me this turn. Wherefore in such a hurry? We have time enough to get to Torrenieri this evening. Come now, out with thy purse. Thou knowest I might search Siena through, and not find a doublet that would suit me so well as this, and for all I let him have it for 38 soldi, 'tis worth 40 or more, so thou wilt wrong me twice over." Vexed beyond measure that after robbing him Forterigo should now keep him clavering about the matter, Anguillieri made no answer, but turned his horse's head and took the road for Torrenieri. But Forterigo, with cunning malice, trotted after him in his shirt, and 'twas still his doublet, that he would have of him. And when they had thus ridden 2 good miles, and Anguillieri was forcing the pace to get out of earshot of his pestering, Forterigo espied some husbandmen in a field beside the road, a little ahead of Anguillieri, and fell a shouting to them amain, "Take thief! Take thief!" Whereupon they came up with their spades and their mattocks, and barred Anguillieri's way, supposing that he must have robbed the man that came shouting after him in his shirt, and stopped him and apprehended him, and little indeed did it avail him to tell them who he was, and how the matter stood, for up came Forterigo with a wrathful air, and "I know not," quoth he, "why I spare to kill thee on the spot, traitor, thief that thou art, thus to despoil me and give me the slip." And then, turning to the peasants, "You see, gentlemen," quoth he, "in what a trim he left me in the inn, after gambling away all that he had with him and on him. Well, indeed, may I say that under God 'tis to you I owe it that I have thus come by my own again, for which cause I shall ever be beholden to you." Anguillieri also had his say, but his words passed unheeded. Forterigo, with the help of the peasants, compelled him to dismount, and having stripped him, donned his clothes, mounted his horse, and leaving him barefoot and in his shirt, rode back to Siena, giving out on all hands that he had won the palfrey and the clothes from Anguillieri. So Anguillieri, having thought to present himself to the cardinal in the March a wealthy man, returned to Buonconvento poor and in his shirt, and being ashamed for the time to show himself in Siena, pledged the nag that Forterigo had ridden for a suit of clothes, and betook him to his kinsfolk at Corsignano, where he tarried until he received a fresh supply of money from his father. Thus, then, Forterigo's guile disconcerted Anguillieri's judicious purpose, albeit when time and occasion served, it was not left unrequited. End of Day 9, the 4th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 9, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 9, the 5th story. Calandrino being enamoured of a damsel, Bruno gives him a scroll, averring that if he but touch her therewith, she will go with him. He is found with her by his wife, who subjects him to a most severe and vexatious examination.
So, at no great length, in that ne file her story, which the company allowed to pass with none too much laughter or remark. Whereupon the queen, turning to Fiammetta, bade her follow suit. Fiammetta, with mien most gladsome, made answer that she willingly obeyed, and thus began.
As I doubt not ye know, ladies most debonair, be the topic of discourse never so well worn, it will still continue to please, if the speaker knows how to make due choice of time and occasion meet. Wherefore, considering the reason for which we are here, how that 'tis to make merry and speed the time gaily, and that merely, I deem that there is naught that may afford us mirth and solace, but here may find time and occasion meet, and, after serving 1,000 turns of discourse, should still prove not unpleasing for another 1,000. Wherefore, notwithstanding that of Calandrino and his doings not a little has from time to time been said among us, yet considering that, as a while ago Philostrato observed, there is naught that concerns him that is not entertaining, I will make bold to add to the preceding stories another, which I might well, had I been minded to deviate from the truth, have disguised, and so recounted it to you, under other names. But as whoso in telling a story diverges from the truth, does thereby in no small measure diminish the delight of his hearers, and I purpose for the reason aforesaid to give you the narrative in proper form. Niccolo Cornacchini, one of our citizens and a man of wealth, had among other estates a fine one at Camerata, on which he had a grand house built, and engaged Bruno and Buffalmacco to paint it throughout, in which task, for that 'twas by no means light, they associated with them Nello and Calandrino, and so set to work. There were a few rooms in the house provided with beds and other furniture, and an old female servant lived there as caretaker. But otherwise the house was unoccupied, for which course Niccolo's son, Filippo, being a young man and a bachelor, was wont sometimes to bring thither a woman for his pleasure, and after keeping her there for a few days, to escort her thence again. Now on one of these occasions it befell that he brought thither one Nicolosa, whom a vile fellow, named Mangione, kept in a house at Camaldoli as a common prostitute. And a fine piece of flesh she was, and wore fine clothes, and, for one of her sort, knew how to comport herself becomingly, and talk agreeably. Now one day at high noon, forth tripped the damsel from her chamber in a white gown, her locks braided about her head, to wash her hands and face at a well that was in the courtyard of the house. And, while she was so engaged, it befell that Calandrino came there for water, and greeted her familiarly. Having returned his salutation, she, rather because Calandrino struck her as something out of the common, than for any other interest she felt in him, regarded him attentively. Calandrino did the like by her, and being smitten by her beauty, found reasons enough why he should not go back to his comrades with the water, but as he knew not who she was, he made not bold to address her. She, upon whom his gaze was not lost, being minded to amuse herself at his expense, let her glance from time to time rest upon him, while she heaved a slight sigh or two. Whereby Calandrino was forthwith captivated, and tarried in the courtyard, until Filippo called her back into the chamber. Returned to his work, Calandrino sighed like a furnace, which Bruno, who was ever regardful of his doings, for the diversion they afforded him, failed not to mark, and by, "What the devil is amiss with thee, comrade Calandrino?" quoth he. "Thou dost naught but puff and blow." "Comrade," replied Calandrino, "I should be in luck, had I but one to help me." "How so?" quoth Bruno. "Why," returned Calandrino, "'tis not to go farther, but there is a damsel below, fairer than a Lamia, and so mightily in love with me that 'twould astonish thee. I observed it but now, when I went to fetch the water." "Nay, but, Calandrino, make sure she be not Filippo's wife," quoth Bruno. "I doubt 'tis even so," replied Calandrino, "for he called her and she joined him in the chamber; but what signifies it? I would circumvent Christ himself in such a case, not to say Filippo. Of a truth, comrade, I tell thee she pleases me, I could not say how." "Comrade," returned Bruno, "I will find out for thee who she is, and if she be Filippo's wife, 2 words from me will make it straight for thee, for she is much my friend. But how shall we prevent Buffalmacco knowing it? I can never have a word with her, but he is with me." "As to Buffalmacco," replied Calandrino, "I care not if he do know, but let us make sure it come not to Nello's ears, for he is of kin to Monna Tessa, and would spoil it all." "Whereto? Thou art in the right," returned Bruno. Now Bruno knew who the damsel was, for he had seen her arrive, and moreover Filippo had told him. So, Calandrino having given over working for a while, and betaken him to her, Bruno acquainted Nello and Buffalmacco with the whole story, and thereupon they privily concerted how to entreat him in regard of his love affair. Wherefore, upon his return, quoth Bruno softly, "Didst see her?" "Ay, woe's me!" replied Calandrino, "she has stricken me to the death." Quoth Bruno, "I will go see if she be the lady I take her to be, and if I find that 'tis so, leave the rest to me." Whereupon down went Bruno, and found Filippo and the damsel, and fully apprised them what sort of fellow Calandrino was, and what he had told them, and concerted with them what each should do and say, that they might have a merry time together over Calandrino's love affair. He then rejoined Calandrino, saying, "'Tis the very same, and therefore the affair needs very delicate handling, for, if Filippo were but ware thereof, not all Arno's waters would suffice to cleanse us. However, what should I say to her from thee, if by chance I should get speech of her?" "I' faith," replied Calandrino. "Why, first of all, thou wilt tell her that I wish her 1,000 bushels of the good seed of generation, and then that I am her servant, and if she is fain of aught, thou takest me?" "Ay," quoth Bruno, "leave it to me." Supper time came, and the day's work done, they went down into the courtyard, Filippo and Nicolosa being there, and there they tarried a while to advance Calandrino's suit. Calandrino's gaze was soon riveted on Nicolosa, and so strange and startling were the gestures that he made, that they would have given sight to the blind. She, on her part, used all her arts to inflame his passion, primed as she had been by Bruno, and diverted beyond measure as she was by Calandrino's antics, while Filippo, Buffalmacco, and the rest feigned to be occupied in converse, and to see naught of what passed. However, after a while, to Calandrino's extreme disgust, they took their leave, and as they bent their steps towards Florence, "I warrant thee," quoth Bruno to Calandrino, "she wastes away for thee like ice in the sunlight. By the body o' God, if thou wert to bring thy rebeck, and sing to her 1 or 2 of thy love songs, she'd throw herself out of the window to be with thee." Quoth Calandrino, "Think'st thou, comrade, think'st thou, 'twere well I brought it?" "Ay, indeed," returned Bruno. Whereupon, "Ah, comrade," quoth Calandrino, so thou wouldst not believe me when I told thee to-day. Of a truth I perceive there's ne'er another knows so well what he would be at as I. Who but I would have known how so soon to win the love of a lady like that? Lucky indeed might they deem themselves if they did it. Those young gallants that go about, day and night, up and down, a-strumming on the eye-stringed viol, and would not know how to gather a handful of nuts once in a millennium. Mayst thou be by, to see when I bring her the rebeck. Thou wilt see fine sport. List well what I say. I am not so old as I look, and she knows it right well. Ay, and anyhow, I will soon let her know it, when I come to grapple her. By the very body of Christ, I will have such sport with her, that she will follow me as any love-sick maid follows her swain. Oh, quoth Bruno, I doubt not thou wilt make her thy prey, and I seem to see thee bite her dainty vermeil mouth, and her cheeks, that show as twin roses, with thy teeth, that are as so many lute-pegs, and afterwards devour her bodily. So encouraged, Calandrino fancied himself already in action, and went about singing and capering in such high glee that 'twas as if he would burst his skin. And so next day he brought the rebeck, and to the no small amusement of all the company sang several songs to her. And in short, by frequently seeing her, he waxed so mad with passion that he gave over working, and 1,000 times a day he would run now to the window, now to the door, and anon to the courtyard, in the chance of catching sight of her; nor did she, astutely following Bruno's instructions, fail to afford him abundance of opportunity. Bruno played the go-between, bearing him her answers to all his messages, and sometimes bringing him messages from her. When she was not at home, which was most frequently the case, he would send him letters from her, in which she gave great encouragement to his hopes, at the same time giving him to understand that she was at the house of her kinsfolk, where as yet he might not visit her. On this wise, Bruno and Buffalmacco so managed the affair as to divert themselves inordinately, causing him to send her, as at her request, now an ivory comb, now a purse, now a little knife, and other such dainty trifles, in return for which they brought him, now and again, a counterfeit ring of no value, with which Calandrino was marvellously pleased. And Calandrino, to stimulate their zeal in his interest, would entertain them hospitably at table, and otherwise flatter them. Now, when they had thus kept him in play for 2 good months, and the affair was just where it had been, Calandrino, seeing that the work was coming to an end, and bethinking him that, if it did so before he had brought his love affair to a successful issue, he must give up all hopes of ever doing so, began to be very instant and importunate with Bruno. So in the presence of the damsel, and by preconcert with her and Filippo, quoth Bruno to Calandrino, "Harkye, comrade, this lady has vowed to me 1,000 times that she will do as thou wouldst have her, and as, for all that, she does naught to pleasure thee, I am of opinion that she leads thee by the nose. Wherefore, as she keeps not her promises, we will make her do so, willy-nilly, if thou art so minded." "Nay, but for the love of God, so be it," replied Calandrino, "and that speedily." "Darest thou touch her, then, with a scroll that I shall give thee?" quoth Bruno. "I dare," replied Calandrino. "Fetch me, then," quoth Bruno, "a bit of skin of an unborn lamb, a live bat, 3 grains of incense, and a blessed candle, and leave the rest to me." To catch the bat taxed all Calandrino's art and craft for the whole of the evening, but having at length taken him, he brought him with the other matters to Bruno, who having withdrawn into a room by himself, wrote on the skin some cabalistic jargon, and handed it to him, saying, "Know, Calandrino, that if thou touch her with this scroll, she will follow thee forthwith, and do whatever thou shalt wish. Wherefore, should Filippo go abroad to-day, get thee somehow up to her, and touch her, and then go into the barn that is hereby, 'tis the best place we have, for never a soul goes there, and thou wilt see that she will come there too. When she is there, thou wottest well what to do." Calandrino, overjoyed as ne'er another, took the scroll, saying only, "Comrade, leave that to me." Now Nello, whom Calandrino mistrusted, entered with no less zest than the others into the affair, and was their confederate for Calandrino's discomfiture. Accordingly, by Bruno's direction, he hied to Florence, and finding Monna Tessa, "Thou hast scarce forgotten, Tessa," quoth he, "what a beating Calandrino gave thee, without the least cause, that day when he came home with the stones from Mugnone, for which I would have thee be avenged, and so thou wilt not. Call me no more kinsman or friend. He has fallen in love with the lady up there, who is abandoned enough to go closeting herself not seldom with him, and 'tis but a short while since they made assignation to foregather forthwith, so I would have thee go there and surprise him in the act, and give him a sound trouncing." Which when the lady heard, she deemed it no laughing matter, but started up and broke out with, "Alas, the arrant knave! Is't thus he treats me? By the holy rood, never fear but I will pay him out." And wrapping herself in her cloak, and taking a young woman with her for companion, she sped more at a run than at a walk, escorted by Nello, up to Camerata. Bruno, espying her from afar, said to Filippo, "Lo, here comes our friend." Whereupon Filippo went to the place where Calandrino and the others were at work, and said, "My masters, I must needs go at once to Florence; slacken not on that account." And so off he went, and hid himself where, unobserved, he might see what Calandrino would do. Calandrino waited only until he saw that Filippo was at some distance, and then he went down into the courtyard, where he found Nicolosa alone, and fell a talking with her. She, knowing well what she had to do, drew close to him, and showed him a little more familiarity than she was wont, whereupon Calandrino touched her with the scroll, and having done so, saying never a word, bent his steps towards the barn, whither Nicolosa followed him, and, being entered, shut the door, and forthwith embraced him, threw him down on the straw that lay there, and got astride of him, and holding him fast by the arms about the shoulders, suffered him not to approach his face to hers, but gazing upon him as if he were the delight of her heart. "O Calandrino, sweet my Calandrino," quoth she, "heart of my body, my very soul, my bliss, my consolation! Oh, how long have I yearned to hold thee in my arms, and to have thee all my own! Thy endearing ways have utterly disarmed me, thou hast made prize of my heart with thy rebeck. Do I indeed hold thee in mine embrace?" Calandrino, scarce able to move, murmured, "Ah, sweet my soul, suffer me to kiss thee." Whereto, "Nay, but thou art too hasty," replied Nicolosa. "Let me first feast mine eyes on thee, let me but sate them with this sweet face of thine." Meanwhile Bruno and Buffalmacco had joined Filippo, so what passed was seen and heard by all three. And while Calandrino was thus intent to kiss Nicolosa, lo, up came Nello with Monna Tessa. "By God, I swear they are both there!" ejaculated Nello, as they entered the doorway; but the lady, now fairly furious, laid hold of him and thrust him aside, and rushing in espied Nicolosa astride of Calandrino. Nicolosa no sooner caught sight of the lady than up she jumped, and in a trice was beside Filippo. Monna Tessa fell upon Calandrino, who was still on the floor, planted her nails in his face and scratched it all over. She then seized him by the hair, and hailing him to and fro about the barn, "Foul, pestilent cur," quoth she, "is this the way thou treatest me? Thou old fool! A murrain on the love I have borne thee! Hast thou not enough to do at home, that thou must needs go falling in love with strange women? And a fine lover thou wouldst make. Dost not thou know thyself, knave? Thou from whose body 'twere not possible to wring enough sap for a sauce. God's faith, 'twas not Tessa that got thee with child. God's curse on her, whoever she was, Verily she must be a poor creature to be enamoured of a jewel of thy rare quality." At sight of his wife, Calandrino, suspended as it were between life and death, ventured no defence; but, his face torn to shreds, his hair and clothes all disordered, fumbled about for his capuche, which having found, up he got, and humbly besought his wife not to publish the matter, unless she were minded that he should be cut to pieces, for that she that was with him was the wife of the master of the house. "Then God give her a bad year," replied the lady. Whereupon Bruno and Buffalmacco, who by this time had laughed their fill with Filippo and Nicolosa, came up as if attracted by the noise, and after not a little ado pacified the lady, and counselled Calandrino to go back to Florence and stay there, lest Filippo should get wind of the affair, and do him a mischief. So Calandrino, crestfallen and woebegone, got him back to Florence with his face torn to shreds, where, daring not to show himself at Camerata again, he endured day and night the grievous torment of his wife's vituperation. Such was the issue to which, after ministering not a little mirth to his comrades, and also to Nicolosa and Filippo, this ardent lover brought his amour. End of Day 9, the 5th story.
Day 9, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 9, the 6th story. 2 young men lodge at an inn, of whom the one lies with the host's daughter, his wife by inadvertence lying with the other. He that lay with the daughter afterwards gets into her father's bed and tells him all, taking him to be his comrade. They bandy words, whereupon the good woman, apprehending the circumstances, gets her to bed with her daughter, and by divers apt words re-establishes perfect accord.
Calandrino, as on former occasions, so also on this, moved the company to laughter. However, when the ladies had done talking of his doings, the queen called for a story from Pamphilo, who thus spoke:
Worshipful ladies, this Nicolosa that Calandrino loved has brought to my mind a story of another Nicolosa, which I am minded to tell you because 'twill show you how a good woman, by her quick apprehension, avoided a great scandal. In the plain of Mugnone there was not long ago a good man that furnished travellers with meat and drink for money, and, for that he was in poor circumstances, and had but a little house, gave not lodging to every comer, but only to a few that he knew, and if they were hard bested. Now the good man had to wife a very fine woman, and by her had 2 children, to wit, a pretty and winsome girl of some 15 or 16 summers, as yet unmarried, and a little boy, not yet 1 year old, whom the mother suckled at her own breast. The girl had found favour in the eyes of a goodly and mannerly young gentleman of our city, who was not seldom in those parts, and loved her to the point of passion. And she, being mightily flattered to be loved by such a gallant, studied how to comport herself so debonairly as to retain his regard, and while she did so, grew likewise enamoured of him. And divers times, by consent of both, their love had had its fruition. But that Pinocchio, such was the gallant's name, shrank from the disgrace that 'twould bring upon the girl and himself alike. But, as his passion daily waxed apace, Pinocchio, yearning to find himself abed with her, bethought him that he were best contrive to lodge with her father, deeming, from what he knew of her father's economy, that if he did so, he might effect his purpose, and never a soul be the wiser; which idea no sooner struck him than he set about carrying it into effect. So, Late one evening, Pinocchio and a trusted comrade, Adriano by name, to whom he had confided his love, hired 2 nags, and having set upon them 2 valises, filled with straw or such like stuff, sallied forth of Florence, and rode by a circuitous route to the plain of Mugnone, which they reached after nightfall. And having fetched a compass, so that it might seem as if they were coming from Romagna, they rode up to the good man's house and knocked at the door. The good man, knowing them both very well, opened to them forthwith, whereupon, "Thou must even put us up to-night," quoth Pinocchio. "We thought to get into Florence, but for all the speed we could make, we are but arrived here, as thou seest, at this hour." "Pinocchio," replied the host, "thou well knowest that I can make but a sorry shift to lodge gentlemen like you. But yet, as night has overtaken you here, and time serves not to betake you elsewhere, I will gladly give you such accommodation as I may." The 2 gallants then dismounted and entered the inn, and having first looked to their horses, brought out some supper that they had carried with them, and supped with the host. Now the host had but one little bedroom, in which were 3 beds, set, as conveniently as he could contrive, 2 on one side of the room, and the third on the opposite side, but for all that there was scarce room enough to pass through. The host had the least discomfortable of the 3 beds made up for the 2 friends, and having quartered them there some little while afterwards, both being awake, but feigning to be asleep, he caused his daughter to get into one of the other 2 beds, while he and his wife took their places in the third, the good woman setting the cradle, in which was her little boy, beside the bed. Such then being the partition made of the beds, Pinocchio, who had taken exact note thereof, waited only until he deemed all but himself to be asleep, and then got softly up and stole to the bed in which lay his beloved, and laid himself beside her. And she according him albeit a timorous yet a gladsome welcome, he stayed there, taking with her that solace of which both were most fain. Pinocchio being thus with the girl, it chanced that certain things, being overset by a cat, fell with a noise that aroused the good woman, who, fearing that it might be a matter of more consequence, got up as best she might in the dark, and betook her to the place whence the noise seemed to proceed. At the same time Adriano, not by reason of the noise, which he heeded not, but perchance to answer the call of nature, also got up, and questing about for a convenient place, came upon the cradle beside the good woman's bed, and not being able otherwise to go by, took it up, and set it beside his own bed, and when he had accomplished his purpose, went back, and giving never a thought to the cradle, got him to bed. The good woman searched until she found that the accident was no such matter as she had supposed, so, without troubling to strike a light to investigate it further, she reproved the cat, and returned to the room, and groped her way straight to the bed in which her husband lay asleep. But not finding the cradle there, quoth she to herself, "Alas, blunderer that I am, what was I about? God's faith, I was going straight to the guest's bed." And proceeding a little further, she found the cradle, and laid herself down by Adriano in the bed that was beside it, taking Adriano for her husband. And Adriano, who was still awake, received her with all due benignity, and tackled her more than once, to her no small delight. Meanwhile, Pinocchio, fearing lest sleep should overtake him while he was yet with his mistress, and having satisfied his desire, got up and left her, to return to his bed. But when he got there, coming upon the cradle, he supposed that 'twas the host's bed, and so going a little further, he laid him down beside the host, who thereupon awoke. Supposing that he had Adriano beside him, "I warrant thee," quoth Pinocchio to the host, "there was never so sweet a piece of flesh as Nicolosa. By the body of God, such delight have I had of her as never had man of woman. And mark me, since I left thee, I have gotten me up to the farm 6 times." Which tidings the host being none too well pleased to learn, said first of all to himself, "What the devil does this fellow here?" Then, his resentment getting the better of his prudence, "'Tis a gross affront thou hast put upon me, Pinocchio," quoth he. nor know I what occasion thou hast to do me such a wrong. But by the body of God I will pay thee out. Pinocchio, who was not the most discreet of gallants, albeit he was now apprised of his error, instead of doing his best to repair it, retorted, "And wilt thou pay me out? What canst thou do?" "Hark, what high words our guests are at together," quoth meanwhile the host's wife to Adriano, deeming that she spoke to her husband. "Let them be," replied Adriano with a laugh. "God give them a bad year. They drank too much yestereve." The good woman had already half recognized her husband's angry tones, and now that she heard Adriano's voice, she at once knew where she was, and with whom. Accordingly, being a discreet woman, she started up, and saying never a word, took her child's cradle, and though there was not a ray of light in the room, bore it, divining rather than feeling her way, to the side of the bed in which her daughter slept. And then, as if aroused by the noise made by her husband, she called him, and asked what he and Pinocchio were bandying words about. "Hearest thou not," replied the husband, "what he says he has this very night done to Nicolosa?" "Tush, he lies in the throat," returned the good woman. "He has not lain with Nicolosa. For what time he might have done so, I laid me beside her myself, and I have been wide awake ever since. And thou art a fool to believe him. You men take so many cups before going to bed that then you dream, and walk in your sleep and imagine wonders. 'Tis a great pity you do not break your necks. What does Pinocchio there? Why keeps he not in his own bed?" Whereupon Adriano, in his turn, seeing how adroitly the good woman cloaked her own and her daughter's shame, "Pinocchio," quoth he, "I have told thee 100 times that thou shouldst not walk about at night, for this thy bad habit of getting up in thy dreams and relating thy dreams for truth will get thee into a scrape some time or another. Come back, and God see thee a bad night." Hearing Adriano thus confirm what his wife had said, the host began to think that Pinocchio must be really dreaming, so he took him by the shoulder and fell a-shaking him and calling him by his name, saying, "Pinocchio, wake up and go back to thy bed." Pinocchio, taking his cue from what he had heard, began, as a dreamer would be like to do, to talk wanderingly, whereat the host laughed amain. Then, feigning to be aroused by the shaking, Pinocchio uttered Adriano's name, saying, "Is it already day, that thou callest me?" "Ay, 'tis so," quoth Adriano. "Come hither." Whereupon Pinocchio, making as if he were mighty drowsy, got him up from beside the host and back to bed with Adriano. On the morrow, when they were arisen, the host fell a-laughing and making merry touching Pinocchio in his dreams, and so the jest passed from mouth to mouth while the gallants' horses were groomed and saddled and their valises adjusted, which done, they drank with the host, mounted and rode to Florence, no less pleased with the manner than with the matter of the night's adventure. Nor, afterwards, did Pinocchio fail to find other means of meeting Nicolosa, who assured her mother that he had unquestionably dreamed. For which cause the good woman, calling to mind Adriano's embrace, accounted herself the only one that had watched. End of Day 9, the 6th story.
Day 9, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9, the 7th story. Talano di Molezze dreams that a wolf tears and rends all the neck and face of his wife. He gives her warning thereof, which she heeds not, and the dream comes true.
When Pamphilo had brought his story to a close, and all had commended the good woman's quick perception, The queen bade Pampinea tell hers, and thus Pampinea began.
A while ago, debonair my ladies, we held discourse of the truths that dreams show forth, which not a few of us deride, for which case, albeit the topic has been handled before, I shall not spare to tell you that which not long ago befell a neighbour of mine, for that she disbelieved a dream that her husband had. I wot not if you knew Talano di Molezze, a man worthy to be had in honour, who, having married a young wife, Margarita by name, fair as ever another, but without her match for whimsical, fractious, and perverse humours, insomuch that there was naught she would do at the instance of another, either for his or her own good, found her behaviour most grievous to bear, but was fain to endure what he might not cure. Now it so befell that Talano and Margarita, being together at an estate that Talano had in the Contado, he, sleeping, saw in a dream a very beautiful wood that was on the estate at no great distance from the house, and his lady there walking. And as she went, there leaped forth upon her a huge and fierce wolf, that griped her by the throat and bore her down to the ground, and she, shrieking the while for succour, would have carried her off by main force, but she got quit of his jaws, albeit her neck and face showed as quite disfigured. On the morrow, as soon as he was risen, Talano said to his wife, "Albeit for thy perversity I have not yet known a single good day with thee, yet I should be sorry, wife, that harm should befall thee, and therefore, if thou takest my advice, thou wilt not stir out of doors to-day." "Wherefore?" quoth the lady, and thereupon he recounted to her all his dream. The lady shook her head, saying, "Who means ill, dreams ill. Thou makest as if thou wast mighty tender of me, but thou boast'st of me in thy dream that which thou wouldst fain see betide me. I warrant thee that to-day, and all days, I will have a care to avoid this or any other calamity that might gladden thy heart." Whereupon, "Well wist I," replied Talano, "that thou wouldst so say, for such is ever the requital of those that comb scurfy heads. But whatever thou mayst be pleased to believe, I for my part speak to thee for thy good, and again I advise thee to keep indoors to-day, or at least not to walk in the wood." "Good," returned the lady, "I will look to it." And then she began communing with herself on this wise. "Didst mark how artfully he thinks to have scared me from going into the woods to-day? Doubtless 'tis that he has an assignation there with some light love, with whom he had rather I did not find him. Ah, he would sup well with the blind, and what a fool were I to believe him! But I warrant he will be disappointed, and needs must I, though I stay there all day long, see what commerce it is that he will adventure in to-day." Having so said, she quitted the house on one side, while her husband did so on the other, and forthwith, shunning observation as best she might, she hied her to the woods, and hid where 'twas most dense, and there waited on the alert, and glancing now this way and now that to see if any were coming. And while thus she stood, not even a thought of a wolf crossed her mind. Lo, forth of a close covert hard by came a wolf of monstrous size and appalling aspect, and scarce had she time to say, "God help me," before he sprang upon her and griped her by the throat so tightly that she might not utter a cry, but, passive as any lambkin, was borne off by him, and had certainly been strangled, had he not encountered some shepherds, who with shouts compelled him to let her go. The shepherds recognized the poor hapless woman, and bore her home, where the physicians by dint of long and careful treatment cured her, howbeit the whole of her throat and part of her face remained so disfigured that, fair as she had been before, she was ever thereafter most foul and hideous to look upon. Wherefore, being ashamed to show her face, she did many a time bitterly deplore her perversity, in that, when it would have cost her nothing, she would nevertheless pay no heed to the true dream of her husband. End of Day 9, the 7th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 9, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 9, the 8th story. Biondello gulls Ciacco in the matter of a breakfast, for which prank Ciacco is cunningly avenged on Biondello, causing him to be shamefully beaten.
All the company by common consent pronounced it no dream, but a vision that Talano had had in his sleep, so exactly, no circumstance lacking, had it fallen out according as he had seen it. However, as soon as all had done speaking, the queen bade Lauretta follow suit, which Lauretta did on this wise.
As, most discreet my ladies, those that have preceded me today have almost all taken their cue from somewhat that has been said before, so, prompted by the stern vengeance taken by the scholar in Pampinea's narrative of yesterday, I am minded to tell you of a vengeance that was indeed less savage, but for all that grievous enough to him on whom it was wreaked. Wherefore I say that there was once at Florence one that all folk called Ciacco, a man second to none that ever lived for inordinate gluttony, who, lacking the means to support the expenditure which his gluttony demanded, and being for the rest well mannered and well furnished with excellent and merry jests, did, without turning exactly court jester, cultivate a somewhat biting wit, and loved to frequent the houses of the rich and such as kept good tables, whither, bidden or unbidden, he not seldom resorted for breakfast or supper. There was also in those days at Florence one that was called Biondello, a man very short of stature, and not a little debonair, more trim than any fly, with his blond locks surmounted by a coif, and never a hair out of place, and he and Ciacco were two of a trade. Now, one morning in Lent, Biondello, being in the fish market, purchasing two mighty fat lampreys for Messer Vieri de Cerchi, was observed thus engaged by Ciacco, who came up to him, and "What means this?" quoth he. "Why," replied Biondello, "'tis that yestereve Messer Corso Donati had 3 lampreys, much finer than these, and a sturgeon sent to his house; but as they did not suffice for a breakfast that he is to give certain gentlemen, he has commissioned me to buy these 2 beside. Wilt thou not be there?" "Ay, marry, that will I," returned Ciacco. And in what he deemed due time, he hied him to Messer Corso Donati's house, where he found him with some of his neighbours not yet gone to breakfast. And being asked by Messer Corso with what intent he was come, he answered, "I am come, sir, to breakfast with you and your company." "And welcome art thou," returned Messer Corso. "Go we then to breakfast, for 'tis now the time." So to table they went, where nought was set before them but peas and the inward part of the tunny salted, and afterwards the common fish of the Arno fried. Wherefore Giaco, not a little wroth at the trick that he perceived Biondello had played him, resolved to pay him out. And not many days after, Biondello, who had meanwhile had many a laugh with his friends over Giaco's discomfiture, met him, and after greeting him, asked him with a laugh what Messer Corso's lampres had been like. "That question," replied Giaco, "thou wilt be able to answer much better than I before 8 days are gone by." And parting from Biondello upon the word, he went forthwith and hired a cozening rogue, and having thrust a glass bottle into his hand, brought him within sight of the Loggia di Cavicciulli, and there, pointing to a knight, one Messer Filippo Argenti, a tall man and stout, and of a high courage, and haughty, choleric, and cross-grained as ne'er another, he said to him, "Thou wilt go, flask in hand, to Messer Filippo, and wilt say to him, I am sent for you, sir, by Biondello, who entreats you to be pleased to colour this flask for him with some of your good red wine, for that he is minded to have a good time with his catamites. And of all things have a care that he lay not hands upon thee, for he would make thee rue the day, and would spoil my sport." "Have I aught else to say?" inquired the rogue. "Nothing more," returned Giaco. "And now get thee gone, and when thou hast delivered the message, bring me back the flask, and I will pay thee." So away went the rogue, and did the errand to Messer Filippo, who forthwith, being a hasty man, jumped to the conclusion that Biondello, whom he knew, was making mock of him, and while an angry flush overspread his face, "Colour the flask, forsooth," quoth he, "and catamites! God send thee and him a bad year." And therewith up he started, and reached forward to lay hold of the rogue, who, being on the alert, gave him the slip and was off, and reported Messer Filippo's answer to Giaco, who had observed what had passed. Having paid the rogue, Giaco rested not until he had found Biondello, to whom, "Wast thou but now," quoth he, "at the Loggia di Cavicciulli?" "Indeed, no," replied Biondello. "Wherefore such a question?" "Because," returned Giaco, "I may tell thee that thou art sought for by Messer Filippo, for what cause I know not." "Good," quoth Biondello, "I will go thither and speak with him." So away went Biondello, and Giaco followed him to see what course the affair would take. Now, having failed to catch the rogue, Messer Filippo was still very wroth, and inly fumed and fretted, being unable to make out aught from what the rogue had said, save that Biondello was set on by some one or another to flout him. And while he thus vexed his spirit, up came Biondello, whom he no sooner espied than he made for him, and dealt him a mighty blow in the face, and tore his hair and coif, and cast his capuch on the ground, and to his "Alas, sir, what means this?" still beating him amain, "Traitor!" cried he, "I will give thee to know what it means to send me such a message. Colour the flask, forsooth, and catamites! Dost thou take me for a stripling, to be befooled by thee?" And therewith he pummelled Biondello's face all over with a pair of fists that were liker to iron than aught else, until it was but a mass of bruises. He also tore and dishevelled all his hair, tumbled him in the mud, rent all his clothes upon his back, and that without allowing him breathing space to ask why he thus used him, or so much as utter a word. "Colour me the flask," and "catamites" rang in his ears, but what the words signified he knew not. In the end, very badly beaten, and in very sorry and ragged trim, many folk having gathered around him, they, albeit not without the utmost difficulty, rescued him from Messer Filippo's hands, and told him why Messer Filippo had thus used him, censuring him for sending him such a message, and adding that thenceforth he would know Messer Filippo better, and that he was not a man to be trifled with. Biondello told them in tearful exculpation that he had never sent for wine to Messer Filippo. Then, when they had put him in a little better trim, crestfallen and woebegone, he went home, imputing his misadventure to Giaco. And when, many days afterwards, the marks of his ill usage being gone from his face, he began to go abroad again, it chanced that Giaco met him, and with a laugh, "Biondello," quoth he, "how didst thou relish Messer Filippo's wine?" "Why, as to that," replied Biondello, "would thou hadst relished the lampres of Messer Corso as much." "So," returned Giaco, Such meat as thou then gavest me, thou mayst henceforth give me as often as art so minded, and I will give thee even such drink as I have given thee. So Biondello, witting that against Chaco his might was not equal to his spite, prayed God for his peace, and was careful never to flout him again. End of Day 9, the 8th story.
Day 9, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 9, the 9th story. Two young men ask counsel of Solomon. The one how he is to make himself beloved, the other how he is to reduce an unruly wife to order. The king bids the one to love, and the other to go to the bridge of geese.
None now remained to tell save the queen, unless she were minded to infringe Dioneo's privilege. Wherefore, when the ladies had laughed their fill over the misfortunes of Biondello, thus gaily the queen began.
Observe, we lovesome ladies, the order of things with a sound mind, and we shall readily perceive that we women are one and all subjected by nature and custom and law unto man, by him to be ruled and governed at his discretion. Wherefore she that would fain enjoy quietude and solace and comfort with the man to whom she belongs, ought not only to be chaste, but lowly, patient, and obedient, the which is the discreet wife's chief and most precious possession. And if the laws, which in all matters have regard unto the common weal, and use and wont or custom, call it what you will, a power very great and to be had in awe, should not suffice to school us thereto, yet abundantly clear is the witness of nature, which has fashioned our frames delicate and sensitive, and our spirits timorous and fearful, and has decreed that our bodily strength shall be slight, our voices tuneable, and our movements graceful; which qualities do all avouch that we have need of others' governance. And whoso has need of succour and governance ought in all reason to be obedient and submissive and reverent towards his governor. And whom have we to govern and succour us, save men? 'Tis then our bounden duty to give men all honour and submit ourselves unto them. From which rule if any deviate, I deem her most deserving not only of grave censure, but of severe chastisement. Which reflections, albeit they are not new to me, I am now led to make by what but a little while ago Pampinea told us touching the perverse wife of Talano, on whom God bestowed that chastisement which the husband had omitted; and accordingly it jumps with my judgment that all such women as deviate from the graciousness, kindliness, and compliancy which nature and custom and law prescribe, merit, as I said, stern and severe chastisement. Wherefore, as a salutary medicine for the healing of those of us who may be afflicted with this disease, I am minded to relate to you that which was once delivered by Solomon by way of counsel in such a case; which let none that stands not in need of such physic deem to be meant for her, albeit a proverb is current among men, to wit, good steed, bad steed, alike need the rowel's prick; good wife, bad wife, alike demand the stick. Which whoso should construe as a merry conceit would find you all ready enough to acknowledge its truth; but even in its moral significance I say that it ought to command assent. For women are all by nature apt to be swayed and to fall, and therefore for the correction of the wrongdoing of such as transgress the bounds assigned to them, there is need of the stick punitive, and also for the maintenance of virtue in others, that they transgress not these appointed bounds, there is need of the stick auxiliary and deterrent. However, to cut short this preachment, and to come to that which I propose to tell you, I say that the bruit of the incomparable renown of the prodigious wisdom of Solomon, as also of the exceeding great liberality with which he accorded proof thereof to all that craved such assurance, being gone forth over well nigh all the earth, many from divers parts were wont to resort to him for counsel in matters of most pressing and arduous importance, among whom was a young man, Melisso by name, a very wealthy nobleman, who was, as had been his fathers before him, of Lazistan, and there dwelt. And as Melisso fared toward Jerusalem, on his departure from Antioch he fell in with another young man, Diosepho by name, who was going the same way, and with whom, after the manner of travellers, he entered into converse. Melisso, having learned from Josepho who and whence he was, asked him whither he went and on what errand; whereupon Josepho made an answer that he was going to seek counsel of Solomon, how he should deal with his wife, who had not her match among women for unruliness and perversity, insomuch that neither entreaties nor blandishments nor aught else availed him to bring her to a better frame. And thereupon he in like manner asked Melisso whence he was and whither he was bound and on what errand; whereto, "Of Lazestan I," replied Melisso, "and like thyself in evil plight, for albeit I am wealthy and spend my substance freely in hospitably entertaining and honourably entreating my fellow citizens, yet for all that, passing strange though it be to think upon, I find never a soul to love me, and therefore I am bound to the selfsame place as thou, to be advised how it may come to pass that I be loved." So the two men fared on together, and being arrived at Jerusalem, were, by the good offices of one of Solomon's barons, ushered into his presence, and Melisso having briefly laid his case before the king, was answered in one word, "Love." Which said, Melisso was forthwith dismissed, and Josepho discovered the reason of his coming. To whom Solomon made no answer but, "Get thee to the bridge of Geese." Whereupon Josepho was likewise promptly ushered out of the king's presence, and finding Melisso awaiting him, told him what manner of answer he had gotten. Which utterances of the king the two men pondered, but finding therein naught that was helpful or relevant to their need, they doubted the king had but mocked them, and set forth upon their homeward journey. Now when they had been some days on the road, they came to a river, which was spanned by a fine bridge, and a great caravan of sumpter mules and horses being about to cross, they must needs tarry until the caravan had passed by; the more part of which had done so, when it chanced that a mule turned sulky, as we know they will not seldom do, and stood stock still, wherefore a muleteer took a stick and fell a beating the mule therewith, albeit at first with no great vigour, to urge the mule forward. The mule, however, swerving now to this, now to the other side of the bridge, and sometimes facing about, utterly refused to go forward; whereat the muleteer, wroth beyond measure, fell a belabouring him with the stick now on the head, now on the flanks, and anon on the croup, never so lustily, but all to no purpose. Which caused Melisso and Josepho ofttimes to say to him, "How now, caitiff, what is this thou doest? Wouldst kill the beast? Why not try if thou canst not manage him kindly and gently? He would start sooner so than for this cudgelling of thine." To whom, "You know your horses," replied the muleteer, "and I know my mule. Leave me to deal with him." Which said, he resumed his cudgelling of the mule, and laid about him on this side and on that to such purpose that he started him, and so the honours of the day rested with the muleteer. Now as the two young men were leaving the bridge behind them, Josepho asked the good man that sate at his head what the bridge was called, and was answered, "Sir, 'tis called the bridge of Geese." Which Josepho no sooner heard than he called to mind Solomon's words, and turning to Melisso, "Now, comrade, I warrant thee I may yet find Solomon's counsel sound and good, for that I knew not how to beat my wife is abundantly clear to me, and this muleteer has shown me what I have to do." Now some days afterwards they arrived at Antioch, where Josepho prevailed upon Melisso to tarry with him and rest a day or two, and meeting with but a sorry welcome on the part of his wife, he told her to take her orders as to supper from Melisso, who, seeing that such was Josepho's will, briefly gave her his instructions; which the lady, as had been her wont, not only did not obey, but contravened in almost every particular. Which Josepho marking, "Wast thou not told," quoth he angrily, "after what fashion thou wast to order the supper?" Whereto, "So," replied the lady haughtily, "what means this? If thou hast a mind to sup, why take not thy supper? No matter what I was told, 'tis thus I saw fit to order it. If it like thee, so be it; if not, 'tis thine affair." Melisso heard the lady with surprise and inward disapprobation. Josepho retorted, "Ay, wife, thou art still as thou wast used to be, but I will make thee mend thy manners." Then turning to Melisso, "Friend," quoth he, "thou wilt soon prove the worth of Solomon's counsel; but, prithee, let it not irk thee to look on, and deem that what I shall do is but done in sport, and if thou shouldst be disposed to stand in my way, bear in mind how we were answered by the muleteer when we pitied his mule." "I am in thy house," replied Melisso, "and thy pleasure is to me law." Thereupon Josepho took a stout cudgel cut from an oak sapling, and hied him into the room whither the lady had withdrawn from the table in high dudgeon, seized her by the hair, threw her on the floor at his feet, and fell a beating her amain with the cudgel. The lady at first uttered a shriek or two, from which she passed to threats, but seeing that, for all that, Josepho slackened not, by the time she was thoroughly well thrashed, she began to cry him mercy, imploring him not to kill her, and adding that henceforth his will should be to her for law. But still Josepho gave not over, but with every fresh fury dealt her mighty swinging blows, now about the ribs, now on the haunches, now over the shoulders. Nor had he done with the fair lady, until in short he had left never a bone or other part of her person whole, and he was fairly spent. Then returning to Melisso, "Tomorrow," quoth he, "we shall see whether get thee to the bridge of geese will prove to have been sound advice or no." And so, having rested a while, and then washed his hands, he supped with Melisso. With great pain the poor lady got upon her feet, and laid herself on her bed, and having there taken such rest as she might, rose betimes on the morrow, and craved to know of Josepho what he was minded to have to breakfast. Josepho, laughing with Melisso over the message, gave her his directions, and when in due time they came to breakfast, they found everything excellently ordered according as it had been commanded, for which cause the council, which they had at first failed to understand, now received their highest commendation. Some few days later, Melisso, having taken leave of Josepho, went home, and told a wise man the counsel he had gotten from Solomon. Whereupon, "And no truer or sounder advice could he have given thee," quoth the sage. "Thou knowest that thou lovest never a soul, and that the honours thou payest and the services thou renderest to others are not prompted by love of them, but by love of display. Love then, as Solomon bade thee, and thou shalt be loved." On such wise was the unruly chastised, and the young man, learning to love, was beloved. End of Day 9, the 9th story.
Day 9, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 9, the 10th story. Don Gianni, at the instance of his gossip Pietro, uses an enchantment to transform Pietro's wife into a mare, but when he comes to attach the tail, gossip Pietro, by saying that he will have none of the tail, makes the enchantment of no effect.
The Queen's story evoked some murmurs from the ladies and some laughter from the young men. However, when they were silent, Dioneo thus began.
Dainty my ladies, a black crow amongst a flock of white doves enhances their beauty more than would a white swan. And so, when many sages are met together, their right wisdom not only shows the brighter and goodlier for the presence of one that is not so wise, but may even derive pleasure and diversion therefrom. Wherefore, as you, my ladies, are one and all most discreet and judicious, I, who know myself to be somewhat scant of sense, should, for that by my demerit I make your merit show the more glorious, be more dear to you than if by my greater merit I eclipsed yours, and by consequence should have more ample licence to reveal myself to you as I am, and therefore have more patient sufferance on your part than would be due to me were I more discreet in the relation of the tale which I am about to tell you. 'Twill be then a story none too long, wherefrom you may gather with what exactitude it behoves folk to observe the injunctions of those that for any purpose use an enchantment, and how slight an error committed therein may bring to naught all the work of the enchanter. A year or so ago there was at Barletta a priest named Don Gianni de Barolo, who, to eke out the scanty pittance his church afforded him, set a pack saddle upon his mare, and took to going the round of the fairs of Apulia, buying and selling merchandise. And so it befell that he clapped up a close acquaintance with one Pietro de Tresanti, who plied the same trade as he, albeit instead of a mare he had but an ass. whom in token of friendship and good fellowship Don Gianni, after the Apulian fashion, called ever Gossip Pietro, and had him to his house, and there lodged and honourably entreated him as often as he came to Barletta. Gossip Pietro, on his part, albeit he was very poor, and had but a little cot at Tresanti that scarce sufficed for himself, his fair young wife, and their ass, nevertheless, when Don Gianni arrived at Tresanti, made him welcome, and did him the honours of his house as best he might, in requital of the hospitality which he received at Barletta. However, as Gossip Pietro had but one little bed in which he slept with his fair wife, 'twas not in his power to lodge Don Gianni as comfortably as he would have liked. But the priest's mare being quartered beside the ass in a little stable, the priest himself must needs lie beside her on the straw. Many a time when the priest came, the wife, knowing how honourably he entreated her husband at Barletta, would fain have gone to sleep with a neighbour, one Zita Capressa di Giudice Leo, that the priest might share the bed with her husband, and many a time had she told the priest so. Howbeit he would never agree to it, and on one occasion, "Gossip Giamata," quoth he, "trouble not thyself about me, I am well lodged, for when I am so minded, I turn the mare into a fine lass, and dally with her, and then, when I would, I turn her back into a mare, wherefore I could ill brook to part from her." The young woman, wondering, but believing, told her husband what the priest had said, adding, "If he is even such a friend as thou sayest, why dost thou not get him to teach thee the enchantment, so that thou mayst turn me into a mare, and have both ass and mare for thine occasions? We should then make twice as much gain as we do, and thou couldst turn me back into a woman when we came home at night." Gossip Pietro, whose wit was somewhat blunt, believed that 'twas as she said, approved her counsel, and began adjuring Dom Gianni as persuasively as he might to teach him the incantation. Dom Gianni did his best to wean him of his folly, but, as all was in vain, "Lo now," quoth he, "as you are both bent on it, we will be up, as it is our wont, before the sun to morrow morning, and I will show you how 'tis done. The truth is that 'tis in the attachment of the tail that the great difficulty lies, as thou wilt see." Scarce a wink of sleep had either Gossip Pietro or Gossip Giamata that night, so great was their anxiety, and towards daybreak up they got and called Dom Gianni, who, being risen, came in his shirt into Gossip Pietro's little bedroom, and "I know not," quoth he, "that there is another soul in the world for whom I would do this, save you, my gossips. However, as you will have it so, I will do it. But it behoves you to do exactly as I bid you, if you would have the enchantment work." They promised obedience, and Dom Gianni thereupon took a light, which he handed to Gossip Pietro, saying, "Let naught that I shall do or say escape thee, and have a care so thou wouldst not ruin all to say never a word, whatever thou mayst see or hear, and pray God that the tale may be securely attached." So Gossip Pietro took the light, and again promised obedience. Don Gianni caused Gossip Giamata to strip herself stark naked, and stand on all fours like a mare, at the same time strictly charging her that whatever might happen she must utter no word. Then, touching her head and face, "Be this a fine head of a mare?" quoth he. In like manner, touching her hair, he said, "Be this a fine mane of a mare?" Touching her arms, "Be these fine legs and fine hoofs of a mare?" Then, as he touched her breast, and felt its firm roundness, and there awoke and arose one that was not called, "And be this a fine breast of a mare?" quoth he, and in like manner he dealt with her back, belly, croup, thighs, and legs. Last of all, the work being complete, save for the tail, he lifted his shirt, and took in his hand the tool with which he was used to plant men, and forthwith thrust it into the furrow made for it, saying, "And be this a fine tail of a mare?" Whereat Gossip Pietro, who had followed everything very heedfully to that point, disapproving that last particular, exclaimed, "No, Don Gianni, I'll have no tail, I'll have no tail." The essential juice, by which all plants are propagated, was already discharged, when Dom Gianni withdrew the tool, saying, "Alas, gossip Pietro, what hast thou done? Did I not tell thee to say never a word, no matter what thou mightst see? The mare was all but made, but by speaking thou hast spoiled all, and 'tis not possible to repeat the enchantment." "Well and good," replied gossip Pietro. "I would have none of that tale. Why saidst thou not to me, make it thou? And besides, thou wast attaching it too low." "'Twas because," returned Dom Gianni, "thou wouldst not have known, on the first essay, how to attach it so well as I." Whereupon the young woman stood up, and in all good faith said to her husband, "Fool that thou art, wherefore hast thou brought to naught what had been for the good of us both? When didst thou ever see mare without a tail? So help me God, poor as thou art, thou deservest to be poorer still." So, after gossip Pietro's ill-timed speech, there being no way left of turning the young woman into a mare, downcast and melancholy she resumed her clothes, and gossip Pietro plied his old trade with his ass, and went with Dom Gianni to the fair of Bitonto, and never asked him to so serve him again. End of Day 9, the 10th story.
Day 9. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. RIGG. Day 9. The conclusion. What laughter this story drew from the ladies, who understood it better than Dioneo had wished, may be left to the imagination of the fair one that now laughs thereat. However, as the stories were ended, and the sun now shone with a tempered radiance, the queen, witting that the end of her sovereignty was come, stood up and took off the crown, and set it on the head of Pamphilo, whom alone it now remained thus to honour, and said with a smile, "My lord, 'tis a great burden that falls upon thee, seeing that thou, coming last, art bound to make good my shortcomings and those of my predecessors, which God give thee grace to accomplish, even as he has given me grace to make thee king." "With gladsome acknowledgment of the honour, I doubt not," replied Pamphilo, "that, thanks to your noble qualities and those of my other subjects, I shall win even such praise as those that have borne sway before me." Then, following the example of his predecessors, he made all meet arrangements in concert with the seneschal, after which he turned to the expectant ladies and thus spoke: "Enamoured my ladies, Emilia, our queen of today, deeming it proper to allow you an interval of rest to recruit your powers, gave you license to discourse of such matters as should most commend themselves to each in turn; and as thereby you are now rested, I judge that it is meet to revert to our accustomed rule; wherefore I ordain that for tomorrow you do each of you take thought how you may discourse of the ensuing theme, to wit, of such as in matters of love or otherwise have done something with liberality or magnificence. By the telling, and still more by the doing of such things, your spirits will assuredly be duly attuned and animated to emprise high and noble, whereby our life, which cannot be but brief, seeing that it is enshrined in a mortal body, fame shall perpetuate in glory, which whoso serves not the belly as do the beasts, must not only covet, but with all zeal seek after and labour to attain." The gay company having, one and all, approved the theme, rose at a word from their new king, and betook them to their wonted pastimes, and so according as they severally had most lief, diverted them, until they blithely reunited for supper, which being served with all due care and dispatched, they rose up to dance, as they were wont, and when they had sung perhaps 1,000 ditties, fitter to please by their words than by any excellence of musical art, the king bade Neaphila sing one of her own account; and promptly and graciously, with voice clear and blithe, thus Neaphila sang:
In prime of maidenhood, and fair and feet, mid spring's fresh foison, chant I merrily, thanks be to love, and to my fancies sweet. As o'er the grassy mead I, glancing fair, I mark it white and yellow and vermil, dight with flowers, the thorny rose, the lily white. And all alike to his face I compare, who, loving, hath me tame, and me shall e'er hold bounden to his will, sith I am she that in his will findeth her joy complete. Whereof, if so it be that I do find any that I most like to him approve, that pluck I straight, and kiss with words of love, discovering all, as best I may, my mind, yea, all my heart's desire. And then entwined I set it in the chaplet daintily, and with my yellow tresses bind and pleat. And as mine eyes do drink in the delight which the flower yields them, even so my mind, fired with his sweet love, doth such solace find, as he himself were present to the sight. But never word of mine discover might that which the flower's sweet smell awakes in me. Witness the true tale that my sighs repeat. For from my bosom gentle and hot they fly, not like the gusty sighs that others heave whenas they languish and do sorely grieve, and to my love incontinent they hie, whereof when he is ware, he by and by to me would hasting cometh suddenly, when, lest I faint, I cry, come, I entreat.
The king and all the ladies did not a little commend Nephilus' song. After which, as the night was far spent, the king bade all go to rest until the morrow. End of the conclusion of the 9th day.
Day 10. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. 10th Day. The Introduction. Endeth here the 9th day of the Decameron, and beginneth the 10th, in which, under the rule of Pamphilo, discourse is had of such as in matters of love, or otherwise, have done something with liberality or magnificence. Some cloudlets in the west still shewed a vermeil flush, albeit those of the eastern sky, as the sun's rays smote them anear, were already fringed as with most lucent gold, when uprose Pamphilo and roused the ladies and his comrades. And all the company being assembled, and choice made of the place whither they should betake them for their diversion, he, accompanied by Philomela and Fiametta, led the way at a slow pace, followed by all the rest. So feared they no little space, beguiling the time with talk of their future way of life, whereof there was much to tell and much to answer, until as the sun gained strength they returned, having made quite a long round, to the palace. And being gathered about the fountain, such as were so minded drank somewhat from beakers rinsed in its pure waters, and then in the delicious shade of the garden they hied them hither and thither, taking their pleasure until breakfast time. Their meal taken, they slept as they were wont, and then, at a spot chosen by the king, they reassembled, where Nephele, having received his command to lead the way, blithely thus began. End of the introduction of the day 10.
Day 10, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the first story. A knight in the service of the King of Spain deems himself ill requited, wherefore the King by most cogent proof shows him that the blame rests not with him, but with the knight's own evil fortune, after which he bestows upon him a noble gift. Highly graced indeed do I deem myself, honourable my ladies, that our king should have given to me the precedence in a matter so arduous to tell of as magnificence. For as the sun irradiates all the heaven with his glory and beauty, even so does magnificence enhance the purity and the splendour of every other virtue. I shall therefore tell you a story which to my thinking is not a little pretty, and which assuredly it must be profitable to call to mind. You are to know then that, among other honourable knights that from days of old even until now have dwelt in our city, one, and perchance the worthiest of all, was Messer Ruggieri de Figiovanni, who, being wealthy and magnanimous, reflecting on the customs and manner of life of Tuscany, perceived that by tarrying there he was like to find little or no occasion of showing his mettle, and accordingly resolved to pass some time at the court of Alfonso, King of Spain, who, for the fame of his high qualities, was without a peer among the potentates of his age. So, being well provided with arms and horses and retinue suitable to his rank, he hied him to Spain, where he was graciously received by the king. There tarrying accordingly, Messer Ruggieri very soon, as well by the splendid style in which he lived, as by the prodigious feats of arms that he did, gave folk to know his high desert. Now, having tarried there some while, and observed the king's ways with much care, and how he would grant castles, cities, or baronies to this, that, or the other of his subjects, he deemed that the king showed therein but little judgment, seeing that he would give them to men that merited them not, and for that naught was given to him, he, knowing his merit, deemed himself gravely injured in reputation. Wherefore he made up his mind to depart the realm, and to that end craved licence of the king, which the king granted him, and therewith gave him one of the best and finest mules that was ever ridden, a gift which Messer Ruggieri, as he had a long journey to make, did not a little appreciate. The king then bade one of his discreet domestics contrive, as best he might, to ride with Messer Ruggieri, on such wise that it might not appear that he did so by the king's command, and charge his memory with whatever Messer Ruggieri might say of him, so that he might be able to repeat it. Which done, he was, on the very next morning, to bid Ruggieri return to the king forthwith. The king's agent was on the alert, and no sooner was Ruggieri out of the city than without any manner of difficulty he joined his company, giving out that he was going towards Italy. As thus they rode, talking of divers matters, Messer Ruggieri, being mounted on the mule given him by the king, "Methinks," quoth the other, it being then hard upon tierce, "that 'twere well to give the beasts avoidance." And by, being come to a convenient place, they voided all the beasts, save the mule. Then, as they continued their journey, the squire hearkening attentively to the knight's words, they came to a river, and while there they watered the beasts, the mule made avoidance in the stream. Whereat, "Ah, foul fall thee, beast," quoth Messer Ruggieri, "that art even as thy master that gave thee to me." Which remark, as also many another that fell from Ruggieri as they rode together throughout the day, the squire stored in his memory. But never another word did he hear Ruggieri say touching the king that was not laudatory to the last degree. On the morrow, when they were gotten to horse, and had set their faces towards Tuscany, the squire apprised Ruggieri of the king's command, and thereupon Ruggieri turned back. On his arrival, the king, having already heard what he had said touching the mule, gave him gladsome greeting, and asked him wherefore he had likened him to the mule, or rather the mule to him. Whereto Messer Ruggieri answered frankly, "My lord, I likened you to the mule, for that, as you bestow your gifts where 'tis not meet, and where meet it were, bestow them not, so the mule, where 'twas meet, voided not, and where 'twas not meet, voided. Messer Ruggieri, replied the king, 'tis not because I have not discerned in you a knight most good and true, for whose desert no gift were too great, that I have not bestowed on you such gifts as I have bestowed upon many others, who in comparison of you are nothing worth. The fault is none of mine, but solely of your fortune, which would not suffer me, and that this which I say is true I will make abundantly plain to you. My lord, returned Messer Ruggieri, mortified am I, not that you gave me no gift, for thereof I had no desire, being too rich, but that you made no sign of recognition of my desert. However, I deem your explanation sound and honourable, and whatever you shall be pleased that I should see, that gladly will I, albeit I believe you without attestation. The king then led him into one of the great halls, in which by his preordinance were 2 chests, closed under lock and key, and, not a few others being present, said to him, Messer Ruggieri, one of these chests contains my crown, sceptre, and orb, with many a fine girdle, buckle, ring, and whatever else of jewellery I possess. The other is full of earth. Choose then, and whichever you shall choose, be it yours. Thereby you will discover whether 'tis due to me or to your fortune that your deserts have lacked requital. Such being the king's pleasure, Messer Ruggieri chose one of the chests, which at the king's command being opened, and found to be that which contained the earth, Now, Messer Ruggieri, quoth the king with a laugh, your own eyes may warrant you of the truth of what I say touching fortune. But verily your merit demands that I take arms against her in your cause. I know that you are not minded to become a Spaniard, and therefore I shall give you neither castle nor city, but that chest which fortune denied you, I bestow on you in her despite, that you may take it with you to your own country, and there with your neighbours justly vaunt yourself of your deserts, attested by my gifts. Messer Ruggieri took the chest, and having thanked the king in a manner befitting such a gift, returned therewith, well pleased, to Tuscany. End of Day 10, the first story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 10, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the second story. Gino di Tacco captures the abbot of Cluny, cures him of a disorder of the stomach, and releases him. The abbot, on his return to the court of Rome, reconciles Gino with Pope Boniface and makes him prior of the hospital.
When an end was made of extolling the magnificence shown by King Alfonso towards the Florentine knight, the king, who had listened to the story with no small pleasure, bade Elisa follow suit, and forthwith Elisa began.
Dainty my ladies, undeniable it is that for a king to be magnificent, and to entreat magnificently one that has done him service, is a great matter, and meet for commendation. What then shall we say when the tale is of a dignitary of the church, that showed wondrous magnificence towards one whom he might well have entreated as an enemy, and not have been blamed by a soul? Assuredly not, else than that what in the king was virtue was in the prelate nothing less than a miracle, seeing that for superlative greed the clergy, one and all, outdo us as women, and wage war to the knife upon every form of liberality. And albeit all men are by nature prone to avenge their wrongs, 'tis notorious that the clergy, however they may preach long suffering and commend of all things the forgiving of trespasses, are more quick and hot to be avenged than the rest of mankind. Now this, to wit, after what manner a prelate showed magnificence, will be made manifest to you in my story. Gino di Tacco, a man redoubtable by reason of his truculence and his high-handed deeds, being banished from Siena and at enmity with the counts of Santa Fiore, raised Radicofani in revolt against the Church of Rome, and there abiding, harried all the surrounding country with his soldiers, plundering all wayfarers. Now Pope Boniface VIII being at Rome, there came to court the abbot of Cluny, who is reputed one of the wealthiest prelates in the world, and having there gotten a disorder of the stomach, he was advised by the physicians to go to the baths of Siena, where, they averred, he would certainly be cured. So having obtained the Pope's leave, reckless of the bruit of Gino's exploits, he took the road, being attended by a great and well-equipped train of sumpter horses and servants. Gino di Tacco, getting wind of his approach, spread his nets to such purpose as without the loss of so much as a boy to surround the abbot with all his servants and effects in a straight pass from which there was no exit. Which done, he sent one of his men, the cunningest of them all, with a sufficient retinue to the abbot, who most lovingly in Gino's part besought the abbot to come and visit Gino at the castle. Whereto the abbot, very wroth, made answer that he would none of it, for that naught had he to do with Gino, but that he purposed to continue his journey, and would fain see who would hinder him. Sir, returned the envoy, assuming a humble tone, you are come to a part of the country where we have no fear of aught save the might of God, and where excommunications and interdicts are one and all under the ban. Wherefore you were best be pleased to show yourself agreeable to Gino in this particular. As they thus spoke, Gino's soldiers showed themselves on every side, and it being thus manifest to the abbot that he and his company were taken prisoners, he, albeit mightily incensed, suffered himself with all his train and effects to be conducted by the envoy to the castle, where the abbot, being alighted, was lodged in a small and very dark and discomfortable room, while his retinue, according to their several conditions, were provided with comfortable quarters in divers parts of the castle, the horses well stabled, and all the effects secured, none being in any wise tampered with. Which done, Gino hied him to the abbot, and, Sir, quoth he, Gino, whose guest you are, sends me to entreat you to be pleased to inform him of your destination, and the purpose of your journey. The abbot, veiling his pride like a wise man, told whither he was bound and for what purpose. Whereupon Gino left him, casting about how he might cure him without a bath. To which end he kept a great fire ever burning in the little chamber, and had it closely guarded, and returned not to the abbot until the ensuing morning, when he brought him in a spotless napkin 2 slices of toast and a great beaker of vernaccia of Corniglia, being of the abbot's own vintage. And, Sir, quoth he to the abbot, Gino as a young man made his studies in medicine, and avers that he then learned that there is no better treatment for disorder of the stomach than that which he will afford you, whereof the matters that I bring you are the beginning, wherefore take them and be of good cheer. The abbot, being far too hungry to make many words about the matter, ate, albeit in high dudgeon, the toast, and drank the vernaccia, which done, he enlarged on his wrongs in a high note, with much questioning and perpending, and above all he demanded to see Gino. Part of what the abbot said Gino disregarded as of no substance, to other part he replied courteously enough, and having assured him that Gino would visit him as soon as might be, he took his leave of him, nor did he return until the morrow, when he brought him toast and vernaccia in the same quantity as before, and so he kept him several days. Then, having marked that the abbot had eaten some dried beans that he had secretly brought and left there of set purpose, he asked him in Gino's name how he felt in the stomach. Were I but out of Gino's hands, replied the abbot, I should feel myself well indeed, next to which I desire most of all a good breakfast, so excellent a cure have his medicines wrought on me. Whereupon Gino caused the abbot's servants to furnish a goodly chamber with the abbot's own effects, and there on the morrow make ready a grand banquet, at which all the abbot's suite and not a few of the garrison being assembled, he hied them to the abbot, and, Sir, quoth he, 'tis time you left the infirmary, seeing that you now feel yourself well. And so saying, he took him by the hand, and led him into the chamber made ready for him, and having left him there with his own people, made it his chief concern that the banquet should be magnificent. The abbot's spirits revived as he found himself again among his men, with whom he talked a while, telling them how he had been entreated, wherewith they contrasted the signal honor which they, on the other hand, had, one and all, received from Gino. Breakfast time came, and with order meat the abbot and the rest were regaled with good viands and good wines, Gino still suffering not the abbot to know who he was. But when the abbot had thus passed several days, Gino, having first had all his effects collected in a saloon, and all his horses to the poorest jade in the courtyard below, hied him to the abbot and asked him how he felt, and if he deemed himself strong enough to ride. The abbot replied that he was quite strong enough, and that 'twould be well indeed with him were he once out of Gino's hands. Gino then led him into the saloon in which were his effects and all his retinue, and having brought him to a window whence he might see all his horses, Sir Abbot, quoth he, you must know that 'tis not for that he has an evil heart, but because, being a gentleman, he is banished from his home and reduced to poverty, and has not a few powerful enemies, that in defense of his life and honor, Gino di Tacco, whom you see before you, has become a robber of highways and an enemy to the court of Rome. But such as I am, I have cured you of your malady of the stomach, and taking you to be a worthy lord, I purpose not to treat you as I would another, from whom, were he in my hands as you are, I should take such part of his goods as I should think fit, but I shall leave it to you, upon consideration of my need, to assign to me such portion of your goods as you yourself shall determine. Here are they before you, undiminished and unimpaired, and from this window you may see your horses below in the courtyard. Wherefore take the part or take the whole, as you may see fit, and be it at your option to tarry here or go hence from this hour forth. The abbot marveled to hear a highway robber speak thus liberally, and such was his gratification that his wrath and fierce resentment departed from him, nay, were transformed into kindness, insomuch that in all cordial amity he hasted to embrace Gino, saying, By God I swear that to gain the friendship of a man such I now deem thee to be, I would be content to suffer much greater wrong than that which until now meseemed thou hadst done me. Cursed be fortune that constrains thee to ply so censurable a trade. Which said, he selected a very few things, and none superfluous, from his ample store, and having done likewise with the horses, ceded all else to Gino, and hid him back to Rome. Where, seeing him, the Pope, who to his great grief had heard of his capture, asked him what benefit he had gotten from the baths. Whereto the abbot made answer with a smile, Holy Father, I found nearer here than the baths a worthy physician who has wrought a most excellent cure on me. He then recounted all the circumstances, whereat the Pope laughed. Afterwards, still pursuing the topic, the abbot, yielding to the promptings of magnificence, asked a favor of the Pope, who, expecting that he would ask somewhat else than he did, liberally promised to give him whatever he should demand. Whereupon, Holy Father, quoth the abbot, that which I would crave of you is that you restore Gino di Tacco, my physician, to your favor, seeing that among the good men and true and meritorious that I have known, he is by no means of the least account, and for the evil life that he leads I impute it to fortune rather than to him. Change then his fortune by giving him the means whereby he may live in manner befitting his rank, and I doubt not that in a little while your judgment of him will jump with mine." Whereto the Pope, being magnanimous and an admirer of good men and true, made answer that so he would gladly do, if Gino should prove to be such as the abbot said, and that he would have him brought under safe conduct to Rome. Thither accordingly under safe conduct came Gino, to the abbot's great delight; nor had he been long at court before the Pope approved his worth, and restored him to his favor, granting him a great office, to wit, that of prior of the hospital, whereof he made him knight; which office he held for the rest of his life, being ever a friend and a vassal of Holy Church and the abbot of Cluny. End of Day 10, the second story.
Day 10, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the third story. Mithridates, holding Nathan in despite by reason of his courtesy, journeys with intent to kill him, and falling in with him unawares, is advised by him how to compass his end. Following his advice, he finds in him a caups, and recognizing him, is shame-stricken, and becomes his friend.
Verily like to a miracle seemed it to all to hear that a prelate had done aught with magnificence. But when the ladies had made an end of their remarks, the king bade Philostrato follow suit, and forthwith Philostrato began.
Noble ladies, great was the magnificence of the king of Spain, and perchance a thing unheard of, the magnificence of the abbot of Cluny. But peradventure 'twill seem not a whit less marvellous to you to hear of one who, to show liberality towards another, did resolve artfully to yield to him his blood, nay his very life, for which the other thirsted, and had so done, had the other chosen to take them, as I shall show you in a little story. Beyond all question, if we may believe the report of a certain Genoese, and other folk that have been in those regions, there dwelt of yore in the parts of Cathay one Nathan, a man of noble lineage and incomparable wealth, who, having a seat hard by a road, by which whoso would travel from the west eastward, or from the east westward, must needs pass, and being magnanimous and liberal, and zealous to approve himself such an act, did set on work, cutting artificers not a few, and cause one of the finest and largest and most luxurious palaces that were ever seen to be there built, and furnished in the goodliest manner with all things meet for the reception and honorable entertainment of gentlemen. And so, keeping a great array of excellent servants, he courteously and hospitably did the honors of his house to whoso came and went, in which laudable way of life he persevered, not until only the East, but well nigh all the West had heard of his fame, which thus, what time he was well stricken in years, albeit not for that cause grown weary of showing courtesy, reached the ears of one Mithridates, a young man of a country not far distant, who, knowing himself to be no one less wealthy than Nathan, grew envious of the renown that he had of his good deeds, and resolved to obliterate, or at least to obscure it, by a yet greater liberality. So he had built for himself a palace like that of Nathan, of which he did the honors with a lavish courtesy that none ever equalled to whosoever came or went that way, and verily in a short while he became famous enough. Now it so befell that on a day when the young man was all alone in the courtyard of the palace, there came in by one of the gates a poor woman, who asked him an alms, and had it, but not content therein, came again to him by the second gate, and asked another alms, and had it, and after the like sort did even unto the 12th time, but she returning for the 13th time, "My good woman," quoth Mithridates, "thou art not a little pertinacious in thy begging." Howbeit he gave her an alms. Whereupon, "Ah! The wondrous liberality of Nathan, quoth the beldam. 32 gates are there to his palace, by which every one of them I have entered, and asking alms of him was never, for aught he showed, recognized or refused. And here, though I have entered as yet by but 13 gates, I am recognized and reprimanded. And therewith she departed, and returned no more. Mithridates, who accounted the mention of Nathan's fame as an abatement of his own, was kindled by her words with a frenzy of wrath, and began thus to commune with himself: Alas! what shall I attain to the grandeur of Nathan's liberality, to say naught of transcending it, as I would fain, seeing that in the veriest trifles I cannot approach him? Of a surety my labour is in vain, if I rid not the earth of him, which, since old age relieves me not of him, I must forthwith do with my own hands. And, in the flush of his despite, up he started, and giving no one to know of his purpose, got to horse with a small company, and after 3 days arrived at the palace where Nathan abode, and having enjoined his comrades to make as if they were none of his, and knew him not, and to go quarter themselves as best they might until they had his further orders, he, being thus alone, towards evening came upon Nathan, who, also alone, at no great distance from his splendid palace. Nathan was recreating himself by a walk, and was very simply clad, so that Mithridates, knowing him not, asked him if he could show him where Nathan dwelt. My son, replied Nathan gladsomely, that can none in these parts better than I. So it please thee, I will bring thee thither. The young man replied that 'twould be mighty agreeable to him, but that, if so it might be, he had a mind to be neither known nor seen by Nathan. And herein also, returned Nathan, since 'tis thy pleasure, I will gratify thee. Whereupon Mithridates dismounted, and, with Nathan, who soon engaged him in delightsome discourse, walked to the goodly palace. Arrived there, Nathan caused one of his servants to take the young man's horse, and drawing close to him, bade him in a whisper to see to it without delay that none in the house should tell the young man that he was Nathan, and so 'twas done. Being come into the palace, Nathan quartered Mithridates in a most goodly chamber, where none saw him but those whom he had appointed to wait upon him, and himself kept him company, doing him all possible honour. Of whom Mithridates, albeit he reverenced him as a father, yet being thus with him forbore not to ask who he was. Whereto Nathan made answer, I am a petty servant of Nathan. Old as I am, I have been with him since my childhood, and never has he advanced me to higher office than this wherein thou seest me. Wherefore, whosoever other folk may praise him, little cause have I to do so. Which words afforded Mithridates some hope of carrying his wicked purpose into effect with more of plan and less of risk than had been otherwise possible. By and by Nathan very courteously asked him who he was, and what business brought him thither, offering him such counsel and aid as he might be able to afford him. Mithridates hesitated a while to reply, but at last he resolved to trust him, and when with no little circumlocution he demanded of him fidelity, counsel, and aid, he fully discovered to him who he was, and the purpose and motive of his coming thither. Now, albeit to hear Mithridates thus unfold his horrid design caused Nathan no small inward commotion, yet 'twas not long before courageously and composedly he thus made answer: Noble was thy father, Mithridates, and thou art minded to show thyself not unworthy of him by this lofty emprise of thine, to wit, of being liberal to all comers. For that thou art envious of Nathan's merit, and I greatly commend thee. For were many envious of a like cause, the world from being a most wretched would soon become a most happy place. Doubt not that I shall keep secret the design that thou hast confided to me, for the furtherance whereof 'tis a mile off. Thou seest a corpse, in which almost every morning Nathan is wont to walk, taking his pleasure for quite a long time. 'Twill be an easy matter for thee to find him there, and deal with him as thou mayest be minded. Now, shouldst thou slay him, thou wilt get thee home with less risk of let, if thou take not the path by which thou camest hither, but that which thou seest issue from the corpse on the left. For, though 'tis somewhat more rough, it leads more directly to thy house, and will be safer for thee. Possessed of this information, Mithridates, when Nathan had left him, privily apprised his comrades, who were likewise lodged in the palace, of the place where they were to await him on the ensuing day; which being come, Nathan inflexibly determined to act in all respects according to the advice which he had given Mithridates, hied him forth to the copse unattended to meet his death. Mithridates being risen took his bow and sword, for other arms he had none with him, mounted his horse and rode to the copse, through which, while he was yet some way off, he saw Nathan passing quite alone, and being minded before he fell upon him to see his face and hear the sound of his voice, as, riding at a smart pace, he came up with him, he laid hold of him by his headgear, exclaiming, "Greybeard, thou art a dead man." Whereto Nathan answered naught but, "Then 'tis but my desert." But Mithridates, hearing the voice and scanning the face, forthwith knew him for the same man that had welcomed him heartily, consorted with him familiarly, and counselled him faithfully; whereby his wrath presently subsided, and gave place to shame. Wherefore, casting away the sword that he had drawn in act to strike, he sprang from his horse, and weeping, threw himself at Nathan's feet, saying, "Your liberality, dearest father, I acknowledge to be beyond question, seeing with what craft you did but plot coming hither to yield me your life, for which, by mine own avowal, you knew that I, albeit cause I had none, did thirst. But God, more regardful of my duty than I myself, has now, in this moment of supreme stress, opened the eyes of my mind, that wretched envy had fast sealed. The prompter was your compliance. The greater is the debt of penitence that I owe you for my fault. Whereupon wreak even such vengeance upon me as you may deem answerable to my transgression." But Nathan raised Mithridates to his feet, and tenderly embraced him, saying, "My son, thy enterprise, howsoever thou mayest denote it, whether evil or otherwise, was not such that thou shouldest crave, or I give, pardon thereof. For 'twas not in malice, but in that thou wouldest fain have been reputed better than I that thou ensuitedst it. Doubt then no more of me; nay, rest assured that none that lives bears thee such love as I, who know the loftiness of thy spirit, bent not to heap up wealth, as do the caitiffs, but to dispense in bounty thine accumulated store. Think it no shame that to enhance thy reputation thou wouldest have slain me, nor deem that I marvel thereat. To slay not one man, as thou wast minded, but countless multitudes, to waste whole countries with fire, and to raze cities to the ground, has been well nigh the sole art by which the mightiest emperors and the greatest kings have extended their dominions, and by consequence their fame. Wherefore, if thou, to increase thy fame, wouldest fain have slain me, 'twas nothing marvellous or strange, but wanted." Whereto Mithridates made answer not to excuse his wicked design, but to commend the seemly excuse found for it by Nathan, whom at length he told how beyond measure he marvelled that Nathan had not only been consenting to the enterprise, but had aided him therein by his counsel. But Nathan answered, "Liefer had I, Mithridates, for thou didst not marvel either at my consent or at my counsel, for that, since I was my own master and of a mind to that emprise whereupon thou art also bent, never a soul came to my house, but so far as in me lay, I gave him all that he asked of me. Thou camest lusting for my life, and so, when I heard thee crave it of me, I forthwith, that thou mightest not be the only guest to depart hence ill content, resolved to give it to thee, and to that end I gave thee such counsel as I deemed would serve thee both to the taking of my life and the preservation of thine own. Wherefore yet again I bid thee, nay, I entreat thee, if so thou art minded, to take it for thy satisfaction. I know not how I could better bestow it. I have had the use of it now for some 80 years, and pleasure and solace thereof, and I know that, by the course of nature and the common lot of man and all things mundane, it can continue to be mine but for a little while. And so I deem that 'twere much better to bestow it, as I have ever bestowed and dispensed my wealth, than to keep it, until, against my will, it be refit from me by nature. 'Twere but a trifle though, 'twere 100 years, how insignificant then the 6 or 8 years that are all I have to give. Take it then, if thou hadst lief, take it, I pray thee, for, long as I have lived here, none I have found but thee to desire it. nor know I when I may find another, if thou take it not, to demand it of me. And if peradventure I should find one, yet I know that the longer I keep it, the less its worth will be. Wherefore, ere it be thus cheapened, take it, I implore thee. Sore, shame-stricken, Mithridates made answer: Now God forfend that I should so much as harbour, as but now I did, such a thought, not to say do such a deed, as to wrest from you a thing as precious as your life, the years whereof, so far from abridging, I would gladly supplement with mine own. So then, rejoined Nathan promptly, thou wouldest, if thou couldst, add thy years to mine, and cause me to serve thee as I have never yet served any man, to wit, to take from thee that which is thine, I that never took aught from a soul. Ay, that I would, returned Mithridates. Then, quoth Nathan, do as I shall bid thee. Thou art young. Tarry here in my house, and call thyself Nathan, and I will get me to thy house, and ever call myself Mithridates. Whereto Mithridates made answer: Were I but able to discharge this trust, as you have been and are, scarce should I hesitate to accept your offer. But as too sure I am that aught I might do would but serve to lower Nathan's fame, and I am not minded to mar that in any other which I cannot mend in myself, and accept it I will not. After which, and the like interchange of delectable discourse, Nathan and Mithridates, by Nathan's desire, returned to the palace, where Nathan for some days honourably entreated Mithridates, and by his sage counsel confirmed and encouraged him in his high and noble resolve. After which, Mithridates, being minded to return home with his company, took leave of Nathan, fully persuaded that 'twas not possible to surpass him in liberality. End of Day 10, the third story.
Day 10, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the fourth story. Messer Gentile di Carisendi, being come from Modena, disinters a lady that he loves, who had been buried for dead. She, being reanimated, gives birth to a male child, and Messer Gentile restores her with her son to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, her husband.
A thing marvellous seemed it to all, that for liberality a man should be ready to sacrifice his own life, and herein they averred that Nathan had without doubt left the King of Spain and the Abbot of Cluny behind. However, when they had discussed the matter diversely and at large, the king, bending his regard on Lauretta, signified to her his will that she should tell, and forthwith accordingly Lauretta began.
Goodly matters are they, and magnificent, that have been recounted to you, young ladies. Nay, so much of our field of discourse is already filled by their grandeur, that for us that are yet to tell there is, methinks, no room left, unless we seek our topic there where matter of discourse germane to every theme does most richly abound, to wit, in the affairs of love. For which cause, as also for that our time of life cannot but make us especially inclinable thereto, I am minded that my story shall be of a feat of magnificence done by a lover, which, all things considered, will peradventure seem to you inferior to none that have been shown you. So it be true that to possess the beloved one, men will part with their treasures, forget their enmities, and jeopardize their own lives, their honour, and their reputation in 1,000 ways. Know then that at Bologna, that most famous city of Lombardy, there dwelt a knight, Messer Gentile Carisendi by name, worshipful alike for his noble lineage and his native worth, who in his youth, being enamoured of a young gentlewoman named Madonna Catalina, wife of one Nicoluccio Caccianimico, and well nigh despairing, for that the lady gave him but a sorry requital of his love, betook him to Modena, being called thither as Podesta. Now, what time he was there, Nicoluccio being also away from Bologna, and his lady gone, for that she was with child, to lie in at a house she had some 3 miles or so from the city, it befell that she was suddenly smitten with a sore malady of such and so virulent a quality that it left no sign of life in her, so that the very physicians pronounced her dead. And for that the women that were nearest of kin to her professed to have been told by her that she was not so far gone in pregnancy that the child could be perfectly formed, they, without more ado, laid her in a tomb in a neighbouring church, and after long lamentation closed it upon her. Whereof Messer Gentile, being forthwith apprised by one of his friends, did, for all she had been most niggardly to him of her favour, grieve not a little, and at length fell a communing with himself on this wise: So, Madonna Catalina, thou art dead. While thou livest, never a glance of thine might I have; wherefore, now that thou art dead, 'tis but right that I go take a kiss from thee. 'Twas night while he thus mused, and forthwith, observing strict secrecy in his departure, he got him to horse with a single servant, and halted not until he was come to the place where the lady was interred, and having opened the tomb, he cautiously entered it. Then, having lain down beside her, he set his face against hers, and again, weeping profusely the while, he kissed it. But as 'tis matter of common knowledge that the desires of men, and more especially of lovers, know no bounds, but crave ever an ampler satisfaction, even so Messer Gentile, albeit he had been minded to tarry there no longer, now said to himself, "Wherefore touch I not her bosom a while? I have never yet touched it, nor shall I ever touch it again." Obeying which impulse, he laid his hand on her bosom, and keeping it there some time, felt, as he thought, her heart faintly beating. Whereupon, banishing all fear, and examining the body with closer attention, he discovered that life was not extinct, though he judged it but scant and flickering; and so, aided by his servant, he bore her as gently as he might out of the tomb, and set her before him upon his horse, and brought her privily to his house at Bologna, where dwelt his wise and worthy mother, who, being fully apprised by him of the circumstances, took pity on the lady, and had a huge fire kindled and a bath made ready, whereby she restored her to life. Whereof the first sign she gave was to heave a great sigh, and murmur, "Alas, where am I?" To which the worthy lady made answer, "Be of good cheer, thou art well lodged." By and by the lady, coming to herself, looked about her, and finding herself she knew not where, and seeing Messer Gentile before her, was filled with wonder, and besought his mother to tell her how she came to be there. Messer Gentile thereupon told her all. Sore distressed thereat, the lady after a while thanked him as best she might, after which she besought him by the love that he had borne her, and of his courtesy, that she might, while she tarried in his house, be spared aught that could impair her honour and her husband's, and that at daybreak he would suffer her to return home. "Madam," replied Messer Gentile, "however I did affect you in time past, since God in his goodness has by means of the love I bore you restored you to me alive, I mean not now or at any time hereafter to entreat you either here or elsewhere, save as a dear sister. But yet the service I have tonight rendered you merits some guerdon, and therefore lief had I that you deny me not a favour which I shall ask of you." Whereto the lady graciously made answer that she would be prompt to grant it, so only it were in her power, and consonant with her honour. Said then Messer Gentile, "Your kinsfolk, madam, one and all, nay, all the folk in Bologna, are fully persuaded that you are dead. There is therefore none to expect you at home; wherefore the favour I crave of you is this, that you will be pleased to tarry privily here with my mother, until such time, which will be speedily, as I return from Modena; and 'tis for that I purpose to make solemn and joyous donation of you to your husband, in presence of the most honourable folk of this city, that I ask of you this grace." Mindful of what she owed the knight, and witting that what he craved was seemly, the lady, albeit she yearned not a little to gladden her kinsfolk with the sight of her in the flesh, consented to do as Messer Gentile besought her, and thereto pledged him her faith. and scarce had she done so when she felt that the hour of her travail was come, and so, tenderly succoured by Messer Gentile's mother, she not long after gave birth to a fine boy; which event did mightily enhance her own and Messer Gentile's happiness. Then, having made all meet provision for her, and left word that she was to be tended as if she were his own wife, Messer Gentile, observing strict secrecy, returned to Modena. His time of office there ended, in anticipation of his return to Bologna, he appointed for the morning of his arrival in the city a great and goodly banquet at his house, whereto were bidden not a few of the gentlemen of Bologna, and among them Nicoluccio Caccianimico, whom, when he was returned and dismounted, he found awaiting him, as also the lady, fairer and more healthful than ever, and her little son doing well; and so with a gladness beyond compare he ranged his guests at table, and regaled them with many a course, magnificently served. And towards the close of the feast, having premonished the lady of his intention, and concerted her with how she should behave, thus he spoke: "Gentlemen, I mind me to have once heard tell of, as I deem it, a delightsome custom which they have in Persia, to wit, that when one would do his friend especial honour, he bids him to his house, and there shows him that treasure, be it wife, or mistress, or daughter, or what not, that he holds most dear, assuring him that yet more gladly, were it possible, he would show him his heart. Which custom I am minded to observe here in Bologna. You, of your courtesy, have honoured my feast with your presence, and I propose to do you honour in the Persian fashion, by showing you that which in all the world I do, and must ever hold most dear. But before I do so, tell me, I pray you, how you conceive of a nice question that I shall lay before you. Suppose that one has in his house a good and most faithful servant, who falls sick of a grievous disorder, and that the master tarries not for the death of the servant, but has him borne out into the open street, and concerns himself no more with him; that then a stranger comes by, is moved to pity of the sick man, and takes him to his house, and by careful tendance, and at no small cost, restores him to his wonted health. Now I would fain know whether the first master has in equity any just cause to complain of, or be aggrieved with the second master, if he retain the servant in his employ, and refuse to restore him when so required." The gentlemen discussed the matter after diverse fashions, and all agreed in one sentence, which they committed to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, for that he was an eloquent and accomplished speaker, to deliver on the part of them all. Nicoluccio began by commending the Persian custom, after which he said that he and the others were all of the same opinion, to wit, that the first master had no longer any right in his servant, since he had not only abandoned but cast him forth, and that by virtue of the second master's kind usage of him, he must be deemed to have become his servant, wherefore by keeping him he did the first master no mischief, no violence, no wrong. Whereupon the rest that were at the table said one and all, being worthy men, that their judgment jumped with Nicoluccio's answer. The knight, well pleased with the answer, and that 'twas Nicoluccio that gave it, affirmed that he was of the same opinion, adding, "'Tis now time that I show you that honour which I promised you." He then called two of his servants, and sent them to the lady, whom he had caused to be apparelled and adorned with splendour, charging them to pray her to be pleased to come and gladden the gentlemen with her presence. So she, bearing in her arms her most lovely little son, came, attended by the two servants, into the saloon, and by the knight's direction took a seat beside a worthy gentleman, whereupon, "Gentlemen," quoth the knight, "this is the treasure that I hold, and mean ever to hold, more dear than aught else. Behold and judge whether I have good cause." The gentleman said not a little in her honour and praise, averring that the knight ought indeed to hold her dear. Then, as they regarded her more attentively, there were not a few that would have pronounced her to be the very woman that she was, had they not believed that woman to be dead. But none scanned her so closely as Nicoluccio, who, the knight being withdrawn a little space, could no longer refrain his eager desire to know who she might be, but asked her whether she were of Bologna or from other parts. The lady, hearing her husband's voice, could scarce forbear to answer, but yet, not to disconcert the knight's plan, she kept silence. Another asked her if that was her little boy, and yet another if she were Messer Gentile's wife, or in any other wise his connection; to none of whom she vouchsafed an answer. Then Messer Gentile coming up, "Sir," quoth one of the guests, "this treasure of yours is goodly indeed, but she seems to be dumb; is she so?" "Gentlemen," quoth Messer Gentile, "that she has not as yet spoken is no small evidence of her virtue." "Then tell us you who she is," returned the other. "That," quoth the knight, "will I right gladly, so you but promise me that, no matter what I may say, none of you will stir from his place until I have ended my story." All gave the required promise, and when the tables had been cleared, Messer Gentile, being seated beside the lady, thus spoke: "Gentlemen, this lady is that loyal and faithful servant, touching whom a brief while ago I propounded to you my question, whom her own folk held none too dear, but cast out into the open street as a thing vile and no longer good for aught. But I took thence, and by my careful tendance wrested from the clutch of death, whom God, regardful of my good will, has changed from the appalling aspect of a corpse to the thing of beauty that you see before you. But for your fuller understanding of this occurrence, I will briefly explain it to you." He then recounted to them in detail all that had happened from his first becoming enamoured of the lady to that very hour, whereto they hearkened with no small wonder. After which, "And so," he added, "unless you, and more especially Nicoluccio, are now of another opinion than you were a brief while ago, the lady rightly belongs to me, nor can any man lawfully reclaim her of me." None answered, for all were intent to hear what more he would say. But while Nicoluccio, and some others that were there, wept for sympathy, Messer Gentile stood up, and took the little boy in his arms and the lady by the hand, and approached Nicoluccio, saying, "Rise, my gossip. I do not indeed restore thee thy wife, whom thy kinsfolk and hers cast forth, but I am minded to give thee this lady, my gossip, with this her little boy, whom I know well to be thy son, and whom I held at the font and named Gentile; and I pray that she be not the less dear to thee for that she has tarried 3 months in my house, for I swear to thee that God, who peradventure ordained that I should be enamoured of her, to the end that my love might be, as it has been, the occasion of her restoration to life, that never with her father or her mother, or with thee, did she live more virtuously than with my mother in my house." Which said, he turned to the lady, saying, "Madam, I now release you from all promises made to me, and so deliver you to Nicoluccio." Then, leaving the lady and the child in Nicoluccio's embrace, he returned to his seat. Thus to receive his wife and son was to Nicoluccio a delight great in the measure of its remoteness from his hope; wherefore in the most honourable terms at his command he thanked the knight, whom all the rest, weeping for sympathy, greatly commended for what he had done, as did also all that heard thereof. The lady, welcomed home with wondrous cheer, was long a portent to the Bolognese, who gazed on her as one raised from the dead. Messer Gentile lived ever after as the friend of Nicoluccio, and his and the lady's kinsfolk. Now, what shall be your verdict, gracious ladies? A king's largesse, though it was of his sceptre and crown, an abbot's reconciliation at no cost to himself of a malefactor with the pope, or an old man's submission of his throat to the knife of his enemy, will you adjudge that such acts as these are comparable to the deed of Messer Gentile, who, though young and burning with passion, and deeming himself justly entitled to that which the heedlessness of another had discarded, and he by good fortune had recovered, not only tempered his ardour with honour, but having that which with his whole soul he had long been bent on wresting from another, did with liberality restore it? Assuredly none of the feats aforesaid seem to me like unto this.
End of Day 10, the 4th story.
Day 10, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 5th story. Madonna Dionara craves of Messer Ansaldo a garden that shall be as fair in January as in May. Messer Ansaldo binds himself to a necromancer, and thereby gives her the garden. Her husband gives her leave to do Messer Ansaldo's pleasure. He, being apprised of her husband's liberality, releases her from her promise, and the necromancer releases Messer Ansaldo from his bond, and will take naught of his.
Each of the gay company had with superlative commendation extolled Messer Gentile to the skies. When the king bade Emilia follow suit, and with a good courage, as burning to speak, thus Emilia began.
Delicate my ladies, none can justly say that 'twas not magnificently done of Messer Gentile. But if it be alleged that 'twas the last degree of magnificence, 'twill perchance not be difficult to show that more was possible, as is my purpose in the little story that I shall tell you. In Friuli, a country which, though its air is shrewd, is pleasantly diversified by fine mountains, and not a few rivers and clear fountains, is a city called Udine, where dwelt of yore a fair and noble lady, Madonna Dionara by name, wife of a wealthy grandee named Giliberto, a very pleasant gentleman and debonair. Now this lady, for her high qualities, was in the last degree beloved by a great and noble baron, Messer Ansaldo Gradense by name, a man of no little consequence, and whose fame for feats of arms and courtesy was spread far and wide. But, though with all a lover's ardour he left naught undone that he might do to win her love, and to that end frequently plied her with his ambassages, 'twas all in vain, and the lady being distressed by his importunity, and chat, refuse as she might all that he asked of her, he none the less continued to love her and press his suit upon her, bethought her how she might rid herself of him by requiring of him an extraordinary, and, as she deemed, impossible feat. So one day a woman that came oftentimes from him to her being with her, "Good woman," quoth she, "thou hast many a time affirmed that Messer Ansaldo loves me above all else, and thou hast made proffer to me on his part of wondrous rich gifts which I am minded he keep to himself, for that I could never bring myself to love him or pleasure him for their sake. But if I might be certified that he loves me as much as thou sayest, then without a doubt I should not fail to love him, and do his pleasure. Wherefore, so he give me the assurance that I shall require, I shall be at his command." "What is it, madam," returned the good woman, "that you would have him do?" "This," replied the lady, "I would have this next ensuing January, hard by this city, a garden full of green grass and flowers and flowering trees, just as if it were May. And if he cannot provide me with this garden, bid him never again send either thee or any other to me, for that, should he harass me any further, I shall no longer keep silence, as I've hitherto done, but shall make my complaint to my husband and all my kinsmen, and it shall go hard but I will be quit of him." The gentleman being apprised of his lady's stipulation and promise, notwithstanding that he deemed it no easy matter, nay, a thing almost impossible, to satisfy her, and knew besides that 'twas but to deprive him of all hope that she made the demand, did nevertheless resolve to do his endeavour to comply with it, and causing search to be made in divers parts of the world, if any he might find to afford him counsel or aid, he lit upon one who for a substantial reward offered to do the thing by necromancy. So Messer Ansaldo, having struck the bargain with him for an exceeding great sum of money, gleefully accepted the appointed time. Which being come with extreme cold, insomuch that there was naught but snow and ice, the adept on the night before the calends of January wrought with his spells to such purpose that on the morrow, as was averred by eye-witnesses, there appeared in a meadow hard by the city one of the most beautiful gardens that was ever seen, with no lack of grass and trees and fruits of all sorts. At sight whereof Messer Ansaldo was overjoyed, and caused some of the finest fruits and flowers that it contained to be gathered, and privily presented to his lady, whom he bade come and see the garden that she had craved, that thereby she might have assurance of his love, and mind her of the promise that she had given him, and confirmed with an oath, and, as a loyal lady, take thought for its performance. When she saw the flowers and fruits, the lady, who had already heard not a few folk speak of the wondrous garden, began to repent her of her promise. But for all that, being fond of strange sights, she hied her with many other ladies of the city to see the garden, and having gazed on it with wonderment, and commended it not a little, she went home the saddest woman alive, bethinking her to what it bound her. And so great was her distress that she might not well conceal it, but being written on her face, 'twas marked by her husband, who was minded by all means to know the cause thereof. The lady long time kept silence, but at last she yielded to his urgency, and discovered to him the whole matter from first to last. Whereat Giliberto was at first very wroth, but on second thoughts, considering the purity of the lady's purpose, he was better advised, and dismissing his anger, "Dianora," quoth he, "'tis not the act of a discreet or virtuous lady to give ear to messages of such a sort, nor to enter into any compact touching her chastity with any man on any terms. Words that the ears convey to the heart have a potency greater than is commonly supposed, and there is scarce aught that lovers will not find possible. 'Twas then ill done of thee in the first instance to hearken, as afterwards to make the compact, but, for that I know the purity of thy soul, that thou mayst be quit of thy promise, I will grant thee that which perchance no other man would grant, being also swayed thereto by fear of the necromancer, whom Messer Ansaldo, shouldst thou play him false, might, peradventure, cause to do us a mischief. I am minded then that thou go to him, and contrive, if on any wise thou canst, to get thee quit of this promise without loss of virtue; but if otherwise it may not be, then for the nonce thou mayst yield him thy body, but not thy soul." Whereat the lady, weeping, would none of such a favour at her husband's hand; but Giliberto, for all the lady's protestations, was minded that so it should be. Accordingly, on the morrow, about dawn, apparelled none too ornately, preceded by 2 servants and followed by a chambermaid, the lady hied her to Messer Ansaldo's house. Apprised that his lady was come to see him, Messer Ansaldo, marvelling not a little, rose, and having called the necromancer, "I am minded," quoth he, "that thou see what goodly gain I have gotten by thine art." And the twain having met the lady, Ansaldo gave way to no unruly appetite, but received her with a seemly obeisance, and then the 3 repaired to a goodly chamber, where there was a great fire, and having caused the lady to be seated, thus spoke Ansaldo: "Madam, if the love that I have so long borne you merit any guerdon, I pray you that it be not grievous to you to discover to me the true occasion of your coming to me at this hour, and thus accompanied." Shamefast, and the tears all but standing in her eyes, the lady made answer, "Sir, 'tis neither love that I bear you, nor faith that I pledged you, that brings me hither, but the command of my husband, who, regarding rather the pains you have had of your unbridled passion, than his own, or my honour, has sent me hither, and for that he commands it, I, for the nonce, am entirely at your pleasure." If Messer Ansaldo had marvelled to hear of the lady's coming, he now marvelled much more, and touched by Giliberto's liberality, and passing from passion to compassion, "Now God forbid, madam," quoth he, "that, it being as you say, I should wound the honour of him that has compassion on my love; wherefore no otherwise than as if you were my sister shall you abide here, while you are so minded, and be free to depart at your pleasure; nor crave I aught of you but that you shall convey from me to your husband such thanks as you shall deem meet for courtesy such as his has been, and entreat me ever henceforth as your brother and servant." Whereat, overjoyed in the last degree, "Naught," quoth the lady, "by what I noted of your behaviour, could ever have caused me to anticipate other sequel of my coming hither than this which I see is your will, and for which I shall ever be your debtor." She then took her leave, and, attended by a guard of honour, returned to Giliberto, and told him what had passed; between whom and Messer Ansaldo there was henceforth a most close and loyal friendship. Now the liberality shown by Giliberto towards Messer Ansaldo, and by Messer Ansaldo towards the lady, having been marked by the necromancer, when Messer Ansaldo made ready to give him the promised reward, "Now God forbid," quoth he, that as I have seen Giliberto liberal in regard of his honour, and you liberal in regard of your love, I be not in like manner liberal in regard of my reward, which accordingly, witting that 'tis in good hands, I am minded that you keep." The knight was abashed, and strove hard to induce him to take, if not the whole, at least a part of the money; but, finding that his labour was in vain, and that the necromancer, having caused his garden to vanish after the third day, was minded to depart, he bade him adieu; and the carnal love he had borne the lady being spent, he burned for her thereafter with a flame of honourable affection. Now what shall be our verdict in this case, lovesome ladies? A lady as it were dead, and a love grown lukewarm for utter hopelessness. Shall we set a liberality shown in such a case above this liberality of Messer Ansaldo, loving yet as ardently, and hoping perchance yet more ardently than ever, and holding in his hands the prize that he had so long pursued? Folly indeed should I deem it to compare that liberality with this. End of Day 10, the 5th story.
Day 10, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 6th story. King Charles the Old, being conqueror, falls in love with a young maiden, and afterward, growing ashamed of his folly, bestows her and her sister honourably in marriage.
Who might fully recount with what diversity of argument the ladies debated which of the three, Giliberto, or Messer Ansaldo, or the necromancer, behaved with the most liberality in the affair of Madonna Dianora. Too long were it to tell. However, when the king had allowed them to dispute a while, he, with a glance at Fiammetta, bade her rescue them from their wrangling by telling a story. Fiammetta made no demur, but thus began:
Illustrious my ladies, I have ever been of opinion that in companies like ours one should speak so explicitly that the import of what is said should never by excessive circumscription afford matter for disputation, which is much more in place among students in the schools than among us, whose powers are scarce adequate to the management of the distaff and the spindle. Wherefore I, that had in mind a matter of, perchance, some nicety, now that I see you all at variance touching the matters last mooted, am minded to lay it aside, and tell you somewhat else, which concerns a man by no means of slight account, but a valiant king, being a chivalrous action that he did, albeit in no wise thereto actuated by his honour. There is none of you but may not seldom have heard tell of King Charles the Old or the First, by whose magnificent emprise, and the ensuing victory gained over King Manfred, the Ghibellines were driven forth of Florence, and the Guelphs returned thither. For which cause a knight, Messer Neri degli Uberti by name, departing Florence with his household and not a little money, resolved to fix his abode under no other sway than that of King Charles. And being fain of a lonely place in which to end his days in peace, he betook him to Castello da Mare di Stabia, and there, perchance a crossbow shot from the other houses of the place, amid the olives and hazels and chestnuts that abound in those parts, he bought an estate, on which he built a goodly house and commodious, with a pleasant garden beside it, in the midst of which, having no lack of running water, he set, after our Florentine fashion, a pond fair and clear, and speedily filled it with fish. And while thus he lived, daily occupying himself with naught else but how to make his garden more fair, it befell that King Charles, in the hot season, betook him to Castello da Mare, to refresh himself a while, and hearing of the beauty of Messer Neri's garden, was desirous to view it. And having learned to whom it belonged, he bethought him that, as the knight was adherent to the party opposed to him, he would use more familiarity towards him than he would otherwise have done. And so he sent him word that he and 4 comrades would sup privily with him in his garden on the ensuing evening. Messer Neri felt himself much honoured, and having made his preparations with magnificence, and arranged the order of the ceremonies with his household, did all he could and knew to make the king cordially welcome to his fair garden. When the king had viewed the garden throughout, as also Messer Neri's house, and commended them, he washed and seated himself at one of the tables, which were set beside the pond, and bade Count Guy de Montfort, who was one of his companions, sit on one side of him, and Messer Neri on the other, and the other 3 to serve as they should be directed by Messer Neri. The dishes that were set before them were dainty, the wines excellent and rare, the order of the repast very fair and commendable, without the least noise or aught else that might distress, whereon the king bestowed no stinted praise. As thus he gaily supped, well pleased with the lovely spot, there came into the garden 2 young maidens, each perhaps 15 years old, blond both, their golden tresses falling all in ringlets about them, and crowned with a dainty garland of periwinkle flowers, and so delicate and fair of face were they, that they showed liker to angels than aught else, each clad in a robe of finest linen, white as snow upon their flesh, close fitting as might be from the waist up, but below the waist ample, like a pavilion, to the feet. She that was foremost bore on her shoulders a pair of nets, which she held with her left hand, carrying in her right a long pole. Her companion followed, bearing on her left shoulder a frying pan, under her left arm a bundle of faggots, and in her left hand a tripod, while in the other hand she carried a cruse of oil and a lighted taper. At sight of whom the king marvelled, and gazed intent to learn what it might import. The 2 young maidens came forward with becoming modesty, and did obeisance to the king, which done they hied them to the place of ingress to the pond, and she that had the frying pan, having set it down, and afterwards the other things, took the pole that the other carried, and so they both went down into the pond, being covered by its waters to their breasts. Whereupon one of Messer Neri's servants, having forthwith lit a fire, and set the tripod on the faggots and oil therein, addressed himself to wait until some fish should be thrown to him by the girls; who the one searching with a pole in those parts where she knew the fish lay hid, while the other made ready the nets, did in a brief space of time, to the exceeding great delight of the king, who watched them attentively, catch fish not a few, which they tossed to the servant, who set them, before the life was well out of them, in the frying pan. After which the maidens, as prearranged, addressed them to catch some of the finest fish, and cast them on to the table before the king and Count Guy and their father. The fish wriggled about the table to the prodigious delight of the king, who in like manner took some of them and courteously returned them to the girls, with which sport they diverted them until the servant had cooked the fish that had been given him, which by Messer Neri's command was set before the king rather as a side dish than as aught very rare or delicious. When the girls saw that all the fish were cooked, and that there was no occasion for them to catch any more, they came forth of the pond, their fine white garments cleaving everywhere close to their flesh, so as to hide scarce any part of their delicate persons, took up again the things that they had brought, and passing modestly before the king, returned to the house. The king and the count and the other gentlemen that waited had regarded the maidens with no little attention, and had, one and all, inly bestowed on them no little praise, as being fair and shapely, and therewithal sweet and debonair. But 'twas in the king's eyes that they especially found favour. Indeed, as they came forth of the water, the king had scanned each part of their bodies so intently that had one of them pricked him he would not have felt it. And his thoughts afterwards dwelling upon them, though he knew not what they were, nor how they came to be there, he felt stir within his heart a most ardent desire to pleasure them, whereby he knew very well that, if he took not care, he would grow enamoured. Howbeit he knew not whether of the twain pleased him the more, so like was each to the other. Having thus brooded a while, he turned to Messer Neri, and asked who the two damsels were. Whereto, "Sire," replied Messer Neri, "they are my twin daughters, and they are called, the one Ginevra the Fair, and the other Isotta the Blonde." Whereupon the king was loud in praise of them, and exhorted Messer Neri to bestow them in marriage. To which Messer Neri demurred, for that he no longer had the means. And naught of the supper now remaining to serve, save the fruit, in came the two young damsels in gowns of taffeta very fine, bearing in their hands two vast silver salvers full of diverse fruits, such as the season yielded, and set them on the table before the king. Which done, they withdrew a little space, and fell a singing to music a ditty, of which the opening words were as follows: "Love many words would not suffice, there were I come to tell." And so dulcet and delightsome was the strain that to the king, his eyes and ears alike charmed, it seemed as if all the 9 orders of angels were descended there to sing. The song ended, they knelt and respectfully craved the king's leave to depart, which, though sorely against his will, he gave them with a forced gaiety. Supper ended, the king and his companions, having remounted their horses, took leave of Messer Neri, and conversing of diverse matters, returned to the royal quarters. Where the king, still harbouring his secret passion, nor, despite affairs of state that supervened, being able to forget the beauty and sweetness of Ginevra the Fair, for whose sake he likewise loved her twin sister, was so limed by love that he could scarce think of aught else. So, feigning other reasons, he consorted familiarly with Messer Neri, and did much frequent his garden, that he might see Ginevra. And at length, being unable to endure his suffering any longer, and being minded, for that he could devise no other expedient, to despoil their father not only of the one, but of the other damsel also, he discovered both his love and his project to Count Guy, who, being a good man and true, thus made answer: "Sire, your tale causes me not a little astonishment, and that more especially because of your conversation from childhood to this very day, I have, methinks, known more than any other man. And as no such passion did I ever mark in you, even in your youth, when love should more readily have fixed you with his fangs, as now I discern, when you are already on the verge of old age, 'tis to me so strange, so surprising, that you should veritably love, that I deem it little short of a miracle. And were it meet for me to reprove you, well wot I the language I should hold to you, considering that you are yet in arms in a realm but lately won, among a people as yet unknown to you, and wily and treacherous in the extreme, and that the gravest anxieties and matters of high policy engross your mind, so that ye are not as yet able to sit down, and nevertheless, amid all these weighty concerns, you have given harbourage to false flattering love. This is not the wisdom of a great king, but the folly of a feather-pated boy. And moreover, what is far worse, you say that you are resolved to despoil this poor knight of his 2 daughters, whom, entertaining you in his house, and honouring you to the best of his power, he brought into your presence, all but naked, testifying thereby how great is his faith in you, and how assured he is that you are a king, and not a devouring wolf. Have ye so soon forgotten that 'twas Manfred's outrageous usage of his subjects that opened you the way into this realm? What treachery was he ever guilty of that better merited eternal torment than 'twould be in you to wrest from one that honourably entreats you at once his hope and his consolation? What would be said of you if so you should do? Perchance you deem that 'twould suffice to say, I did it because he is a Ghibelline. Is it then consistent with the justice of a king that those, be they who they may, who seek his protection, as this man has sought yours, should be entreated after this sort? King, I bid you remember that exceedingly great as is your glory, to have vanquished Manfred, yet to conquer oneself is still a greater glory, wherefore you, to whom belongs the correction of others, see to it that you conquer yourself, and refrain this unruly passion, and let not such a blot mar the splendor of your achievements. Sore stricken at heart by the count's words, and the more mortified that he acknowledged their truth, the king heaved a fervent sigh or two, and then, "Count," quoth he, "that enemy there is none, however mighty, but to the practised warrior is weak enough and easy to conquer in comparison of his own appetite. I make no doubt. But great though the struggle will be, and immeasurable the force that it demands, so shrewdly galled am I by your words, that not many days will have gone by before I shall without fail have done enough to show you that I, that am the conqueror of others, am no less able to gain the victory over myself." And indeed, but a few days thereafter, the king, on his return to Naples, being minded at once to leave himself no excuse for dishonourable conduct, and to recompense the knight for his honourable entreatment of him, did, albeit 'twas hard for him to endow another with that which he had most ardently desired for himself, none the less resolved to bestow the two damsels in marriage, and that not as Messer Neri's daughters, but as his own. Wherefore, Messer Neri consenting, he provided both with magnificent dowries, and gave Ginevra the Fair to Messer Maffeo da Palizzi, and Isotta the Blonde to Messer Guglielmo della Magna, noble knights and great barons both. Which done, sad at heart beyond measure, he betook him to Apulia, and by incessant travail did so mortify his vehement appetite that he snapped and broke in pieces the fetters of love, and for the rest of his days was no more vexed by such passion. Perchance there will be those who say that 'tis but a trifle for a king to bestow two girls in marriage, nor shall I dispute it, but say we that a king in love bestowed in marriage her whom he loved, neither having taken nor taking of his love leaf or flower or fruit, then this I say was a great feat indeed, as great as might be. After such a sort, then, did this magnificent king, at once generously rewarding the noble knight, commendably honouring the damsels that he loved, and stoutly subduing himself. End of Day 10, the 6th story.
Day 10, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 7th story. King Pedro, being apprised of the fervent love borne him by Lisa, who thereof is sick, comforts her, and forthwith gives her in marriage to a young gentleman, and having kissed her on the brow, ever after professes himself her knight.
When Fiammetta was come to the end of her story, and not a little praise had been accorded to the virile magnificence of King Charles, albeit one there was of the ladies, who being a Ghibelline joined not therein, Pomponea, having received the king's command, thus began:
None is there of discernment, worshipful my ladies, that would say otherwise than you have said touching good King Charles, unless for some other cause she bear him a grudge. However, for that there comes to my mind, thee, perchance no less honourable in treatment of one of our Florentine girls by one of his adversaries, I am minded to recount the same to you. What time the French were driven forth of Sicily, there dwelt at Palermo one of our Florentines. That was an apothecary, Bernardo Puccini by name, a man of great wealth, that by his lady had an only and exceeding fair daughter, then of marriageable age. Now, King Pedro of Aragon, being instated in the sovereignty of the island, did at Palermo make with his barons marvellous celebration thereof, during which, as he tilted after the Catalan fashion, it befell that Bernardo's daughter, Lisa by name, being with other ladies at a window, did thence espy him in the course, whereat, being prodigiously delighted, she regarded him again and again, and grew fervently enamoured of him. Nor yet, when the festivities were ended, and she was at home with her father, was there aught she could think of but this, her exalted and aspiring love, in regard whereof that which most irked her was her sense of her low rank, which scarce permitted her any hope of a happy issue, but, for all that, give over her love for the king she would not, nor yet, for fear of worse to come, dared she discover it. The king meanwhile, recking, witting nothing of the matter, her suffering waxed immeasurable, intolerable, and her love ever growing, with ever fresh accessions of melancholy, the fair maiden, overborne at last, fell sick, and visibly day by day wasted like snow in sunlight. Distraught with grief thereat, her father and mother afforded her such succour as they might with words of good cheer, and counsel of physicians, and physic, but all to no purpose, for that she, in despair of her love, was resolved no more to live. Now, her father, assuring her that there was no whim of hers but should be gratified, the fancy took her that, if she might find apt means, she would, before she died, make her love and her resolve known to the king. Wherefore one day she besought her father to cause Minuccio d'Arezzo to come to her, which Minuccio was a singer and the musician of those days, reputed most skilful, and well seen of King Pedro. Bernardo, deeming that Lisa desired but to hear him play and sing a while, conveyed her message to him, and he, being an agreeable fellow, came to her forthwith, and after giving her some words of loving cheer, sweetly discoursed some airs upon his viol, and then sang her some songs, whereby, while he thought to comfort her, he did but add fire and flame to her love. Presently the girl said that she would fain say a few words to him in private, and when all else were withdrawn from the chamber. Minuccio, quoth she, thee have I chosen, deeming thee most trusty to be the keeper of my secret, relying upon thee in the first place never to betray it to a soul, and next to lend me in regard thereof such aid as thou mayst be able, and so I pray thee to do. Thou must know then, Minuccio mine, that on the day when our lord King Pedro held the great festival and celebration of his triumph, I, seeing him tilt, was so smitten with love of him, that thereof was kindled within my soul the fire which has brought me, as thou seest, to this pass. And knowing how ill it beseems me to love a king, and being unable, I say not to banish it from my heart, but so much as to bring it within bounds. And finding it exceeding grievous to bear, I have made choice of death as the lesser pain, and die I shall. But should he wot not of my love before I die, sore disconsolate should I depart, and knowing not by whom more aptly than by thee I might give him to know this my frame, I am minded to entrust the communication thereof to thee, which office I entreat thee not to refuse, and having discharged it, to let me know, that dying thus consoled, I may depart this pain. Which said, she silently wept. Marvelling at the loftiness of the girl's spirit and her desperate determination, Minuccio commiserated her not a little, and presently it occurred to him that there was a way in which he might honourably serve her. Wherefore, "Lisa," quoth he, "my faith I plight thee, wherein thou mayst place sure confidence that I shall never play thee false, and lauding thy high emprise, to wit, the setting thine affections upon so great a king, I proffer thee mine aid, whereby so thou wilt be of good cheer, I hope, and believe, that before thou shalt see the third day from now go by, I shall have brought thee tidings, which will be to thee for an exceeding great joy. And, not to lose time, I will set to work at once." And so Lisa, assuring him that she would be of good cheer, and plying him afresh with instant obsecrations, bade him Godspeed. And Minuccio, having taken leave of her, hied him to one Mico de Siena, a very expert rhymester of those days, who, at his instant request, made the ensuing song. Hence hie thee, love, and hasting to my king, give him to know what torment dire I bear, how that to death I fare, still close, for fear, my passion harbouring. Lo, love, to thee with clasped hands I turn, and pray thee seek him where he tarrieth, and tell him how I oft for him to yearn, so sweetly he my heart enamoureth. And of the fire wherewith I thoroughly burn I think to die, but may the hour on earth say when my grievous pain shall with my breath surcease, till when neither may fear nor shame the least abate the flame, to his ears my woeful story bring. Since of him I was first enamoured, never hast thou, O love, my fearful heart, with any such fond hope encouraged, as e'er its message to him to impart. To him, my lord, that me so sore bested, holds, dying thus, 'twere grievous to depart. Perchance, were he to know my cruel start, 'twould not displease him, might I but make bold my soul to him to unfold, and show him all my woeful languishing. Love, since 'twast not thy will me to accord such boldness as that ever unto my king I may discover my sad heart's full hoard, or any word or sign thereof him bring, this all my prayer to thee, O sweet my lord, hie thee to him, and so him whispering, mind of the day I saw him turning, with all his paladins environed, and grew enamoured, even to my heart's disrupting. Which words Minuccio forthwith set to music after a soft and plaintive fashion befitting their sense, and on the third day thereafter hied him to court, while King Pedro was yet at breakfast. And being bidden by the king to sing something at the accompaniment of his viol, he gave them this song, with such sweet concord of words and music that all the folk that were in the king's hall seemed, as it were, entranced. So intent and absorbed stood they to listen, and the king rather more than the rest. And when Minuccio had done singing, the king asked whence the song came. That, as far as he knew, he had never heard it before. "Sire," replied Minuccio, "'tis not yet 3 days since 'twas made, words and music alike." And being asked by the king in regard of whom 'twas made, "I dare not," quoth he, "discover such a secret, save to you alone." Bent on hearing the story, the king, when the tables were cleared, took Minuccio into his privy chamber, and there Minuccio told him everything exactly as he had heard it from Lisa's lips, whereby the king was much gratified, and lauded the maiden not a little, and said that a girl of such high spirit merited considerable treatment, and bade Minuccio to be his envoy to her, and comfort her, and tell her that without fail that very day at vespers he would come to visit her. Overjoyed to bear the girl such gladsome tidings, Minuccio tarried not, but hied him back to the girl with his viol, and being closeted with her, told her all that had passed, and then sang the song to the accompaniment of his viol, whereby the girl was so cheered and delighted that forthwith there appeared most marked and manifest signs of the amendment of her health, while with passionate longing, albeit none in the house knew or divined it, she awaited the vesper hour, when she was to see her lord. Knowing the girl very well, and knowing how fair she was, and pondering divers times on what Minuccio had told him, the king, being a prince of a liberal and kindly disposition, grew ever more compassionate. So about vespers he mounted his horse and rode forth, as if for mere pleasure, and being come to the apothecary's house, demanded access to a very goodly garden that the apothecary had, and having dismounted, after a while enquired of Bernardo touching his daughter, and whether he had yet bestowed her in marriage. "Sire," replied Bernardo, "she is not yet married, and indeed she has been and is still very ill, howbeit since none she is wonderfully amended." The significance of which amendment being forthwith apprehended by the king, "In good faith," quoth he, "'twere a pity so fair a creature were reft from the world so early. We would go in and visit her." And presently, attended only by 2 of his lords and Bernardo, he betook him to her chamber, where, being entered, he drew nigh the bed whereon the girl had reclined, half sate in eager expectation of his coming, and taking her by the hand, "Madonna," quoth he, "what means this? A maiden like you should be the comfort of others, and you suffer yourself to languish. We would entreat you that for the love of us you be of good cheer, so as speedily to recover your health." To feel the touch of his hand, whom she loved above all else, albeit somewhat shamefast, was so enraptured that 'twas as if she was in paradise, and soon as she was able, "My lord," she said, "'twas the endeavour, weak as I am, to sustain a most grievous burden that brought this sickness upon me, but 'twill not be long ere you will see me quit thereof, thanks to your courtesy." The hidden meaning of which words was apprehended only by the king, who momentarily made more account of the girl, and again inly cursed fortune, that had decreed that she should be the daughter of such a man. And yet a while he tarried with her, and comforted her, and so took his leave. Which gracious behaviour of the king was not a little commended, and accounted a signal honour to the apothecary and his daughter. The girl, glad at heart, as was ever lady of her lover, mended with reviving hope, and in a few days recovered her health, and therewith more than all her wonted beauty. Whereupon the king, having taken counsel with the queen how to reward so great a love, got him one day to horse with a great company of his barons, and hied him to the apothecary's house. And being come into the garden, he sent for the apothecary and his daughter. And there, being joined by the queen with not a few ladies, who received the girl into their company, they made such cheer as 'twas a wonder to see. And after a while, the king and queen having called Lisa to them, quoth the king, "Honourable damsel, by the great love that you have borne us, we are moved greatly to honour you, and we trust that, for love of us, the honour that we design for you will be acceptable to you. Now, 'tis thus we would honour you, to wit, that, seeing that you are of marriageable age, we would have you take for husband him that we shall give you, albeit 'tis none the less our purpose ever to call ourself your knight, demanding no other tribute of all your love but one sole kiss." Scarlet from brow to neck, the girl, making the king's pleasure her own, thus with a low voice replied, "My lord, very sure am I that, should it come to be known that I was grown enamoured of you, most folk would hold me for a fool, deeming perchance that I was out of my mind, and witless alike of my own rank and yours. But God, who alone reads the hearts of us mortals, knows that even then, when first I did affect you, I wist that you were the king, and I but the daughter of Bernardo the apothecary, and that to suffer my passion to soar so high did ill become me. But as you know far better than I, none loves of set and discreet purpose, but only according to the dictates of impulse and fancy, which law my forces, albeit not seldom opposed, being powerless to withstand, I loved, and still love, and shall ever love you. But as no sooner knew I myself subjugated to your love, than I vowed to ever have no will but yours. Therefore not only am I compliant to take right gladly him whom you shall be pleased to give me for husband, thereby conferring upon me great honour and dignity, but if you should bid me tarry in the fire, delighted were I to obey, so thereby I might pleasure you. How far it beseems me to have you, my king, for my knight, you best know, and therefore I say naught thereof. Nor will the kiss which you crave as your sole tribute of my love be granted you save by leave of my lady the queen. Natheless may you have of this great graciousness that you and my lady the queen have shown me, and which I may not requite, abundant recompense in the blessing and favour of God. And so she was silent. The queen was mightily delighted with the girl's answer, and deemed her as discreet as the king had said. The king then sent for the girl's father and mother, and being assured that his intention had their approval, summoned to his presence a young man, Perdicone by name, that was of gentle birth, but in poor circumstances, and put certain rings into his hand, and, he nowise gainsaying, wedded him to Lisa. Which done, besides jewels many and precious that he and the queen gave the girl, he forthwith bestowed upon Perdicone 2 domains, right goodly and of ample revenues, to wit, Cephalou and Calaballotta, saying, We give them to thee for thy wife's dowry. What we have in store for thee thou wilt learn hereafter. Which said, he turned to the girl, and, Now, quoth he, we are minded to cull that fruit which is due to us of thy love. And so, taking her head between both his hands, he kissed her brow. Wherefore great was the joy of Perdicone, and the father and mother and Lisa herself, and mighty the cheer they made, and gaily did they celebrate the nuptials. And as many affirm, right well did the king keep his promise to the girl, for that ever while he lived he called himself her knight, nor went to any passage of arms bearing other device than that which he had from her. Now, 'tis by doing after this sort that sovereigns win the hearts of their subjects, give others occasion of well-doing, and gain for themselves an imperishable renown, at which mark few or none in our times have bent the brow of their understanding, the more part of the princes having become but cruel tyrants. End of Day 10, the 7th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 10, the 8th story of the Decameron, Part A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 8th story, Part A. Sophronia, albeit she deems herself wife to Gesippus, is wife to Titus Suentius Fulvus, and goes with him to Rome, where Gesippus arrives in indigence, and deeming himself scorned by Titus, to compass his own death, avers that he has slain a man. Titus recognizes him, and to save his life alleges that 'twas he that slew the man, whereof he that did the deed being witness, he discovers himself as the murderer, whereby it comes to pass that they are all three liberated by Octavianus, and Titus gives Gesippus his sister to wife, and shares with him all his substance.
So ceased Pampinea, and when all the ladies, and most of them Gebelin, had commended King Pedro, Philomela by command of the king thus began.
Magnificent my ladies, who wots not that there is naught so great but kings, when they have a mind, may accomplish it, as also that 'tis of them that magnificence is most especially demanded. Now whoso, being powerful, does that which it appertains him to do, does well, but therein is no such a matter of marvel or occasion of extolling him to the skies as in his deed, of whom, for that his power is slight, less is demanded. Wherefore, as you are so profuse of your word in exaltation of the fine deeds, as you deem them, of monarchs, I make no manner of doubt, but that the doings of our peers must seem to you yet more delectable and commendable, when they equal or surpass those of kings. Accordingly, 'tis a transaction, laudable and magnificent, that passed between two citizens, who were friends, that I propose to recount to you in my story. I say then, that what time Octavianus Caesar, not as yet high Augustus, but being in the office called Triumvirate, swayed the empire of Rome, there dwelt at Rome a gentleman, Publius Quintius Fulvus by name, who, having a son, Titus Quintius Fulvus, that was a very prodigy of wit, sent him to Athens to study philosophy, and to the best of his power commended him to a nobleman of that city, Creams by name, who was his very old friend. Creams lodged Titus in his own house with his son Gisippus, and placed both Titus and Gisippus under a philosopher named Aristippus, to learn of him his doctrine. And the two youths, thus keeping together, found each the other's conversation so congruous with his own, that there grew up between them a friendship so close and brotherly, that was never broken by aught but death, nor knew either rest or solace save when he was with the other. So, gifted alike with preeminent subtlety of wit, they entered on their studies, and with even pace and prodigious applause scaled together the glorious heights of philosophy, in which way of life, to the exceeding great delight of Creams, who entreated Titus as no less his son than Gisippus, they continued for full 3 years, at the end whereof it befell, after the common course of things mundane, that Creams, being now aged, departed this life, whom with equal grief they mourn as a common father, and the friends and kinsfolk of Creams were alike at a loss to determine whether of the twain stood in need of the more consolation upon the bereavement. Some months afterward the friends and kinsfolk of Gisippus came to him and exhorted him, as did also Titus, to take a wife, and found him a maiden, wondrous fair, of one of the most noble houses of Athens, her name Sophronia, and her age about 15 years. So a time was appointed for their nuptials, and one day, when 'twas near at hand, Gisippus bade Titus come see the maiden, whom as yet he had not seen, and they, being come into her house, and she sitting betwixt them, Titus, as he were fain to observe with care the several charms of his friend's wife that was to be, surveyed her with the closest attention, and being delighted beyond measure with all that he saw, grew, as inly he extolled her charms to the skies, enamoured of her, with a love as ardent, albeit he gave no sign of it, as ever lover bore to lady. However, after they had tarried a while with her, they took their leave, and went home, where Titus repaired to his chamber, and there gave himself over to solitary musing on the damsel's charms, and the longer he brooded, the more he burned for her. Whereon, as he reflected, having heaved many a fervent sigh, thus he began to commune with himself. Ah, woe worth thy life, Titus, whom makest thou the mistress of thy soul, thy love, thy hope? Knowest thou not that by reason as well of thy honourable entreatment by Creams and his kin as the whole-hearted friendship that is between thee and Gisippus, it behoves thee to have his betrothed in even such pious regard as if she were thy sister? Whither art thou suffering beguiling love, delusive hope, to hurry thee? Open the eyes of thine understanding, and see thyself, wretched man as thou art, obey the dictates of thy reason, refrain thy carnal appetite, control thine inordinate desires, and give thy thoughts another bent, join battle with thy lust at the outset, and conquer thyself while there is yet time. This which thou wouldst have is not meet, is not seemly. This which thou art minded to ensue, thou wouldst rather, though thou wert, as thou art not, sure of its attainment, eschew, hadst thou but the respect thou shouldst have for the claims of true friendship. So then, Titus, what wilt thou do? What but abandon this unseemly love, if thou wouldst do as it behoves thee? But then, as he remembered Sophronia, his thoughts took the contrary direction, and he recounted all that he had said, musing on this wise: the laws of love are of force above all others. They abrogate not only the law of human friendship, but the law divine itself. How many times ere now has father loved daughter, brother sister, stepmother stepson? Aberrations far more notable than that a friend should love his friend's wife, which has happened 1,000 times. Besides which, I am young, and youth is altogether subject to the laws of love. Love's pleasure, then, should be mine. The seemly is for folk of riper years. 'Tis not in my power to will aught save that which love wills. So beauteous is this damsel that there is none but should love her, and if I love her, who am young, who can justly censure me? I love her not because she is the affianced of Gyzippus. No matter whose she was, I should love her all the same. Herein is fortune to blame, that gave her to my friend Gyzippus rather than to another. And if she is worthy of love, as for beauty she is, Gyzippus, if he should come to know that I love her, ought to be less jealous than another. Then, scorning himself that he should indulge such thoughts, he relapsed into the opposing mood, albeit not to abide there, but ever veering to and fro. He spent not only the whole of that day and the ensuing night, but many others, insomuch that, being able neither to eat nor to sleep, he grew so weak that he was fain to take his bed. Gyzippus, who had marked his moodiness for some days, and now saw that he was fairly sick, was much distressed, and with sedulous care, never quitting his side, he tended and strove as best he might to comfort him, not seldom and most earnestly demanding to know of him the cause of his melancholy and his sickness. Many were the subterfuges to which Titus resorted, but as Gyzippus was not to be put off with his fables, finding himself hard pressed by him, with sighs and sobs he made answer on this wise: Gyzippus, had such been the will of God, I were fain rather to die than to live, seeing that fortune has brought me a strait in which needs must my virtue be put to the ordeal, and to my worst grievous shame 'tis found wanting. Whereof I confidently expect my due reward, to wit, death, which will be more welcome to me than to live, haunted ever by the memory of my baseness, which, as there is naught that from thee I either should or can conceal, I, not without burning shame, will discover to thee. And so he recounted the whole story from first to last, the occasion of his melancholy, its several moods, their conflict, and which of them the victory rested, averring that he was dying of love for Sophronia, and that, knowing how ill such love beseemed him, he had for penance elected to die, and deemed the end was now not far off. Gyzippus, hearing his words and seeing his tears, for a while knew not what to say, being himself smitten with the damsel's charms, albeit in a less degree than Titus, but ere long he made up his mind that Sophronia must be less dear to him than his friend's life. And so, moved to tears by his friend's tears, Titus, quoth he between his sobs, but that thou art in need of comfort, I should reproach thee, that thou hadst offended against our friendship, in that thou hast so long kept close from me this most distressful passion, and albeit thou didst deem it unseemly, yet unseemly things should no more than things seemly be withheld from a friend, for that, as a friend rejoices with his friend in things seemly, so he does in his endeavour to wean his friend from things unseemly. But enough of this for the nonce. I pass to that which, I wot, is of greater moment. If thou ardently lovest Sophronia, my affianced, so far from marvelling thereat, I should greatly marvel were it not so, knowing how fair she is, and how noble is thy soul, and thus the apter to be swayed by passion, the more excelling is she by whom thou art charmed. And the juster the cause thou hast to love Sophronia, the greater is the injustice with which thou complainest of fortune, albeit thou dost it not in so many words, for giving her to me, as if thy love of her had been seemly, had she belonged to any other but me, whereas, if thou art still the wise man thou wast wont to be, thou must know that to none could fortune have assigned her with such good cause for thee to thank her as to me. had any other had her, albeit thy love had been seemly, he had loved her as his own rather than as thine, which, if thou deem me even such a friend to thee as I am, thou wilt not apprehend from me, seeing that I mind me not that since we were friends I had ever aught that was not as much thine as mine. And so should I entreat thee herein as in all other matters, were the affair gone so far that naught else were possible. But as it is, I can make thee sole possessor of her, and so I mean to do, for I know not what cause thou shouldst have to prize my friendship, if, where in seemly sort it might be done, I knew not how to surrender my will to thine. 'Tis true that Sophronia is my betrothed, and that I loved her much, and had great cheer in expectation of the nuptials, but as thou, being much more discerning than I, dost more fervently affect this rare prize, rest assured that she will enter my chamber not mine, but thine. Wherefore away with thy moodiness, banish thy melancholy, recover thy lost health, thy heartiness and jollity, and gladsomely, even from this very hour, anticipate the guerdon of thy love, a love worthier far than mine. Delightful as was the prospect with which hope flattered Titus, as he heard Gisippus thus speak, no less was the shame with which right reason affected him, admonishing him that the greater was the liberality of Gisippus, the less it would become him to profit thereby. Wherefore, still weeping, he thus constrained himself to make answer: Gisippus, thy generous and true friendship leaves me in no doubt as to the manner in which it becomes me to act. God forfend that her, whom as to the more worthy he has given to thee, I should ever accept of thee for mine. Had he seen fit that she should be mine, far be it from thee or any other to suppose that he would ever have awarded her to thee. Renounce not, then, that which thy choice and wise counsel, and his gift, have made thine, and leave me to whom, as unworthy, he has appointed no such happiness, to waste my life in tears, for either I shall conquer my grief, which will be grateful to thee, or it will conquer me, and so I shall be quit of my pain. Quoth then Gisippus, if our friendship, Titus, is of such a sort as may entitle me to enforce thee to eschew behests of mine, or as may induce thee of thine own free will to eschew the same, such is the use which, most of all, I am minded to put it, and if thou lend me considerate ear upon my prayers, I shall by force, that force which is lawful in the interest of a friend, make Sophronia thine. I know the might of love, how redoubtable it is, and how, not once only, but oftentimes, it has brought ill-starred lovers to a miserable death, and thee I see so hard-bested, that turn back thou mightst not, nor get the better of thy grief, but, holding on thy course, must succumb, and perish, and, without doubt, I should speedily follow thee. And so, had I no other cause to love thee, thy life is precious to me in that my own is bound up with it. Sophronia then shall be thine, for thou wouldst not lightly find another so much to thy mind, and I shall readily find another to love, and so shall content both thee and me. In which matter, peradventure, I might not be so liberal, were wives so scarce or hard to find as our friends. Wherefore, as 'tis so easy a matter for me to find another wife, I had liefer, I say not lose her, for in giving her to thee lose her I shall not, but only transfer her to one that is my alter ego, and that to her advantage I shall liefer, I say, transfer her to thee than lose thee. And so, if aught my prayers avail with thee, I entreat thee extricate thyself from thy woeful plight, and comfort at once thyself and me, and in good hope address thyself to pluck that boon which thy fervent love craves of her for whom thou yearnest. still scrupling for shame to consent that Sophronia should become his wife, Titus remained yet a while inexorable, but, yielding at last to the solicitations of love, reinforced by the exhortations of Gesippus, thus he made answer: "Lo now, Gesippus, I know not how to call it, whether 'tis more thy pleasure than mine, 'tis which I do, seeing that 'tis as thy pleasure that thou so earnestly entreatest me to do it. But as thy liberality is such that my shame, though becoming, may not withstand it, I will even do it. But of this rest assured, that I do so, witting well that I receive from thee not only the lady I love, but with her my very life. And fate permitting, may the gods grant me to make thee such honourable and goodly requital as may show thee how sensible I am of the boon, which thou, more compassionate of me than I am of myself, conferrest on me." Quoth then Gesippus, "Now for the giving effect to our purpose, methinks, Titus, we should proceed on this wise. Thou knowest that Sophronia, by treaty at length concluded between my family and hers, is become my betrothed. Were I now to say that she should not be my wife, great indeed were the scandal that would come thereof, and should affront both her family and mine own. Whereof indeed I should make no account, so it gave me to see her become thine, but I fear that, were I to give her up at this juncture, her family would forthwith bestow her upon another, perchance than thee, and so we should both be losers. Wherefore methinks that, should thou approve, I were best to complete what I have begun, bring her home as my wife, and celebrate the nuptials, and thereafter we can arrange that thou lie with her, privily, as thy wife. Then, time and occasion serving, we will disclose the whole affair, and if they are satisfied, well and good; if not, 'twill be done all the same, and, as it cannot be undone, they must, perforce, make the best of it." Which counsel being approved by Titus, Gesippus brought the lady home as his wife, Titus being now recovered, and quite himself again. And when they had made great cheer, and night was come, the ladies, having bedded the bride, took their departure. Now the chambers of Titus and Gesippus were contiguous, and one might pass from one into the other. Gesippus, therefore, being come into his room, extinguished every ray of light, and stole into that of Titus, and bade him to get him to bed with his lady. Whereat Titus gave way to shame, and would have changed his mind, and refused to go in. But Gesippus, no less zealous at heart than in words to serve his friend, after no small contention, prevailed on him to go thither. Now no sooner was Titus abed with the lady, than, taking her in his arms, he, as if jestingly, asked in a low tone whether she minded to be his wife. She, taking him to be Gesippus, answered yes, whereupon he set a fair and costly ring on her finger, saying, "And I am minded to be thy husband." And having presently consummated the marriage, he long and amorously disported him with her, neither she nor any other being ever aware that another than Gesippus lay with her. Now Titus and Sophronia, being after this sort wedded, Publius, the father of Titus, departed this life, for which cause Titus was bidden by letter to return forthwith to Rome to see to his affairs. Wherefore he took counsel with Gesippus, how he might take Sophronia thither with him, which might not well be done without giving her to know how matters stood. Whereof, accordingly, one day, having called her into the chamber, they fully apprised her, Titus, for her better assurance, bringing her recollection not a little of what had passed between them. Whereat she, after glancing from one to the other somewhat disdainfully, burst into a flood of tears, and reproached Gesippus that he had so deluded her, and forthwith, saying naught of the matter to any there, she hied her forth to Gesippus' house, and home to her father, to whom and her mother she recounted the deceit which Chrysippus had practised upon them as upon her, averring that she was the wife not of Chrysippus, as they supposed, but of Titus; whereby her father was aggrieved exceedingly, and prolonged and grave complaint was made thereof by him and his own and Chrysippus' families, and there was not a little parleying, and a world of pother. Chrysippus earned the hatred of both his own and Sophronia's kin, and all agreed that he merited not only censure but severe punishment. He, however, averred that he had done a thing seemly, and that Sophronia's kinsfolk owed him thanks for giving her in marriage to one better than himself. All which Titus witnessed with great suffering, and witting that 'twas the way of the Greeks to launch forth in high words and menaces, and refrain not until they should meet with one that answered them, whereupon they were wont to grow not only humble but even abject, was at length minded that their clavers should no longer pass unanswered, and, as with his Roman temper he united Athenian subtlety, he cleverly contrived to bring the kinsfolk, as well of Chrysippus as of Sophronia, together in a temple, where, being entered, attended only by Chrysippus, thus, they being intent to hear, he harangued them. 'Tis the opinion of not a few philosophers that whatsoever mortals do is ordained by the providence of the immortal gods, for which cause some would have it that not either is, or ever shall be, done, save of necessity, albeit others there are that restrict this necessity to that which is already done. Regard we but these opinions with some little attention, and we shall very plainly perceive that to censure that which cannot be undone is naught else but to be minded to show oneself wiser than the gods, by whom we must suppose that we and our affairs are swayed and governed with uniform and unerring wisdom, whereby you may very readily understand how vain and foolish a presumption it is to pass judgment on other doings, and what manner and might of chains they need who suffer themselves to be transported to such excess of daring, among whom, in my judgment, you must one and all be numbered, if 'tis true, what I hear, to wit, that you have complained and do continue to complain that Sophronia, albeit you gave her to Chrysippus, is nevertheless become my wife, not considering that 'twas ordained from all eternity that she should become not the wife of Chrysippus but mine, as the fact does now declare. End of Part A of Day 10, the 8th story. Day 10, the 8th story of the Decameron, Part B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 8th story. Part B. But for that discourse of the secret providence and purposes of the gods seems to many a matter hard and scarce to be understood, I am willing to assume that they meddle in no wise with our concerns, and to descend to the region of human counsels, in speaking whereof I must needs do two things quite at variance with my wont, to wit, in some degree praise myself and censure or vilify another. But, as in either case I mean not to deviate from the truth, and 'tis what the occasion demands, I shall not fail to do so. With bitter upbraidings, animated rather by rage than by reason, you cease not to murmur, nay to cry out, against Chrysippus, and to harass him with your abuse, and hold him condemned, for that her, whom you saw fit to give him, he has seen fit to give me, to wife, wherein I deem him worthy of the highest commendation, and that for two reasons. First, because he has done the office of a friend, and secondly, because he has done more wisely than you did. After what sort the sacred laws of friendship prescribe that friend shall entreat friend, 'tis not my present purpose to declare. 'Twill suffice to remind you that the tie of friendship should be more binding than that of blood or kinship, seeing that our friends are of our own choosing, whereas our kinsfolk are appointed us by fortune. Wherefore, if my life was more to Gyzippus than your goodwill, since I am, as I hold myself, his friend, can any wonder thereat? But pass we to my second reason, in the exposition whereof I must needs with yet more cogency prove you that he has been wiser than you, seeing that methinks you wot not of the providence of the gods, and still less of the consequences of friendship. I say then, that as 'twas your premeditated and deliberate choice that gave Sophronia to this young philosopher Gyzippus, so 'twas his that gave her to another young philosopher. 'Twas your counsel that gave her to an Athenian, 'twas his that gave her to a Roman. 'Twas your counsel that gave her to a man of gentle birth, 'twas his that gave her to one of birth yet gentler. Wealthy was he to whom your counsel gave her, most wealthy he to whom his counsel gave her. Not only did he to whom your counsel gave her love her not, but he scarce knew her, whereas 'twas the one that loved her beyond all other blessings, nay, more dearly than his own life, that his counsel gave her. And to the end that it may appear more plainly that 'tis even as I say, and Gyzippus' counsel more to be commended than yours, let us examine it point by point, that I, like Gyzippus, am young and a philosopher. My countenance and my pursuits may, without making more words about the matter, sufficiently attest. We are also of the same age, and have ever kept pace together in our studies. Now true it is that he is an Athenian, and I am a Roman. But as touching the comparative glory of the cities, should the matter be mooted, I say that I am of a free city, and he of a city tributary, that I am of a city that is mistress of all the world, and he of one that is subject to mine, that I am of a city that flourishes mightily in arms, in empire, and in art, whereas he cannot boast his city as famous, save in arts. Moreover, albeit you see me here in the guise of a most humble scholar, I am not born of the dregs of the populace of Rome. My halls and the public places of Rome are full of the antique effigies of my forefathers, and the annals of Rome abound with the records of triumphs led by the Quintii to the Roman Capitol, and so far from age having withered it, today yet more abundantly than ever of yore flourishes the glory of our name. Of my wealth I forbear, for shame, to speak, being mindful that honest poverty is time-honored, and the richest inheritance of the noble citizens of Rome. But allowing for the nonce the opinion of the vulgar, which holds poverty in disrepute, and highly appraises wealth, I, albeit I never sought it, yet, as the favoured of fortune, have abundant store thereof. Now well I wot that Gyzippus, being of your own city, you justly prized and prize an alliance with him, but not a whit less should you prize an alliance with me at Rome, considering that there you will have in me an excellent host, and a patron apt, zealous, and potent, to serve you as well in matters of public interest as in your private concerns, who then, dismissing all bias from his mind, and judging with impartial reason, would deem your counsel more commendable than that of Gyzippus? Assuredly none. Sophronia, then, being married to Titus Quintius Fulvus, a citizen of Rome, of an ancient and illustrious house, and wealthy, and a friend of Gyzippus, whoso takes umbrage of offence thereat, does that which it behoves him not to do, and knows not what he does. Perchance some will say that their complaint is not that Sophronia is the wife of Titus, but that she became his wife after such a sort, to wit, privily, by theft, neither friend nor any of her kin witting aught thereof. But herein is no matter of marvel, no prodigy as yet unheard of. I need not instance those who before now have taken to them husbands in defiance of their father's will, or have eloped with their lovers, and been their mistresses before they were their wives, or of whose marriages no word has been spoken, until their pregnancy or parturition published them to the world, and necessity sanctioned the fact. Naught of this has happened in the case of Sophronia. On the contrary, 'twas in proper form, and in meet and seemly sort, that Chrysippus gave her to Titus, and others peradventure will say that 'twas by one to whom such office belonged not that she was bestowed in marriage. Nay, but this is but vain and womanish querulousness, and comes of scant consideration. Know we not, then, that fortune varies according to circumstances, her methods, and her means of disposing events to their predetermined ends? What matter it is to me, if it be a cobbler rather than a philosopher, that fortune has ordained to compass something for me, whether privily or overtly, so only the result is as it should be. I ought, indeed, to take order, if the cobbler be indiscreet, that he meddle no more in affairs of mine, but at the same time I ought to thank him for what he has done. If Chrysippus has duly bestowed Sophronia in marriage, it is gratuitous folly to find fault with the manner and the person. If you mistrust his judgment, have a care that it be not in his power to do the like again, but thank him for this turn. Natheless, you are to know that I used no cunning practice or deceit to sully in any degree the fair fame of your house in the person of Sophronia, and, albeit I took her privily to wife, I came not as a ravisher to despoil her of her virginity, nor in any hostile sort was I minded to make her mine on dishonourable terms, and spurn your alliance, but, being fervently enamoured of her bewitching beauty and her noble qualities, I wist well that, should I make suit for her with those formalities with you, perchance, will say were due, then, for the great love you bear her, and for fear lest I should take her away with me to Rome, I might not hope to have her. Accordingly, I made use of the secret practice which is now manifest to you, and brought Chrysippus to consent in my interest to that whereto he was averse, and thereafter, ardently though I loved her, I sought not to commingle with her as a lover, but as a husband, nor closed with her, until, as she herself by her true witness may assure you, I had but apt words, and with the ring made her my lawful wife, asking her if she would have me to husband, whereto she answered yes, wherein, if she seems to have been tricked, 'tis not I that am to blame, but she, for that she asked me not who I was. This, then, is the great wrong, sin, crime, whereof for love and friendship's sake Chrysippus and I are guilty, that Sophronia is privily become the wife of Titus Quinctius. 'Tis for this that you harass him with your menaces and hostile machinations. What more would you do, had he given her to a villain, to a caitiff, to a slave? Where would you find fetters, dungeons, crosses adequate to your vengeance? But enough of this at present. An event, which I did not expect, has now happened. My father is dead, and I must needs return to Rome, wherefore, being fain to take Sophronia with me, I have discovered to you that which otherwise I had, perchance, still kept close. Whereto, if you are wise, you will gladly reconcile yourselves, for that, if I had been minded to play you false, or put an affront upon you, I might have scornfully abandoned her to you. But God forfend that such baseness be ever harboured in a Roman breast. Sophronia, then, by the will of the gods, by force of law, and by my own love-taught astuteness, is mine. The which it would seem that you, deeming yourselves, peradventure, wiser than the gods, or the rest of mankind, do foolishly set at naught, and that in two ways alike most offensive to me, inasmuch as you both withhold from me Sophronia, in whom right, as against me, you have none, and also entreat as your enemy Chrysippus, to whom you are rightfully bounden. the folly whereof I purpose not at present fully to expound to you, but in friendly sort to counsel you to abate your wrath and abandon all your schemes of vengeance, and restore Sophronia to me, that I may part from you on terms of amity and alliance, and so abide. But of this rest assured, that whether this, which is done, like you or not, if you are minded to contravene it, I shall take Giuseppus hence with me, and once arrived in Rome, shall, in your despite, find means to recover her who is lawfully mine, and pursuing you with unremitting enmity, will apprise you by experience of the full measure and effect of a Roman's wrath." Having so said, Titus started to his feet, his countenance distorted by anger, and took Giuseppus by the hand, and with manifest contempt for all the rest, shaking his head at them and threatening them, led him out of the temple. They that remained in the temple, being partly persuaded by his arguments to accept his alliance and friendship, partly terrified by his last words, resolved by common consent that 'twas better to have the alliance with Titus, as they had lost that of Giuseppus, than to add to that loss the enmity of Titus. Wherefore they followed Titus, and having come up with him, told him that they were well pleased that Sophronia should be his, and that they should prize his alliance and the friendship of dear Giuseppus, and having ratified this treaty of amity and alliance with mutual cheer, they departed and sent Sophronia to Titus. Sophronia, discreetly making a virtue of necessity, transferred forthwith to Titus the love she had borne Giuseppus, and being come with Titus to Rome, was there received with no small honour. Giuseppus tarried in Athens, held in little account by well nigh all the citizens, and being involved in certain of their broils, was, not long afterwards, with all his household, banished the city, poor, nay destitute, and condemned to perpetual exile. Thus hard bested, and at length reduced to mendiancy, he made his way, so as least discomfortably he might, to Rome, being minded to see whether Titus would remember him, and there, learning that Titus lived, and was much affected by all the Romans, and having found out his house, he took his stand in front of it, and watched until Titus came by, to whom, for shame of the sorry trim that he was in, he ventured no word, but did his endeavour that he might be seen of him, hoping that Titus might recognize him, and call him by his name. But Titus passing on, Giuseppus deemed that he had seen and avoided him, and calling to mind that which aforetime he had done for him, went away wroth and desperate. And fasting and penniless, and, for 'twas now night, knowing not whither he went, and yearning above all for death, he wandered by chance to a spot which, albeit 'twas within the city, had much the aspect of a wilderness, and espying a spacious grotto, he took shelter in there for the night, and worn out at last with grief, on the bare ground, wretchedly clad as he was, he fell asleep. Now 2 men that had that night gone out a thieving, having committed the theft, came towards morning to the grotto, and there quarrelled, and the stronger slew the other, and took himself off. Aroused by the noise, Giuseppus witnessed the murder, and deeming that he had now the means of compassing without suicide the death for which he so much longed, budged not a jot, but stayed there until the serjeants of the court, which had already got wind of the affair, came on the scene, and laid violent hands upon him, and led him away. Being examined, he confessed that he had slain the man, and had then been unable to make his escape from the grotto. Wherefore the praetor, Marcus Varro by name, sentenced him to death by crucifixion, as was then the custom. But Titus, who happened at that moment to come into the praetorium, being told the crime for which he was condemned, and scanning the poor wretch's face, presently recognized him for Giuseppus, and marvelled how he should come to be there, and in such a woeful plight, and most ardently desiring to succour him, not seeing other way to save his life except to exonerate him by accusing himself, he straightway stepped forward and said with a loud voice, "Marcus Varro, call back the poor man on whom thou hast passed sentence, for he is innocent. 'Tis enough that I have incurred the wrath of the gods by one deed of violence, to wit, the murder of whom your sergeants found dead this morning, without aggravating my offence by the death of another innocent man." Perplexed and vexed that he should have been heard by all in the praetorium, but unable honourably to avoid compliance with that which laws enjoined, Varro had Giuseppus brought back, and, in presence of Titus, said to him, "How camest thou to be so mad as, though no constraint was put upon thee, to confess a deed thou never didst, thy life being at stake? Thou saidst that 'twas thou by whom the man was slain last night, and now comes this other, and says that 'twas not thou but he that slew him." Giuseppus looked, and seeing Titus, wist well that, being grateful for the service rendered by him in the past, Titus was now minded to save his life at the cost of his own. Wherefore, affected to tears, he said, "Nay, but, Varro, in very sooth I slew him, and 'tis now too late, this tender solicitude of Titus for my deliverance." But on his part, "Praetor," quoth Titus, "thou seest this man is a stranger, and was found unarmed beside the murdered man. Thou canst not doubt that he was fain of death for very wretchedness. Wherefore discharge him, and let punishment light on me, who have merited it." Marvelling at the importunity of both, Varro readily surmised that neither was guilty, and while he was casting about how he might acquit them, lo, in came a young man, one Publius Ambustus, a desperate character, and known to all the Romans for an arrant thief. He it was that had verily committed the murder, and witting both the men to be innocent of that of which each accused himself, so sore at heart was he by reason of their innocence, that, overborne by an exceeding great compassion, he presented himself before Varro, and, "Praetor," quoth he, "'tis destiny draws me hither to loose the knot of these men's contention, and some god within me leaves me no peace of his whips and stings until I discover my offence, wherefore know that neither of these men is guilty of that which each accuses himself. 'Tis verily I that slew the man this morning, about daybreak, and before I slew him, while I was sharing our plunder with him, I espied this poor fellow asleep there. Naught need I say to clear Titus. The general bruit of his illustrious renown attests that he is not a man of such a sort. Discharge him, therefore, and extract from me the penalty prescribed by the laws." The affair had by this time come to the ears of Octavianus, who caused all three to be brought before him, and demanded to know the causes by which they had been severally moved to accuse themselves, and, each having told his story, Octavianus released the two by reason of their innocence, and the third for love of them. Titus took Giuseppus home, having first chidden him not a little for his faint-heartedness and diffidence, and there Sophronia receiving him as a brother, did him marvellous cheer, and having comforted him a while, and arrayed him in apparel befitting his worth and birth, he first shared with him all his substance, and then gave him his sister, a young damsel named Fulvia, to wife, and said to him, "Choose now, Giuseppus, whether thou wilt tarry here with me, or go back to Achaia with all that I have given thee." Partly perforce of his banishment from his city, partly for that the sweet friendship of Titus was justly dear to him, Giuseppus consented to become a Roman. And so long and happily they lived together at Rome, Giuseppus with his Fulvia, and Titus with his Sophronia, in the same house, growing, if possible, greater friends day by day. Exceeding sacred then is friendship, and worthy not only to be had in veneration, but to be extolled with never-ending praise, as the most dutiful mother of magnificence and seemliness, sister of gratitude and charity, and foe to enmity and avarice, ever, without waiting to be asked, ready to do as generously by another as she would be done by herself. Rarely indeed is it to-day that twain are found, in whom her most holy fruits are manifest, for which is most shamefully answerable the covetousness of mankind, which, regarding only private interest, has banished friendship beyond earth's farthest bourne, there to abide in perpetual exile. How should love, or wealth, or kinship, how should aught but friendship, have so quickened the soul of Chrysippus, that the tears and sighs of Titus should incline his heart to see to him the fair and gracious lady that was his betrothed and his beloved? Laws, menaces, terror, how should these, how should aught but friendship, have withheld Chrysippus, in lonely places, in hidden retreats, in his own bed, from enfolding, not perchance unsolicited by her, the fair damsel within his youthful embrace? Honours, rewards, gains, would Chrysippus for these, would he, for aught but friendship, have made nothing of the loss of kindred? His own and Sophronia's, have made nothing of the injurious murmurs of the populace, have made nothing of mocks and scorns, so only he might content his friend? And on the other hand, for what other cause than friendship had Titus, when he might decently have feigned not to see, have striven with the utmost zeal to compass his own death, and set himself upon the cross in Chrysippus' stead? Chi avrebbe Tito senza alcuna dilazione fatto liberalissimo a comunicare il suo ampissimo patrimonio con Crisippo, al quale la fortuna il suo aveva tolto, se non costei? And what but friendship had left no place for suspicion in the soul of Titus, and filled it with a most fervent desire to give his sister to Chrysippus, albeit he saw him to be reduced to extreme penury and destitution? But so it is that men covet hosts of acquaintance, troops of kinsfolk, offsprings in plenty, and the number of their dependents increases with their wealth, and they reflect not that there is none of these, be he who he may, but will be more apprehensive of the least peril threatening himself than cumbered to avert a great peril from his lord or kinsman, whereas between friends we know 'tis quite contrariwise. End of Day 10, the 8th story. Read by J.C. Guan, January 2009.
Day 10, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. RIGG. Day 10, the 9th story. Saladin, in guise of a merchant, is honorably entreated by Messer Torello. The crusade ensuing, Messer Torello appoints a date after which his wife may marry again. He is taken prisoner, and by training hawks comes under the Soldan's notice. The Soldan recognizes him, makes himself known to him, and entreats him with all honor. Messer Torello falls sick, and by magic arts is transported in a single night to Pavia, where his wife's second marriage is then to be solemnized, and being present thereat, is recognized by her, and returns with her to his house.
So ended Philomela her story, and when all alike had commended the magnificence shown by Titus in his gratitude, the king, reserving the last place for Dioneo, thus began.
Lovesome, my ladies, true beyond all question, is what Philomela reports of friendship, and with justice did she deplore in her closing words the little account in which 'tis held to-day among mortals. And were we here for the purpose of correcting, or even of censuring, the vices of the age, I should add a copious sequel to her discourse. But as we have another end in view, it has occurred to me to set before you in a narrative, which will be of considerable length, but entertaining throughout, an instance of Saladin's magnificence, to the end that, albeit by reason of our vices, it may not be possible for us to gain to the full the friendship of any, yet by the matters whereof you shall hear in my story, we may at least be incited to take delight in doing good offices, in the hope that sooner or later we may come by our reward thereof. I say, then, that in the time of the Emperor Frederick I, as certain writers affirm, the Christians made common emprise for the recovery of the Holy Land, whereof that most valiant prince, Saladin, then Soldan of Babylonia, being in good time apprised, resolved to see for himself the preparations made by the Christian potentates for the said emprise, that he might put himself in better trim to meet them. So, having ordered all things to his mind in Egypt, he made as if he were bound on a pilgrimage, and attended only by 2 of his chiefest and sagest lords, and 3 servants, took the road in the guise of a merchant. And having surveyed many provinces of Christendom, as they rode through Lombardy with intent to cross the Alps, they chanced, between Milan and Pavia, to fall in with a gentleman, one Messer Torello d'Istria de Pavia, who, with his servants, and his dogs and falcons, was betaking him to a fine estate that he had on the Ticino, there to tarry a while. Now Messer Torello no sooner espied Saladin and his lords than he guessed them to be gentlemen and foreigners, and being zealous to do them honour, when Saladin asked one of his servants how far off Pavia might still be, and if he might win there in time to enter the town, he suffered not the servant to make answer, but, "No, gentleman," quoth he, "by the time you reach Pavia 'twill be too late for you to enter." "So," replied Saladin, "then might you be pleased to direct us, as we are strangers, where we may best be lodged?" "That gladly will I," returned Messer Torello. "I was but thinking to send one of these my men on an errand to Pavia. I will send him with you, and he will guide you to a place where you will find very comfortable quarters." Then, turning to one of his most trusted servants, he gave him his instructions and dispatched him with them. After which he repaired to his estate, and forthwith, as best he might, caused a goodly supper to be made ready, and the table set in his garden. Which done, he stationed himself at the gate on the lookout for his guests. The servant, conversing with the gentlemen of divers matters, brought them by devious roads to his lord's estate, without their being ware of it. Whom as soon as Messer Torello espied, he came forth afoot to meet them, and said with a smile, "A hearty welcome to you, gentlemen." Now Saladin, being very quick of apprehension, perceived that the knight had doubted when he met them that, were he to bid them to his house, they might not accept his hospitality, and accordingly, that it might not be in their power to decline it, had brought them to his house by a ruse. And so, returning his greeting, "Sir," quoth he, "were it meet to find fault with those that show courtesy, we should have a grievance against you, for that, to say naught of somewhat delaying our journey, you have in guerdon of a single greeting constrained us to accept so noble a courtesy as yours." Whereto the knight, who was of good understanding and well spoken, made answer, "Gentlemen, such courtesy as we show you will, in comparison of that which, by what I gather from your aspect, were meet for you, prove but a sorry thing. But in sooth this side of Pavia you might not anywhere have been well lodged. Wherefore take it not amiss that you have come somewhat out of your way to find less discomfortable quarters." And as he spoke, about them flocked the servants, who, having helped them to dismount, saw to their horses. Whereupon Messer Torello conducted them to the chambers that were made ready for them, where, having caused them to be relieved of their boots and refreshed with the coolest of wines, he held pleasant converse with them until supper time. Saladin and his lords and servants all knew Latin, so that they both understood, and made themselves understood, very well, and there was none of them but adjudged this knight to be the most agreeable and debonair man, and therewithal the best talker, that he had ever seen. While to Messer Torello, on the other hand, they showed as far greater magnificos than he had at first supposed, whereby he was inly vexed that he had not been able that evening to do them the honours of company and a more ceremonious banquet, for which default he resolved to make amends on the ensuing morning. Wherefore, having imparted to one of his servants that which he would have done, he sent him to his most judicious and high-minded lady at Pavia, which was close by, and where never a gate was locked. Which done, he brought the gentlemen into the garden, and courteously asked them who they were. "We are Cypriot merchants," replied Saladin, "and 'tis from Cyprus we come, and we are on our way to Paris on business." Quoth then Messer Torello, "Would to God that our country bred gentlemen of such quality as are the merchants that I see Cyprus breeds." From which they passed to discourse of other matters, until supper time being come, he besought them to seat them at table, whereat, considering that the supper was but improvised, their entertainment was excellent and well ordered. The tables being cleared, Messer Torello, surmising that they must be weary, kept them no long time from their rest, but bestowed them in most comfortable beds, and soon after went to rest himself. Meanwhile the servant that he had sent to Pavia did his lord's errand to the lady, who, in the style rather of a queen than of a housewife, forthwith assembled not a few of Messer Torello's friends and vassals, and caused all meet preparation to be made for a magnificent banquet, and by messengers bearing torches bade not a few of the noblest of the citizens thereto, and had store of silken and other fabrics and vair brought in, and all set in order in every point, as her husband had directed. Day came, and the gentlemen being risen, Messer Torello got him to horse with them, and having sent for his hawks, brought them to a ford, and showed them how the hawks flew. By and by, Saladin requesting of him a guide to the best inn at Pavia. "I myself will be your guide," returned Messer Torello, "for I have occasion to go thither." Which offer they, nothing doubting, did gladly accept, and so with him they set forth. And about tierce, being come to the city, and expecting to be directed to the best inn, they were brought by Messer Torello to his own house, where they were forthwith surrounded by full 50 of the greatest folk of the city, gathered there to give the gentlemen a welcome. And 'twas who should hold a bridle or a stirrup while they dismounted. Whereby Saladin and his lords, more than guessing the truth, "Messer Torello," quoth they, "'twas not this that we craved of you. Honour enough had we from you last night, and far in excess of our desires, wherefore thou mightest very well have left us to go our own road." Whereto, "Gentlemen," replied Messer Torello, "for that which was done yestereve I have to thank fortune rather than you, seeing that fortune surprised you on the road at an hour when you must needs repair to my little house. For that which shall be done this morning I shall be beholden to you, as will also these gentlemen that surround you, with whom, if you deem it courteous to do so, you may refuse to breakfast, if you like." Fairly conquered, Saladin and his lords dismounted, and heartily welcomed by the gentlemen, were conducted to the chambers which had been most sumptuously adorned for their use, and having laid aside their riding dress, and taken some refreshment, repaired to the saloon, where all had been made ready with splendour. There, having washed their hands, they sat them down to table, and were regaled with a magnificent repast of many courses, served with all stately and fair ceremony, insomuch that, had the emperor himself been there, 'twould not have been possible to do him more honour. And albeit Saladin and his lords were grandees, and used to exceeding great displays of pomp and state, nevertheless this showed to them as not a little marvellous, and one of the greatest they had ever seen, having regard to the quality of their host, whom they knew to be but a citizen and no lord. Breakfast done, and the tables cleared, they conversed a while of high matters, and then, as 'twas very hot, all the gentlemen of Pavia, so it pleased Messer Torello, retired for their siesta, while he remained with his 3 guests, with whom he presently withdrew into a chamber, whither, that there might be naught that he held dear which they had not seen, he called his noble lady. And so the dame, exceeding fair and stately of person, and arrayed in rich apparel, with her two little boys, that showed as two angels, on either hand, presented herself before them and graciously greeted them. Whereupon they rose and returned her salutation with reverence, and caused her to sit down among them, and made much of her two little boys. But after some interchange of gracious discourse, Messer Torello being withdrawn somewhat apart, she asked them courteously whence they came and whither they were bound, and had of them the same answer that Messer Torello had received. "So," quoth the lady with a joyful air, "then I see that my woman's wit will be of service to you, wherefore I pray you as a special favour neither to reject nor to despise the little gift that I am about to present to you, but reflecting that, as women have but small minds, so they make but small gifts, accept it, having regard rather to the good will of the giver than the magnitude of the gift." She then caused bring forth for each of them 2 pair of robes, lined the one with silk, the other with vair, no such robes as citizens or merchants, but such as lords used to wear, and 3 vests of taffeta, besides linen clothes, and "Take them," quoth she, "the robes I give you are even such as I have arrayed my lord withal. The other things, considering that you are far from your wives, and have come a long way, and have yet a long way to go, and that merchants love to be neat and trim, may, albeit they are of no great value, be yet acceptable to you." Wondering, the gentleman acknowledged without reserve that there was no point of courtesy wherein Messer Torello was not minded to acquit himself towards them. And noting the lordly fashion of the robes, unsuited to the quality of merchants, they misdoubted that Messer Torello had recognized them. However, quoth one of them to the lady, "Gifts great indeed are these, madam, nor such as lightly to accept, were it not that thereto we are constrained by your prayers, to which we may on no account say no." Whereupon, Messer Torello being now come back, the lady bid them adieu, and took her leave of them, and in like manner did she cause their servants to be supplied with equipment suitable to them. The gentleman, being much importuned thereto by Messer Torello, consented to tarry the rest of the day with him, and so, having slept, they donned their robes, and rode a while with him about the city, and supper time being come, they feasted magnificently, and with a numerous and honourable company. And so in due time they betook them to rest, and at daybreak, being risen, they found, in lieu of their jaded nags, 3 stout and excellent palfreys, and in like manner fresh and goodly mounts for their servants. Which Saladin marking, turned to his lords, and "By God," quoth he, "never was gentleman more complete and courteous and considerate than this Messer Torello, and if the Christian kings are as kingly as he is knightly, there is none of them whose onset the Soldan of Babylon might well abide, to say naught of so many as we see making ready to fall upon him." However, knowing that 'twas not permissible to refuse, he very courteously thanked Messer Torello, and so they got them to horse. Messer Torello, with a numerous company, escorted them far beyond the gate of the city, until, loath though Saladin was to part from him, so greatly did he now affect him, yet as he must needs speed on, he besought him to turn back. Whereupon, albeit it irked him to take leave of them, "Gentlemen," quoth Messer Torello, "since such is your pleasure, I obey. But this I must say to you, who you are I know not, nor would I know more than you are pleased to impart. But whoever you may be, you will not make me believe that you are merchants this while, and so adieu." To whom Saladin, having already taken leave of all his company, thus made answer, "Peradventure, sir, we shall one day give you to see somewhat of our merchandise, and thereby confirm your belief, and so adieu." Thus parted Saladin and his company from Messer Torello, Saladin burning with an exceeding great desire if life should be continued to him, and the war, which he anticipated, should not undo him, to show Messer Torello no less honour than he had received at his hands, and conversing not a little with his lords, both of Messer Torello himself and of his lady, and all that he did, and that in any wise concerned him, ever more highly commending him. However, having with much diligence spied out all the West, he put to sea, and returned with his company to Alexandria. And having now all needful information, he put himself in a posture of defence. Messer Torello, his mind full of his late guests, returned to Pavia, but, though he long pondered who they might be, he came never at or anywhere near the truth. Then, with great and general mustering of forces, came the time for embarking on the emprise, and Messer Torello, heeding not the tearful entreaties of his wife, resolved to join therein. So, being fully equipped and about to take horse, he said to his lady, whom he most dearly loved, "Wife, for honour's sake, and for the weal of my soul, I go, as thou seest, on this emprise. Our substance and our honour I commend to thy care. Certain I am of my departure, but for the 1,000 accidents that may ensue, certitude I have none of my return. Wherefore I would have thee do me this grace, that whatever be my fate, shouldst thou lack certain intelligence that I live, thou wilt expect me a year and a month and a day from this departure, before you marry again." Whereto the lady, weeping bitterly, made answer, "Messer Torello, I know not how I shall support the distress in which, thus departing, you leave me. But should my life not fail beneath it, and aught befall thee, live and die secure that I shall live and die the wife of Messer Torello and of his memory." Whereupon, "Wife," returned Messer Torello, "well assured I am that, so far as in thee shall lie, this promise of thine will be kept. But thou art young and fair, and of a great family, and thy virtue is rare and generally known. Wherefore I make no doubt that, should there be any suspicion of my death, thou wilt be asked of thy brothers and kinsmen by many a great gentleman, against whose attacks, though thou desire it never so, thou wilt not be able to hold out, but wilt perforce be fain to gratify one or other of them, for which cause it is that I ask thee to wait just so long and no longer." "As I have said," replied the lady, "so, in so far as I may, I shall do, and if I must needs do otherwise, rest assured that of this your behest I shall render you obedience. But I pray God that he bring neither you nor me to such a strait yet awhile." Which said, the lady wept, and having embraced Messer Torello, drew from her finger a ring, and gave it to him, saying, "Should it betide that I die before I see you again, mind you of me when you look upon it." Messer Torello took the ring, and got into horse, and having bidden all adieu, fared forth on his journey. And being arrived with his company at Genoa, he embarked on a galley, and having departed thence, in no long time arrived at Acre, and joined the green Christian host, wherein there by and by broke out an exceeding great and mortal sickness, during which, whether owing to Saladin's strategy or his good fortune, he made an easy capture of well nigh all the remnant of the Christians that were escaped, and quartered them in divers prisons in many cities. Of which captives, Messer Torello being one, was brought to Alexandria and there confined, where, not being known, and fearing to make himself known, he, under constraint of necessity, applied him to the training of hawks, whereof he was a very great master. And thereby he fell under the notice of Saladin, who took him out of the prison, and made him his falconer. The Soldan called him by no other name than Christian, and neither recognized nor was recognized by him, who, his whole soul ever in Pavia, essayed many a time to escape, that he might return thither, but still without success. Wherefore certain Genoese, that were come to Alexandria as ambassadors to the Soldan for the redemption of some of their townsfolk, being about to return, he resolved to write to his lady how that he lived and would come back to her as soon as he might, and that she should expect his return. And having so done, he earnestly besought one of the ambassadors, whom he knew, to see that the letter reached the hands of the abbot of San Pietro in Ciel d'Oro, who was his uncle. Now, such being the posture of Messer Torello's affairs, it befell one day that while he talked with Saladin of his hawks, he smiled, whereby his mouth shaped itself in a fashion of which Saladin had taken particular note while he was at Pavia. And so, recalling Messer Torello to mind, he fixed his gaze upon him, and it seemed to him that 'twas indeed Messer Torello. Wherefore, leaving the matter of which they were conversing, "Tell me, Christian," quoth he, "of what country art thou in the west?" "My lord," replied Messer Torello, "I am a Lombard, of a city called Pavia, a poor man, and of humble condition." Which when he heard, Saladin, well nigh resolved of his doubt, said joyfully to himself, "God has provided me with the occasion meet to prove to this man what store I set by his courtesy." And without another word, he brought him into a room where he kept all his wearing apparel, and said, "Look, Christian, if among these robes there be any that thou hast ever seen before." So Messer Torello examined the robes, and espied those which his lady had given to Saladin. But deeming that they could not be the same, he replied, "My lord, there is no robe here that I recognize, albeit 'tis true that those robes are such as I once wore myself, in company with 3 merchants that came to my house." Whereupon Saladin could refrain himself no longer, but, tenderly embracing him, "You," quoth he, "are Messer Torello d'Istria, and I am one of those 3 merchants to whom your lady gave these robes. And now is the time to warrant you of the quality of my merchandise, as when I parted from you, I told you might come to pass." Which to hear, Messer Torello was at once overjoyed and abashed, overjoyed to have entertained so illustrious a guest, and abashed, for that it seemed to him that he had given him but a sorry entertainment. To whom, "Messer Torello," quoth Saladin, "since hither God has sent you to me, deem that 'tis no more I that am lord here, but you." And so they made great cheer together, and then Saladin caused Messer Torello to be royally arrayed, and presented him to all his greatest lords, and having extolled his merit in no stinted measure, bade all, as they hoped for grace from him, honour Messer Torello even as himself. And so from that hour did they all, but most especially the 2 lords that had been with Saladin at Messer Torello's house. The glory to which Messer Torello thus suddenly found himself raised somewhat diverted his mind from the affairs of Lombardy, and the more so for that he entertained no doubt that his letter had reached his uncle's hands. But for that in the camp, or rather army, of the Christians, on the day when they were taken by Saladin, there died and was buried one Messer Torello de Dignes, an obscure knight of Provence, whereas Messer Torello d'Istria was known to all host for a right noble gentleman, who so heard tell that Messer Torello was dead, supposed that was Messer Torello d'Istria, and not Messer Torello de Dignes. Nor did what happened after, to wit, the capture, avail to undeceive them. For not a few Italians had carried the report with them, among whom there were some who made bold to say that they had seen Messer Torello d'Istria's dead body, and had been present at its interment. Which rumour coming to the ears of his lady and his kinsfolk, great indeed, nay immeasurable, was the distress that it occasioned, not only to them, but to all that had known him. The mode and measure of his lady's grief, her mourning, her lamentation, 'twere tedious to describe. Enough that, after some months spent in almost unmitigated tribulation, her sorrow showed signs of abatement, whereupon, suit being made for her hand by some of the greatest men of Lombardy, her brothers and other kinsfolk began to importune her to marry again. Times not a few, and with floods of tears, she refused. But overborne at last, she consented to do as they would have her, upon the understanding that she was to remain unmarried until the term for which she had bound herself to Messer Torello was fulfilled. Now the lady's affairs being in this posture at Pavia, it befell that some 8 days or so before the time appointed for her marriage, Messer Torello one day espied in Alexandria one that he had observed go with the Genoese ambassadors aboard the galley that took them to Genoa. Wherefore he called them, and asked him what sort of a voyage they had had, and when they had reached Genoa. "My lord," replied the other, "the galley made but a sorry voyage of it, as I learned in Crete, where I remained. For that, while she was nearing Sicily, there arose a terrible gale from the north that drove her on to the shoals of Barbary, and never a soul escaped, and among the rest my 2 brothers were lost." Which report believing, and 'twas indeed most true, and calling to mind that in a few days the term that he had asked of his wife would be fulfilled, and surmising that there could be no tidings of him at Pavia, Messer Torello made no question but that the lady was provided with another husband, whereby he sank into such a depth of woe that he lost all power to eat, and betook him to his bed and resigned himself to die. Which when Saladin, by whom he was most dearly beloved, learned, he came to him, and having plied him with many and most instant entreaties, learned at length the cause of his distress and sickness, and having chidden him not a little that he had not sooner apprised him thereof, he besought him to put on a cheerful courage, assuring him that if so he did, he would bring it to pass that he should be in Pavia at the time appointed, and told him how. Believing Saladin's word the more readily that he had many times heard that 'twas possible, and had not seldom been done, Messer Torello recovered heart, and was instant with Saladin that he should make all haste. Accordingly, Saladin bade one of his necromancers, of whose skill he had already had proof, to devise a method whereby Messer Torello should be transported abed in a single night to Pavia. The necromancer made answer that it should be done, but that 'twere best he put Messer Torello to sleep. The matter being thus arranged, Saladin hied him back to Messer Torello, and finding him most earnestly desirous to be in Pavia at the time appointed, if so it might be, and if not, to die. "Messer Torello," quoth he, "if you dearly love your lady, and misdoubt that she may become the bride of another, nowise, God wot, do I censure you, for that, of all the ladies that ever I saw, she, for bearing, manners, and address, to say naught of beauty, which is but the flower that perishes, seems to me the most worthy to be lauded and cherished. Much had I been gratified, since fortune has sent you hither to me, that, while you and I yet live, we had exercised equal lordship in the governance of this my realm, and if such was not God's will, and this must needs come upon you, that you are fain either to be at Pavia at the time appointed, or to die, I had desired of all things to have been apprised thereof at such a time that I might have sent you home with such honourable circumstance, and state, and escort, as befit your high desert. Which not being vouchsafed me, and as naught will content you but to be there forthwith, I do what I can, and speed you thither on such wise as I have told you." "My lord," replied Messer Torello, "had you said naught, you have already done enough to prove your good will towards me, and that in so high a degree as is quite beyond my deserts, and most assured of the truth of what you say, shall I live or die, and so had done, had you not said it. But, seeing that my resolve is taken, I pray you that which you promise to do be done speedily, for that after tomorrow I may no longer count on being expected." Saladin assured him that 'twas so ordered that he should not be disappointed, and on the morrow, it being his purpose to speed him on his journey that same night, he caused to be set up in one of his great halls a most goodly and sumptuous bed, composed of mattresses, all, as was their wont, of velvet and cloth of gold, and had it covered with a quilt, adorned at several intervals with enormous pearls and most rare precious stones, insomuch that 'twas in after time accounted a priceless treasure, and furnished with 2 pillows to match it. Which done, he bade array Messer Torello, who was now quite recovered, in a robe after the Saracenic fashion, the richest and goodliest thing of the kind that was ever seen, and wrap about his head, according to their wont, one of their huge turbans. Then, at a late hour, Saladin, attended by certain of his lords, entered the chamber where Messer Torello was, and seating himself beside him, all but wept, as thus he began: "Messer Torello, the time is nigh at hand when you and I must part. Wherefore, since I may neither give you my own nor others' company, the journey that you are about to make not permitting it, I am come here, as 'tis fitting, in this chamber, to take my leave of you. Wherefore, before I bid you adieu, I entreat you by that friendship, that love, which is between us, that you forget me not, and that, if it be possible, when you have settled your affairs in Lombardy, you come at least once, before our days are ended, to visit me, that thereby I may both have the delight of seeing you again, and make good that omission which, by reason of your haste, I must needs now make. And that in the meantime it irk thee not to visit me by letter, and to ask of me whatever you shall have in mind to, and be sure that there lives not the man whom I shall content more gladly than you." Messer Torello could not refrain his tears, and so, with words few and broken by his sobs, he answered that 'twas impossible that the Soldan's generous deeds and chivalrous character should ever be forgotten by him, and without fail he would do as he bade him, so soon as occasion should serve him. Whereupon Saladin tenderly embraced and kissed him, and with many a tear bade him adieu, and quitted the chamber. His lords then took leave of Messer Torello, and followed Saladin into the hall, where he had had the bed made ready. 'Twas now late, and the necromancer being intent to hasten Messer Torello's transit, a physician brought him a potion, and having first shown him what he was to give him by way of viaticum, caused him to drink it, and not long after he fell asleep, in which state he was carried by Saladin's command, and laid on the goodly bed, whereon he set a large and fair and most sumptuous crown, marking it in such sort that there could be no mistake that it was sent by Saladin to Messer Torello's wife. He next placed on Messer Torello's finger a ring, in which was set a carbuncle of such brilliance that it showed as a lighted torch, and of well-nigh inestimable value. After which he girded on him a sword, the appointments of which might not readily be appraised, and therewithal he adorned him in front with a pendant, wherein were pearls, the like of which had never been seen, and not a few other rare jewels. And moreover, on either side of him he set 2 vast basins of gold full of pistoles, and strings of pearls not a few, and rings and girdles, and other things, which 'twere tedious to enumerate, he disposed around him. Which done, he kissed Messer Torello again, and bade the necromancer speed him on his journey. Whereupon, forthwith, the bed, with Messer Torello thereon, was borne away from before Saladin's eyes, and he and his barons remained conversing thereof. The bed, as Messer Torello had requested, had already been deposited in the church of San Piero in Ciel d'Oro at Pavia, and Messer Torello, with all the aforesaid jewels and ornaments upon and about him, was lying thereon, and still slept, when, upon the stroke of matins, the sacristan came into the church, light in hand, and presently setting eyes on the sumptuous bed, was not only amazed, but mightily terrified, insomuch that he turned back and took flight. Which the abbot and monks, observing with no small surprise, asked wherefore he fled, and he told them. Whereupon, "Oh," quoth the abbot, "thou art no longer a child, nor yet so new to this church that thou shouldst so lightly be appalled. Go we now, and see who it is that has given thee this childish fright." So, with a blaze of torches, the abbot, attended by his monks, entered the church, and espied this wondrous costly bed whereon the knight slept. And, while, hesitant and fearful, daring not to approach the bed, they scanned the rare and splendid jewels, it befell that, the efficacy of the potion being exhausted, Messer Torello awoke and heaved a great sigh, whereat the monks and the abbot, quaking and crying out, "Lord, help us!" one and all took to flight. Messer Torello, opening his eyes and looking about him, saw, to his no small satisfaction, that without a doubt he was in the very place where he had craved of Saladin to be. So up he sat, and taking particular note of the matters with which he was surrounded, accounted the magnificence of Saladin to exceed even the measure, great though it was, that he already knew. However, he still kept quiet, save that, perceiving the monks in flight, and surmising the reason, he began to call the abbot by name, bidding him be of good courage, for that he was his nephew, Torello. Whereat the abbot did but wax more terrified, for that he deemed Torello had been many a month dead. But after a while, as he heard himself still called, sound judgment got the better of his fears, and making the sign of the cross, he drew nigh Torello, who said to him, "Father, what is it you fear? By God's grace I live, and hither am come back from overseas." Whom, for all he had grown a long beard and was dressed in the Saracenic fashion, the abbot after a while recognized, and now, quite reassured, took by the hand, saying, "Son, welcome home." Then, "No cause hast thou to marvel at our fears," he went on, "seeing that there is never a soul in these parts but firmly believes thee to be dead, insomuch that I may tell thee that Madonna Adalietta, thy wife, overborne by the entreaties and menaces of her kinsfolk, and against her will, is provided with another husband, to whom she is this morning to go, and all is made ready for the nuptials and the attendant festivities." Whereupon, Messer Torello, being risen from the sumptuous bed, did the abbot and the monks wondrous cheer, and besought them, one and all, to tell never a soul of his return, until he had completed something that he had on hand. After which, having put the costly jewels in safe keeping, he recounted to the abbot all the story of his adventures to that very hour. The abbot, rejoicing in his good fortune, joined with him in offering thanks to God. Messer Torello then asked him who might be his wife's new husband, and the abbot told him. Quoth then Messer Torello, "Before my return be known, I purpose to see how my wife will comport herself at the nuptials. Wherefore, though 'tis not the wont of men of religion to go to such gatherings, I had lief that for love of me you arrange for us to go thither together." The abbot answered that he would gladly do so, and as soon as 'twas day, he sent word to the bridegroom that he had thoughts of being present at his nuptials, accompanied by a friend, whereto the gentleman made answer that he was much gratified. So, at the breakfast hour, Messer Torello, dressed as he was, hied him with the abbot to the bridegroom's house, as many as saw them gazing on him with wonder, but none recognizing him, and the abbot giving all to understand that he was a Saracen sent by the Soldan as ambassador to the King of France. Messer Torello was accordingly seated at a table directly opposite that of his lady, whom he eyed with exceeding great delight, the more so that he saw that in her face which showed him that she was chagrined by the nuptials. She in like manner from time to time bent her regard on him. Howbeit, what with his long beard and his foreign garb, and her firm persuasion that he was dead, she had still no sort of recollection of him. However, Messer Torello at length deemed it time to make trial of her, whether she would remember him. Wherefore he took the ring that the lady had given him on his departure, and keeping it close in the palm of his hand, he called to him a page that waited upon her, and said to him, "Tell the bride from me that 'tis the custom in my country that, when a stranger, such as I, eats with a bride, like herself, at her wedding feast, she, in token that he is welcome to her board, sends him the cup from which she herself drinks, full of wine. And when the stranger has drunk his fill, he closes the cup, and the bride drinks what is left therein." The page carried the message to the lady, who, being of good understanding and manners, and supposing him to be some very great man, by way of showing that she was gratified by his presence, commanded that a gilt cup that was on the table before her should be rinsed, and filled with wine, and borne to the gentleman. Which being done, Messer Torello, having privily conveyed her ring into his mouth, let it fall, while he drank, into the cup, on such wise that none wist thereof, and leaving but a little wine at the bottom, closed the cup, and returned it to the lady, who, having taken it, that she might do full honour to the custom of her guest's country, lifted the lid, and set the cup to her mouth, whereby, espying the ring, she thereon mutely gazed a while, and recognizing it for that which she had given Messer Torello on his departure, she steadfastly regarded the supposed stranger, whom now she also recognized. Whereupon, well nigh distracted, oversetting the table in front of her, she exclaimed, "'Tis my lord! 'Tis verily Messer Torello!" And rushing to the table at which she sat, giving never a thought to her apparel, or aught that was on the table, she flung herself upon it, and reaching forward as far as she could, she threw her arms about him and hugged him, nor, for aught that any said or did, could she be induced to release his neck, until Messer Torello himself bade her forbear a while, for that she would have time enough to kiss him thereafter. The lady then stood up, and for a while all was disorder, albeit the feast was yet more gladsome than before by reason of the recovery of so honourable a knight. Then, at Messer Torello's entreaty, all were silent, while he recounted to them the story of his adventures from the day of his departure to that hour, concluding by saying that the gentleman who, deeming him to be dead, had taken his lady to wife, ought not to be affronted if he, being alive, reclaimed her. The bridegroom, albeit he was somewhat crestfallen, made answer in frank and friendly sort that 'twas for Messer Torello to do what he liked with his own. The lady resigned the ring and the crown that her new spouse had given her, and put on the ring she had taken from the cup, and likewise the crown sent her by the Soldan. And so forth they hied them, and with full nuptial pomp wended their way to Messer Torello's house, and there for a great while they made merry with his late disconsolate friends and kinsfolk, and all the citizens, who accounted his restoration as little short of a miracle. Messer Torello, having bestowed part of his rare jewels upon him who had borne the cost of the wedding feast, and part on the abbot, and many other folk, and having by more than one messenger sent word of his safe homecoming and prosperous estate to Saladin, acknowledging himself ever his friend and vassal, lived many years thereafter with his worthy lady, acquitting himself yet more courteously than of yore. Such, then, was the end of the troubles of Messer Torello and his dear lady, and such the reward of their cheerful and ready courtesies. Now some there are that strive to do offices of courtesy, and have the means, but do them with so ill a grace that, ere they are done, they have in effect sold them at a price above their worth. Wherefore, if no reward ensue to them thereof, neither they nor other folk have cause to marvel. End of Day 10, the 9th story.
Day 10. The 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO. Translated by J. M. RIGG. Day 10. The 10th story. The Marquis of Saluzzo, overborne by the entreaties of his vassals, consents to take a wife, but being minded to please himself in the choice of her, takes a husbandman's daughter. He has 2 children by her, both of whom he makes her believe that he has put to death. Afterward, feigning to be tired of her, and to have taken another wife, he turns her out of doors in her shift, and brings his daughter into the house in guise of his bride. But, finding her patient under it all, he brings her home again, and shows her her children now grown up, and honours her, and causes her to be honoured as Marchioness.
Ended the king's long story, with which all seemed to be very well pleased. Quoth Diodio with a laugh, "The good man that looked that night to cause the boogie's tail to droop would scarce have contributed 2 pennyworths of all the praise you bestow on Messer Torello." Then, witting that it now only remained for him to tell, thus he began.
Gentle my ladies, this day, meseems, is dedicated to kings and soldans and folk of like quality. Wherefore, that I stray not too far from you, I am minded to tell you somewhat of a marquis, certes naught magnificent, but a piece of mad folly, albeit there came good thereof to him in the end, the which I counsel none to copy, for that great pity 'twas that it turned out well with him. There was in olden days a certain Marquis of Saluzzo, Gualtieri by name, a young man, but head of the house, who, having neither wife nor child, passed his time in naught else but hawking and hunting, and of taking a wife and begetting children had no thought, wherein he should have been accounted very wise. But his vassals, brooking it ill, did oftentimes entreat him to take a wife, that he might not die without an heir, and they be left without a lord, offering to find him one of such a pattern and of such parentage that he might marry with good hope, and be well content with the sequel. To whom, "My friends," replied Gualtieri, "you enforce me to that which I had resolved never to do, seeing how hard it is to find a wife whose ways accord well with one's own, and how plentiful is the supply of such as run counter thereto, and how grievous a life he leads who chances upon a lady that matches ill with him. And to say that you think to know the daughters by the qualities of their fathers and mothers, and thereby, so you would argue, to provide me with a wife to my liking, is but folly. For I wot not how you may penetrate the secrets of their mothers, so as to know their fathers. And granted that you do know them, daughters oftentimes resemble neither of their parents. However, as you are minded to rivet these fetters upon me, I am content that so it be, and that I may have no cause to reproach any but myself, should it turn out ill. I am resolved that my wife shall be of my own choosing. But of this rest assured, that no matter whom I choose, if she receive not from you the honour due to a lady, you shall prove to your great cost how sorely I resent being thus constrained by your importunity to take a wife against my will." The worthy men replied that they were well content, so only he would marry without more ado. And Gualtieri, who had long noted with approval the mien of a poor girl that dwelt on a farm hard by his house, and found her fair enough, deemed that with her he might pass a tolerably happy life. Wherefore he sought no further, but forthwith resolved to marry her, and having sent for her father, who was a very poor man, he contracted with him to take her to wife. Which done, Gualtieri assembled all the friends he had in those parts, and "My friends," quoth he, "you were and are minded that I should take a wife, and rather to comply with your wishes than for any desire that I had to marry, I have made up my mind to do so. You remember the promise you gave me, to wit, that whomsoever I should take, you would pay her the duty due to a lady, which promise I now require you to keep, the time being come when I am to keep mine. I have found hard by here a maiden after mine own heart, whom I propose to take to wife, and to bring hither to my house in the course of a few days. Wherefore bethink you how you may make the nuptial feast splendid, and welcome her with all honour, that I may confess myself satisfied with your observance of your promise, as you will be with my observance of mine." The worthy men, one and all, answered with alacrity that they were well content, and that whoever she might be, they would entreat her as a lady, and pay her all due honour as such. After which they all addressed them to make goodly and grand and gladsome celebration of the event, as did also Gualtieri. He arranged for a wedding most stately and fair, and bade thereto a goodly number of his friends and kinsfolk, and great gentlemen, and others of the neighbourhood. And therewithal he caused many a fine and costly robe to be cut and fashioned to the figure of a girl who seemed to him of the like proportions as the girl that he proposed to wed, and laid in store besides of girdles and rings, with a costly and beautiful crown, and all the other paraphernalia of a bride. The day that he had appointed for the wedding being come, about half tierce, he got him to horse with as many as had come to do him honour, and having made all needful dispositions, "Gentlemen," quoth he, "'tis time to go bring home the bride." And so away he rode with his company to the village, where, being come to the house of the girl's father, they found her returning from the spring with a bucket of water, making all the haste that she could, so she might afterwards go with the other women to see Gualtieri's bride come by, whom Gualtieri no sooner saw than he called her by her name, to wit, Griselda, and asked her where her father was. To whom she modestly made answer, "My lord, he is in the house." Whereupon Gualtieri dismounted, and having bidden the rest await him without, entered the cottage alone, and meeting her father, whose name was Giannucolo, "I am come," quoth he, "to wed Griselda. But first of all there are some matters I would learn from her own lips in thy presence." He then asked her whether, if he took her to wife, she would study to comply with his wishes, and be not wroth, no matter what he might say or do, and be obedient, with not a few other questions of a like sort, to all of which she answered "Ay." Whereupon Gualtieri took her by the hand, led her forth, and before the eyes of all his company, and of as many other folk as were there, caused her to strip naked, and let bring the garments that he had fashioned for her, and had her forthwith arrayed therein, and upon her unkempt head let set a crown. And then, while all wondered, "Gentlemen," quoth he, "this is she whom I purpose to make my wife, so she be minded to have me for husband." Then she, standing abashed and astonished, he turned to her, saying, "Griselda, wilt thou have me for thy husband?" To whom, "Ay, my lord," answered she. "And I will have thee to wife," said he, and married her before them all, and having set her upon a palfrey, he brought her home with pomp. The wedding was fair and stately, and had he married a daughter of the King of France, the feast could not have been more splendid. It seemed as if, with the change of her garb, the bride had acquired a new dignity of mind and mien. She was, as we have said, fair of form and feature, and therewithal she was now grown so engaging and gracious and debonair, that she showed no longer as the shepherdess and the daughter of Giannucolo, but as the daughter of some noble lord, insomuch that she caused as many as had known her before to marvel. Moreover, she was so obedient and devoted to her husband that he deemed himself the happiest and luckiest man in the world. And likewise so gracious and kindly was she to her husband's vassals, that there was none of them but loved her more dearly than himself, and was zealous to do her honour, and prayed for her welfare and prosperity and aggrandisement. And instead of, as erstwhile, saying that Gualtieri had done foolishly to take her to wife, now averred that he had not his like in the world for wisdom and discernment, for that, save to him, her noble qualities would ever have remained hidden under her sorry apparel and the garb of the peasant girl. And, in short, she so comported herself as in no long time to bring it to pass that, not only in the marquisate, but far and wide besides, her virtues and her admirable conversation were matter of common talk, and if aught had been said to the disadvantage of her husband when he married her, the judgment was now altogether to the contrary effect. She had not been long with Gualtieri before she conceived, and in a due time she was delivered of a girl, whereat Gualtieri made great cheer. But soon after a strange humour took possession of him, to wit, to put her patience to the proof by prolonged and intolerable hard usage. Wherefore he began by afflicting her with his gibes, putting on a vexed air, and telling her that his vassals were most sorely dissatisfied with her by reason of her base condition, and all the more so since they saw that she was a mother, and that they did naught but most ruefully murmur at the birth of a daughter. Whereto Griselda, without the least change of countenance or sign of discomposure, made answer, "My lord, do with me as thou mayst deem best for thine own honour and comfort, for well I wot that I am of less account than they, and unworthy of this honourable estate to which of thy courtesy thou hast advanced me." By which answer Gualtieri was well pleased, witting that she was in no degree puffed up with pride by his or any other's honourable entreatment of her. A while afterwards, having in general terms given his wife to understand that the vassals could not endure her daughter, he sent her a message by a servant. So the servant came, and "Madam," quoth he, with a most dolorous mien, "so I value my life, I must needs do my lord's bidding. He has bidden me take your daughter, and—" He said no more, but the lady, by what she heard, and read in his face, and remembered of her husband's words, understood that he was bidden to put the child to death. Whereupon she presently took the child from the cradle, and having kissed and blessed her, albeit she was very sore at heart, she changed not countenance, but placed it in the servant's arms, saying, "See that thou leave naught undone that my lord and thine has charged thee to do. But leave her not so that the beasts and the birds devour her, unless he have so bidden thee." So the servant took the child, and told Gualtieri what the lady had said. And Gualtieri, marvelling at her constancy, sent him with the child to Bologna, to one of his kinswomen, whom he besought to rear and educate the child with all care, but never to let it be known whose child she was. Soon after, it befell that the lady again conceived, and in due time was delivered of a son, whereat Gualtieri was overjoyed. But, not content with what he had done, he now even more poignantly afflicted the lady, and one day, with a ruffled mien, "Wife," quoth he, "since thou gavest birth to this boy, I may on no wise live in peace with my vassals, so bitterly do they reproach me that a grandson of Giannucolo is to succeed me as their lord. And therefore I fear that, so I be not minded to be sent a packing hence, I must even do herein as I did before, and in the end put thee away, and take another wife." The lady heard him patiently, and answered only, "My lord, study how thou mayest content thee and best please thyself, and waste no thought upon me, for there is naught I desire, save in so far as I know that 'tis thy pleasure." Not many days after, Gualtieri, in like manner as he had sent for the daughter, sent for the son, and having made a show of putting him to death, provided for his, as for the girl's, nurture at Bologna. Whereat the lady showed no more discomposure, or countenance, or speech, than at the loss of her daughter, which Gualtieri found passing strange, and inly affirmed that there was never another woman in the world that would have so done. And but that he had marked that she was most tenderly affectionate towards her children, whilst 'twas well pleasing to him, he had supposed that she was tired of them, whereas he knew that 'twas of her discretion that she so did. His vassals, who believed that he had put the children to death, held him mightily to blame for his cruelty, and felt the utmost compassion for the lady. She, however, said never aught to the ladies that condoled with her on the death of her children, but that the pleasure of him that had begotten them was her pleasure likewise. Years not a few had passed since the girl's birth, when Gualtieri at length deemed the time come to put his wife's patience to the final proof. Accordingly, in the presence of a great company of his vassals, he declared that on no wise might he longer brook to have Griselda to wife, that he confessed that in taking her he had done a sorry thing and the act of a stripling, and that he therefore meant to do what he could to procure the Pope's dispensation to put Griselda away and take another wife, for which cause, being much upbraided by many worthy men, he made no other answer, but only that needs must it so be. whereof the lady being apprised, and now deeming that she must look to go back to her father's house, and perchance tend the sheep as she had aforetime, and to see him, to whom she was utterly devoted, engrossed by another woman, did inly bewail herself right sorely, but still, with the same composed mien with which she had borne fortune's former buffets, she set herself to endure this last outrage. Nor was it long before Gualtieri, by counterfeit letters which he caused to be sent to him from Rome, made his vassals believe that the Pope had thereby given him a dispensation to put Griselda away and take another wife. Wherefore, having caused her to be brought before him, he said to her, in the presence of not a few, "Wife, by licence granted me by the Pope, I am now free to put thee away, and take another wife. And for that my forebears have always been great gentlemen and lords of these parts, whereas thine have ever been husbandmen, I purpose that thou go back to Gianucolo's house with the dowry that thou broughtest me, whereupon I shall bring home a lady that I have found, and who is meet to be my wife." 'Twas not without travail most grievous that the lady, as she heard this announcement, got the better of her woman's nature, and, suppressing her tears, made answer, "My lord, I ever knew that my low degree was on no wise congruous with your nobility, and acknowledged that the rank I had with you was of your and God's bestowal, nor did I ever make as if it were mine by gift, or so esteem it, but still accounted it as a loan. 'Tis your pleasure to recall it, and therefore it should be, and is, my pleasure to render it up to you. So here is your ring with which you espoused me. Take it back. You bid me take with me the dowry that I brought you, which to do will require neither paymaster on your part, nor purse nor pack horse on mine, for I am not unmindful that naked was I when you first had me. And if you deem it seemly that that body in which I have borne children, by you begotten, be beheld of all, naked will I depart. But yet I pray you, be pleased, in guerdon of the virginity that I brought you and take not away, to suffer me to bear hence upon my back a single shift. I crave no more, besides my dowry." There was naught of which Gualtieri was so fain as to weep, but yet, setting his face as flint, he made answer, "I allow thee a shift to thy back, so get thee hence." All that stood by besought him to give her a robe, that she, who had been his wife for 13 years and more, might not be seen to quit his house in so sorry and shameful a plight, having naught on her but a shift. But their entreaties went for nothing. The lady in her shift, and barefoot and bareheaded, having bade them adieu, departed the house, and went back to her father amid the tears and lamentations of all that saw her. Gianucolo, who had ever deemed it a thing incredible that Gualtieri should keep his daughter to wife, and had looked for this to happen every day, and had kept the clothes that she put off on the morning that Gualtieri had wedded her, now brought them to her, and she, having resumed them, applied herself to the petty drudgery of her father's house, as she had been wont, enduring with fortitude this cruel visitation of adverse fortune. Now, no sooner had Gualtieri dismissed Griselda than he gave his vassals to understand that he had taken to wife a daughter of one of the counts of Panago. He accordingly made great preparation as for the nuptials, during which he sent for Griselda, to whom being come, quoth he, "I am bringing hither my new bride, and in this her first home coming I purpose to show her honour, and thou knowest that women I have none in the house that know how to set chambers in due order, or attend to the many other matters that so joyful an event requires. Wherefore do thou, that understandest these things better than another, see to all that needs to be done, and bid hither such ladies as thou mayest see fit, and receive them as if thou wert the lady of the house. And then, when the nuptials are ended, thou mayst go back to thy cottage." Albeit each of these words pierced Griselda's heart like a knife, for that in resigning her good fortune she had not been able to renounce the love she bore Gualtieri. Nevertheless, "My lord," she made answer, "I am ready and prompt to do your pleasure." And so, clad in her sorry garments of coarse romagnole, she entered the house, which but a little before she had quitted in her shift, and addressed her to sweep the chambers, and arrange arras and cushions in the halls, and make ready the kitchen, and set her hand to everything as if she had been a paltry serving wench. Nor did she rest until she had brought all into such meet and seemly trim as the occasion demanded. This done, she invited, in Gualtieri's name, all the ladies of those parts to be present at his nuptials, and awaited the event. The day being come, still wearing her sorry weeds, but in heart and soul and mien the lady, she received the ladies as they came, and gave each a gladsome greeting. Now Gualtieri, as we said, had caused his children to be carefully nurtured and brought up by a kinswoman of his at Bologna, which kinswoman was married into the family of the Counts of Panago, and the girl being now 12 years old, and the loveliest creature that ever was seen, and the boy being about 6 years old, he had sent word to his kinswoman's husband at Bologna, praying him to be pleased to come with this girl and boy of his to Saluzzo, and to see that he brought a goodly and honourable company with him, and to give all to understand that he brought the girl to him to wife, and on no wise to disclose to any who she really was. The gentleman did as the Marquis bade him, and within a few days of his setting forth arrived at Saluzzo about breakfast time with the girl and her brother and a noble company, and found all the folk of those parts, and much people besides, gathered there in expectation of Gualtieri's new bride, who, being received by the ladies, was no sooner come into the hall where the tables were set than Griselda advanced to meet her, saying with hearty cheer, "Welcome, my lady." So the ladies, who had with much instance, but in vain, besought Gualtieri either to let Griselda keep in another room, or at any rate to furnish her with one of the robes that had been hers, that she might not present herself in such a sorry guise before the strangers, sat down to table, and the service being begun, the eyes of all were set on the girl, and every one said that Gualtieri had made a good exchange, and Griselda joined with the rest in greatly commending her, and also her little brother. And now Gualtieri, sated at last with all that he had seen of his wife's patience, marking that this new and strange turn made not the least alteration in her demeanour, and being well assured that 'twas not due to apathy, for he knew her to be of excellent understanding, deemed it time to relieve her of the suffering which he judged her to dissemble under a resolute front. And so, having called her to him in presence of them all, he said with a smile, "And what thinkest thou of our bride?" "My lord," replied Griselda, "I think mighty well of her, and if she be but as discreet as she is fair, and so I deem her, I make no doubt but you may reckon to lead with her a life of incomparable felicity. But with all earnestness I entreat you that you spare her those tribulations which you did once inflict upon another that was yours, for I scarce think that she would be able to bear them, as well because she is younger, as for that she has been delicately nurtured, whereas that other had known no respite of hardship since she was but a little child." Marking that she made no doubt but that the girl was to be his wife, and yet spoke never a whit the less sweetly, Gualtieri caused her to sit down beside him, and "Griselda," said he, "'tis now time that thou see the reward of thy long patience, and that those who have deemed me cruel and unjust and insensate should know that what I did was done of purpose aforethought, for that I was minded to give both thee and them a lesson, that thou mightst learn to be a wife, and they in like manner might learn how to take and keep a wife, and that I might beget me perpetual peace with thee for the rest of my life. Whereof being in great fear when I came to take a wife, lest I should be disappointed, I therefore, to put the matter to the proof, did, and how sorely thou knowest, harass and afflict thee. And since I never knew thee either by deed or by word to deviate from my will, I now, deeming myself to have of thee that assurance of happiness which I desired, am minded to restore to thee at once all that, step by step, I took from thee, and by extremity of joy to compensate the tribulations that I inflicted on thee. Receive then this girl, whom thou supposest to be my bride, and her brother, with glad heart, as thy children and mine. These are they, whom by thee and many another it has long been supposed that I did ruthlessly to death. And I am thy husband that loves thee more dearly than aught else, deeming that other there is none that has the like good cause to be well content with his wife." Which said, he embraced and kissed her, and then, while she wept for joy, they rose and hied them there where sat the daughter, all astonished to hear the news. Whom, as also her brother, they tenderly embraced, and explained to them, and many others that stood by, the whole mystery. Whereat the ladies, transported with delight, rose from table, and betook them with Griselda to a chamber, and with better omen divested her of her sorry garb, and arrayed her in one of her own robes of state. And so, in guise of a lady, howbeit in her rags she had showed as no less, they led her back into the hall. Wondrous was the cheer which there they made with the children, and all overjoyed at the event, they revelled and made merry amain, and prolonged the festivities for several days. And very discreet they pronounced Gualtieri, albeit they censured as intolerably harsh the probation to which he had subjected Griselda, and most discreet beyond all compare they accounted Griselda. Some days after, the Count of Panago returned to Bologna, and Gualtieri took Giannucolo from his husbandry, and established him in honour as his father-in-law, wherein to his great solace he lived for the rest of his days. Gualtieri himself, having mated his daughter with a husband of high degree, lived long and happily thereafter with Griselda, to whom he ever paid all honour. Now what shall we say in this case, but that even into the cots of the poor the heavens let fall at times spirits divine, as into the palaces of kings souls that are fitted to tend hogs than to exercise lordship over men? Who but Griselda had been able, with a countenance not only tearless but cheerful, to endure the hard and unheard of trials to which Gualtieri subjected her? Who, perhaps, might have deemed himself to have made no bad investment, had he chanced upon one, who, having been turned out of his house in her shift, had found means so to dust the pelisse of another as to get herself thereby a fine robe. End of Day 10, the 10th story.
Day 10. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. RIGG. Day the 10th. The conclusion. So ended Dioneo's story, whereof the ladies, diversely inclining, one to censure where another found matter of commendation, had discoursed not a little, when the king, having glanced at the sky, and marked that the sun was now low, and so much that it was nigh the vesper hour, still keeping his seat, thus began: Excuse it, my ladies, as methinks you wot 'tis not only in minding them of the past and apprehending the present that the wit of mortals consists, but by one means or the other to be able to foresee the future is by the sakes accounted the height of wisdom. Now to-morrow, as you know, it will be 15 days since, in quest of recreation and for the conservation of our health and life, we, shunning the dismal and dolorous and afflicting spectacles that have ceased not in our city since this season of pestilence began, took our departure from Florence. Wherein, to my thinking, we have done naught that was not seemly; for, if I have duly used my powers of observation, albeit some gay stories, and of a kind to stimulate concupiscence, have here been told, and we have daily known no lack of dainty dishes and good wine, nor yet of music and song, things one and all apt to incite weak minds to that which is not seemly. Neither on your part nor on ours have I marked deed or word, or aught of any kind, that called for reprehension. But by what I have seen and heard, seemliness and the sweet intimacy of brothers and sisters have ever reigned among us, which assuredly for the honour and advantage which you and I have had thereof is most grateful to me. Wherefore, lest too long continuance in this way of life might beget some occasion of weariness, and that no man may be able to misconstrue our too long abidance here, and as we have all of us had our day's share of the honour which still remains in me, I should deem it meet, so you be of like mind, that we now go back whence we came, and that the rather that our company, the bruit whereof has already reached divers others that are in our neighbourhood, might be so increased that all our pleasure would be destroyed. And so, if my counsel meet with your approval, I will keep the crown I have received of you until our departure, which I propose shall be tomorrow morning. Should you decide otherwise, I have already determined whom to crown for the ensuing day." Much debate ensued among the ladies and young men, but in the end they approved the king's proposal as expedient and seemly, and resolved to do even as he had said. The king therefore summoned the seneschal, and having conferred with him of the order he was to observe on the morrow, he dismissed the company until supper time. So the king being risen, the ladies and the rest likewise rose, and betook them, as they were wont, to their several diversions. Supper time being come, they supped with exceeding great delight, which done, they addressed them to song and music and dancing, and while Lauretta was leading a dance, the king bade Fiammetta give them a song, whereupon Fiammetta right debonairly sang on this wise:
So came but love, and brought no jealousy, so blithe I wot as I. Dame were there none, be she whoe'er she be. If youth's fresh lusty pride may lady of her lover well content, or valor's just renown, hardihood, prowess tried, wit noble mien, discourse most excellent, and of all grace the crown, that she I am who fain for love to swoon, there where my hope doth lie, these several virtues all conjoined do see. But for that I less wise than meaner wit do other dames discern, trembling with sore dismay, I still the worst surmise, deeming their hearts with the same flame to burn, that of mine maketh prey. Wherefore of him that is my hope's one stay, disconsolate I sigh, yea, mightily and daily do me dree. If but my lord as true, as worthy to be loved I might approve, I were not jealous then, but for that charmer new doth all too often gallant lure to love, forsworn I hold all men, and sick at heart I am of death full fain, nor lady doth him eye, but I do quake lest she him wrest from me. For God then let each she list to my prayer, nor err in my despite, such grievous wrong as say, for should there any be, that by or speech or means allurements light, of him to rob me may. Study or plot I witting shall find way, my beauty it abide, to cause her sore lament such frenesy.
As soon as Fiammetta had ended her song, Dioneo, who was beside her, said with a laugh, "Madam, it would be a great courtesy on your part to do all ladies to wit who he is, that he be not stolen from you in ignorance, seeing that you threaten such dire resentment." Several other songs followed, and it being then nigh upon midnight, all, as the king was pleased to order, betook them to rest. With the first light of the new day they rose, and the seneschal having already conveyed thence all their chattels, they following the lead of their discreet king, hied them back to the Florence, and in Santa Maria Novella, whence they had set forth, the three young men took leave of the seven ladies, and departed to find other diversions elsewhere, while the ladies in due time repaired to their homes. End of conclusion of Day 10. The Author's Epilogue of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H.M. RIGG. The Author's Epilogue. Most noble damsels, for whose solace I addressed me to this long and toilsome task, meseems that, aided by the divine grace, the bestowal whereof I impute to the efficacy of your pious prayers, and in no wise to merits of mine, I have now brought this work to the full and perfect consummation, which in the outset thereof I promised you. Wherefore it but remains for me to render, first to God and then to you, my thanks, and so to give a rest to my pen and weary hand. But this I purpose not to allow them, until briefly as to questions tacitly mooted, for well assured I am that these stories have no especial privilege above any others. Nay, I forget not that at the beginning of the fourth day I have made the same plain. I shall have answered certain trifling objections that one of you maybe or some other might advance. Peradventure, then, some of you will be found to say that I have used excessive license in the writing on these stories, in that I have caused ladies at times to tell, and oftentimes to list, matters that, whether to tell or to list, do not well beseem virtuous women. The which I deny, for that there is none of these stories so unseemly, but that it may without offence be told by any one, if but seemly words be used, which rule methinks has here been very well observed. But assume we that is even so, for with you I am not minded to engage in argument, witting that you would vanquish me. Then I say that, for answer why I have so done, reasons many come very readily to hand. In the first place, if aught of the kind in any of these stories there be, it was but such as was demanded by the character of the stories, which let but any person of sound judgment scan with the eye of reason, and it will be abundantly manifest that, unless I had been minded to deform them, they could not have been otherwise recounted. And if perchance they do after all contain here and there a trifling indiscretion of speech, such as might ill sort with one of your precious prudes, who weigh words rather than deeds, and are more concerned to appear than to be good, I say that so to write was as permissible to me as 'tis to men and women at large in their converse to make use of such terms as hole and pin and mortar, and pestle and sausage and polony, and plenty more besides of a like sort. And therewithal privilege no less should be allowed to my pen than to the pencil of the painter, who without incurring any, or at least any just censure, not only will depict Saint Michael smiting the serpent, or Saint George the dragon, with sword or lance in his discretion, but male he paints as Christ, and female Eve, and his feet that for the salvation of our race willed to die upon the cross, he fastened thereto, now with one and now with two nails. Moreover, 'tis patent to all that it was not in the church, of matters whereto pertaining, 'tis meet we speak with all purity of heart and seemliness of phrase, albeit among her histories there are to be found not a few that will ill compare with my writings, nor yet in the schools of the philosophers, where as much as anywhere seemliness is demanded, nor in any place where clergy or philosophers congregate, but in gardens, in pleasaunces, and among folk young indeed, but not so young as to be seducible by stories, and at a time when, if so one might say of one's life, the most sedate might without disgrace walk abroad with his breeches for headgear, that these stories well told. Which stories, such as they are, may, like all things else, be baneful or profitable according to the quality of the hearer. Who knows not that wine is, as Cingiglione or Scolaio and many other aver, an excellent thing for the living creature, and yet noxious to the fevered patient? Are we, for the mischief it does to the fever stricken, to say that it is a bad thing? Who knows not that fire is most serviceable, nay, necessary to mortals? Are we to say that, because it burns houses and villages and cities, it is a bad thing? Arms, in like manner, are the safeguard of those that desire to live in peace, and also by them are men not seldom maliciously slain, albeit the malice is not in them, but in those that use them for a malicious purpose. Corrupt mind did never yet understand any word in a wholesome sense, and as such a mind has no profit of seemly words, so such as are scarce seemly may as little avail to contaminate a healthy mind as mud the radiance of the sun, or the deformities of earth the splendors of the heavens. What books, what words, what letters are more sacred, more excellent, more venerable than those of Holy Writ? And yet there have been not a few that, perversely constructing them, have brought themselves and others to perdition. Everything is in itself good for somewhat, and being put to a bad purpose may work manifold mischief. And so I say it is with my stories. If any man shall be minded to draw from them matters of evil tendency or consequence, they will not gainsay him, if perchance such matters there be in them, nor will such matters fail to be found in them, if they be wrested and distorted. Nor if any shall seek profit and reward in them, will they deny him the same, and censured or accounted as less than profitable and seemly they can never be, if the times or the persons when and by whom they are read be such as when they were accounted. If any lady must needs say paternosters, or make cakes or tarts for her holy father, let her leave them alone, there is none after whom they will run a begging to be read. Howbeit there are little matters that even the beguines tell, ay, and do now and again. In like manner there will be some who will say that there are stories here which it were better far had been omitted. Granted, but it was neither in my power nor did it behove me to write any but such stories as were narrated, wherefore it was for those by whom they were told to have a care that they were proper, in which case they would have been no less, though as I wrote them. But assuming that I not only wrote but invented the stories, as I did not, I say that I should take no shame to myself that they were not all proper, seeing that artist there is none to be found save God, that does all things well and perfectly. And Charlemagne, albeit he created the paladins, wist not how to make them in such numbers as to form an army of them alone. It must needs be that in the multitude of things there be found diversities of quality. No field was ever so well tilled, but that here and there nettle or thistle or brier would be found in it amid the goodlier growth. Whereto I may add that, having to address me to young and unlearned ladies, as you for the most part are, I should have done foolishly had I gone about searching and swinking to find matters very exquisite, and been sedulous to speak with great precision. However, whoso goes a reading among these stories, let him pass over those that vex him, and read those that please him. That none may be misled, each bears on its brow the epitome of that which it hides within its bosom. Again, I doubt not there will be such as will say that some of the stories are too long, to whom once more I answer, that whoso has aught else to do would be foolish to read them, albeit they were short. And though now that I approach the end of my labours, it is long since I began to write, I am not therefore oblivious that it was to none but leisured ladies that I made proffer of my pains, nor can aught be long to him that reads but to pass the time, so only he thereby accomplish his purpose. Succinctness were rather to be desired by students, who are at pains not merely to pass, but usefully to employ their time, than by you, who have as much time at your disposal as you spend not in amorous delights. Besides which, as none of you goes either to Athens or to Bologna or to Paris to study, it is meet that what is meant for you should be more diffuse than what is to be read by those whose minds have been refined by scholarly pursuits. Nor make I any doubt that there are yet others who will say that the said stories are too full of jests and merry consents, and that it all beseems a man of weight and gravity to have written on such wise. To these I am bound to render, and do render my thanks, for that, prompted by well-meant zeal, they have so tender a regard to my reputation. But to that which they urge against me, I reply after this sort: that I am of weight or I acknowledge, having been often weighed in my time. Wherefore, in answer to the fair that have not weighed me, I affirm that I am not of gravity. On the contrary, I am so light that I float on the surface of the water, in considering that the sermons which the friars make, when they could chide folk for their sins, are to-day, for the most part, full of jests and merry conceits and drolleries. I deemed that the like stuff would not ill beseem my stories, written as they were, to banish women's dumps. However, if thereby they should laugh too much, they may be readily cured thereof by the lament of Jeremiah, the passion of the Saviour, or the complaint of the Magdalene. And who shall question but that yet others there are who will say that I have an evil tongue and venomous, because here and there I tell the truth about the friars? Now for them that so say there is forgiveness, for that is not to be believed but that they have just cause, seeing that the friars are good folk, and eschew hardship for the love of God, and grind intermittently and never blab, and were they not all a trifle malodorous, intercourse with them would be much more agreeable. Nevertheless I acknowledge that the things of this world have no stability, but are ever undergoing change, and this may have befallen my tongue, no great while ago, one of my fair neighbours, for in what pertains to myself I trust not my own judgment, but forego it to the best of my power, told me it was the goodliest and sweetest tongue in the world, and in sooth, when this occurred, few of the said stories were yet to write. Nor for that those who so tax me do it despitefully, am I minded to vouchsafe them any further answer. So then, be every lady at liberty to say and believe whatever she may think fit, but 'tis now time for me to bring these remarks to a close, with humble thanks to Him, by whose help and guidance I, after so long travail, have been brought to the desired goal. And may you, sweet my ladies, rest ever in His grace and peace, and be not unmindful of me, if peradventure any of you may, in any measure, have been profited by reading these stories. End of the author's epilogue. And this is also the end of Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Recorded at LibriVox.org. Thank you for listening.